America is Hi guys. Hello. Oh my goodness. Oh god. What day is it today? I don't even know. Happy Tuesday. Happy Tuesday, everyone. Happy Tuesday. How's everyone doing out there? Everyone doing well? I hope everyone's doing very well. I hope everyone's doing well. Okay. All right. Hi. Hello, guys. So, what do we have to do today? We have not that much news to look at, actually. So we're going to, well, first of all, let me see what people have to say. Let me see what people have to say first. Oops. I wanted to put on my kafia today. Put on my kafia today. All right, let's see here. A little bit of kafia and a little bit of caffeine, a little bit of kafia and a little bit of caffeine. It's a good day. Okay. Let's see who we got here. Let's see who we got here. First of all, who else do we have? SoCal, first one in here. Hello, SoCal. How are you doing, SoCal? So glad you're here. So glad you're here. As always, SoCal. Very glad you're here. Okay. Now, SoCal. Well, okay. I don't know if you saw the message I sent you in the chat here, but yes, I hope you're doing well, SoCal. SoCal has been around since the beginning of time in this community, I should say. What is it, like 9, 10 months now? Jesus Christ. You've been around for a while. Guys, we're almost coming up. I think we might even be there now. I'm not quite sure. We're either there or either very close to being there. The 1 year anniversary of the channel. Okay, I need to check it because we should have a celebration. We should have a celebration that because I've only been doing this a year. Okay, and we're almost to the 1 year anniversary. It feels like a lot longer, doesn't it? It feels like 10 months. Okay, so we're 2 months away. Thank you, Alyssa. We're 2 months away from the 1 year anniversary of the channel and community. Okay. That's fantastic because I know I did lose my job, or I lost my job a couple months or so before school start, or like the month that school was going to start. So that would make sense. Okay. Anyway, thank you. Yes, SoCal, 10-month anniversary. Excellent. Okay, so we're almost there. Almost two. Okay. It feels like we've been doing this for longer, doesn't it, guys? A lot of you have been here since the beginning, and we have seen some shit, haven't we? A lot has happened in that time. But anyway, okay, we're not there yet. I'm already celebrating, and we still have 2 months to go. Okay. All right. Hello, AMA. How are you doing, AMA? How are you doing, AMA? I love the gingerbread man shaking its ass at me. I love the gingerbread man shaking its ass at me. Hello, AMA. Hope you're doing well. Okay. It's a bit not really in season for the gingerbread man, but that's fine. That's fine. I forgive you. AMA has been around forever as well. Okay. Hello, Sir Bart. How are you doing, Sir Bart? Love having you here, Sir Bart. Sir Bart, a classic member of the community, always been around, always will be around. And when he dies, there'll be a fossil remains of him because he'll probably fall into a bog and his body will be preserved at the bottom of it for many years. I don't know why I went that way with that, but hello, Sir Bart. Okay, Jazznaz. Hello, Jazznaz. Yes, thank you, Jazznaz. Jazznaz also been around forever. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe to the channel. Yes, please. If you're on YouTube, please don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. That would help me very much. At the very least, like the video. It'll help get more people in here and help us grow our community. Okay, grow our community. We'd love that. Okay. Let's see here. Hello, Doug. Doug has also been in here for ages. Dear God, Doug. Dear God. I don't even. Christ, I feel like you and I were around when the fucking Caesars were still around, okay? Though they still are in spirit because we have Donald Trump, don't we? But hello, Doug, our friend from the Dakotas, okay? What is it? North Dakota or South Dakota? I always forget which Dakota it is. Whatever. One of the Dakotas, okay? Matt Saigai. Hello, Matt Saigai. Thank you for that image of that. I don't know, is that a judo outfit? Whatever. Hello, Matt Saigai. So glad you're here. Matt Saigai's also ancient as fuck. Okay. Matt Saigai is very ancient. Okay, been here forever. Hello, Matt Saigai. Hello, Gwen. Love having Gwen here. Love having Gwen, our resident magic user. Okay, the one who gives me nightmares thinking about the spells and hexes she's putting on me whenever I argue with her in the streams. Okay, but love having Gwen here. Gwen has been very helpful in a lot of ways, guys. Gwen actually has reached out to me privately a few times, pushing me to let her help me and things like that. Okay, and probably to her chagrin, I haven't given her much, and I haven't really told her much to do. But I really appreciate you, Gwen. I'm trying to help, etc. Okay. Let's see here. Outer Signal. Hello, Outer Signal. Everyone, check out Outer Signal's channel on YouTube. Outer Signal has his own channel and does some great content. I think I've reacted to a couple of his videos. Maybe we'll react to one of them again soon, just to remind everyone about Outer Signal stuff. Okay. But everyone should check out Outer Signal's channel on YouTube. So glad having you, Outer Signal. Outer Signal is a political economist, definitely has a different area of expertise than I do. That knows more about many things that knows more about some things than I know. Okay. So, but Outer Signal's a great. I've been in the community forever. You've been here forever too, Outer Signal. I mean, Jesus Christ. Okay. Oh, I swear to God, you've probably seen a living raptor, a living velociraptor. Anyway, okay. Mayflower. Hello, Mayflower Kid. Roar to you too. Mayflower Kid, you've been around for a while. Not as long as some of the other folks, but like you basically are like you're like a pillar of the community. I think we all know that, right? I think we all know that you're a pillar of the community. You know what? Here, for those that are asking, I'll send it to you. Give me a second. I'll send you Outer Signals channel so you
America
guys can
is
link
the
directly to it.
richest country in the
Oops.
world.
Sorry, ignore that. So, who am I talking about now? Yes. So Mayflower Kid is a massive pillar of the community. Is doing all this stuff for the community without really, without getting anything in response for it. Okay. So here you go, guys. Here's Outer Signal channel. I am posting it in the chat now. Boop. Check out Outer Signal's channel. Follow him so we can grow his following. Okay. Oh my God, you did a video on Game of Thrones, the newest one. Oh my God. Outer Signal. This just opened up. Okay. That's amazing. Thank you, Outer Signal. Okay. Let's go on here. So Mayflower is the best. Okay, Mayflower is the best. So thank you, Mayflower Kid, for all you've done. Let's see here. I'm going kind of slow through the names because there's not many people in here. And before we start the presentation on the Vietnam War, I want to make sure people who want to hear it are in here. Okay. So I'm not gonna do it forever, but I'm gonna go through a few more names here. Hello, Global. So glad you're here, Global. Today's drinking word, revolution. Totally Global. Revolution, right? I'll drink from my tea every time I hear the word revolution, okay? Global's been around forever too, okay? Who else am I missing here? Louise. Oh my God, Louise. Jesus Christ. I feel like you and I witnessed you, me, Lee Lane, Alyssa, and Matt Saigai may have witnessed when the planet was formed out of stardust. Okay, but anyway, hello, Louise. Love having Louise here. Massively established member of the community, has been here for ages. Let's put it that way, okay? All right, I'm going to speed it up a little bit. Sir Bart's been here forever too. I remember when I first started streaming, Sir Bart would give me some massive donations. Do you remember that, Sir Bart? Sir Bart kind of helped me think that I could do this full time because Sir Bart gave me some big donations when I first started streaming that gave me the confidence to keep doing it. So thank you, Sir Bart. I don't know if you guys remember that Sir Bart would give like $30, $40, $50 donations, which made me be like, oh my God, I can possibly do this. It gave me hope. Let's put it that way. Sir Bart now, of course, is just a degenerate who screams things like yuck it up, yuck it up, yuck it up all the time. Oh, how far he's fallen. Using all those poppers has really, ruined his brain. But anyway, so glad you're here, Sir Bart. Okay. I love insulting Sir Bart, by the way. Hello, Fetty Spaghetti. How are you doing, Fetty? I love having Fetty here. Fetty's the best. We love Fetty. No one doesn't like Fetty. Okay, no one doesn't like Fetty. Okay, no one doesn't like Fetty Spaghetti. Okay, Fetty's been here for a bit too. Love having Fetty. Great. Okay, now I do have to speed it up. I really do got to speed it up now. Alpha Sierra. Okay, Alpha Sierra. I gotta hand it to you. You got some major cojones that you're still in here despite me yelling at you and shit. I appreciate you, Alpha Sierra. Maybe there's hope for you yet. Maybe you'll be an established member of the community soon. I don't know, Alpha Sierra. I don't know. Be honest with me, Alpha Sierra. And you don't you don't have to be. There's no way I can force you to be honest with me. Do you feel you have learned things while watching me so far? Have you learned anything? Do you feel that any part of your worldview has changed or anything? I'm just curious. I know you haven't watched me for long, but I'm just curious. Okay, just let me know. All right, but very glad to see you here. Okay, glad to see you here. Okay. Let's see here. Did I miss Drusilla? Hello, Drusilla, the angelic Drusilla, who we all love. I mean, not angelic. You're kind of a degenerate, but hello, Drusilla. Drusilla's been here forever too. Our friend from Norway. Let's see here. Excellent, Alpha Sierra. I'm very glad that you've learned a lot. Okay. Who else? I'm sorry. I'm trying to speed it up now. Matt Saigai Sam, promote the briefing cards I uploaded on the Israel Palestine section. They're very helpful. Okay, I'm hereby promoting the cards that Matt Saigai uploaded in the Israel Palestine section of our Discord. Please join our Discord if you haven't already. It's linked at the top of the Twitch chat and the bottom of the YouTube chat. Join it, go to that section, and look at what Matt Saigai put in there. You can also do lots of other cool things there. Let's see here. Tater Tot, you've been around forever too. Tater Tot Hot Dish. Love having you, Tater Tot Hot Dish. You always make me hungry with your name. I don't know much about you, Tater Tot Hot Dish. I need to spy on you. I need to spy on you or have you tell me some things about yourself that won't be doxing. Okay, if please join the Discord if you haven't already, Tater Tot, so that I can harass you in the personal chat, so that I can ask questions about you on a future Kahoot. Okay, but anyway, so glad you're here, Tater Tot. All right. All right, let's see here. Mr. King K has been around forever too. Hello, Mr. King K. Love having you here. Love having you here. I'm going to have to go faster, folks. Sweet Summer Child, you've been around for a bit. So glad you're here. Am I missing anyone else? No, Tater Tot. I doubt. I know Tater Tot, but you've been through a few of these. You're not that boring, Tater Tot. You're really not. Trust me. You know, there's a lot of people in here who are just regular folks. I mean, most people are regular folks. But I'd like to know something about you, even if you make it up so I can ask quiz questions about you, okay? Gwen, lit light incense, ready for news. Oh, good God, Gwen. Good luck. I don't know if there's incense strong enough in this world for that, okay? Thank you, AMA, for noticing the poppers joke. Okay. Hello, Mr. King K. All right, guys. All right. All right. Mayflower Kid. By the way, I have a couple announcements here. I have a couple announcements because Tater Tot, you know, you're an established member of the community, right? So, like, I need to know something about you. Make shit up, okay? Make shit up, right? We'll figure out something, okay? Do you live in the U.S.? Can you at least tell me if you live in the U.S.? And if not, can you tell me if you live in North America? And if not, make some shit up, okay? God damn it. All right, no, I'm kidding. I'm not mad at you. I feel like yelling at someone, and you're the victim because you're an established member of the community, so I can victimize you now, just like the rest of these people. Okay. Philly Cheese, hello. Are you announcing your celebration of death on Friday? Hello, Philly Cheese. So glad you're here. Not really. Gotcha. Oh, Minnesota. Okay, fantastic. Thank you. That's all. Thank you, Tater Tot. Amazing. All right, so let me explain something, guys. I have an announcement. Something is happening on Friday. Something very important is happening on Friday, and I would like all of you to attend. Okay. What's happening on Friday is that during the stream, later on in the stream, I will be presenting on why Kate from the game Life, what is it? Life is Beautiful. Why she was not as innocent as you all think. I will be laying out my case to show very clearly that she was really criminal. She was an immoral human being who really hated humanity. And honestly, she did not really. It really wasn't her that perished. Okay, I didn't really make her perish. Honestly, it was all of humanity. Life is strange. All of humanity crying out in protest against her existence because she was a horrible human being. And I have evidence for it. I have evidence that's been provided by anonymous sources that I will lay out for all of you to show that, you know, just to make my case. Okay. So please come to that on Friday. That's the only thing happening on Friday apart from the stream. Nothing else is happening on Friday that anyone needs to attend. Okay, Sir Bart says CR had to take defensive action. Look, Sir Bart. You know, I'm pulling in Israel here, okay? You know, in Israel. Anyway, so okay, so please join that. Please stay around for that on Friday. I will be making a case. Do you guys know that she's very pro child labor? She was very pro child labor. Like she practically would stand there cheering for the children coming out of the mines. Okay, she loved that shit. She also is very deeply involved in very unethical, immoral, and bloody illegal mining practices in sub-Saharan Africa. I mean, really unpleasant person. Not to mention, she loves selling drugs to children. But that's a different story. You know what? Well, we'll talk about this later. Anyway. Okay, so there's that. What else we're gonna do here? Okay. What else we're gonna do? We are going to So we're going to talk about some more about the Vietnam War for those who weren't here. I know Alpha Sierra. I don't think you were here yesterday, Alpha Sierra. Oh my God, I'm doing the teacher thing. I'm like, who was here yesterday and who wasn't? It doesn't fucking matter. It doesn't fucking matter. It isn't a classroom. This week is Vietnam War week. We are doing a whole week long lesson, except for maybe Friday. We might do something on Juneteenth on Friday. Um, but for the rest of the week, we'll be talking about the Vietnam War. I'm trying out a new way of approaching the educational part of the streams where we have themed weeks or themed pairs of weeks. And actually, I'm really liking it because I feel more like a teacher covering like a curriculum kind of where like we take a week to talk about a theme or a topic. Okay. So today we're going to do part 2 of the Vietnam War presentation. I will do a quick review of what we learned yesterday. Okay. So we're going to do that second. First, we have a couple news items. We have a couple news items to talk about. We're not going to talk that much about the news. Honestly, there's not much out there that's new. There's stuff that's interesting, but not much out there that's new. So we'll briefly talk about that, and then we will get right into the Vietnam War stuff. Then we'll watch a video that Meowsword sent us about the fascist aesthetics of the UFC fight that took place in the White House lawn. And then some other stuff. Okay, so let's get into it. How's everyone doing, by the way? How's everyone doing? By the way, later this week, maybe even tomorrow. No, it won't be tomorrow. It'll be later this week. We're gonna watch Apocalypse Now. We're gonna watch Apocalypse Now. Okay, because of the Vietnam War week. So sometime this week or this weekend, weekend, we were going to watch Apocalypse Now, so be on the lookout for when I decide to do that. And you know how arbitrary I am, so it could be whenever, though I'll tell you in advance. Okay. All right, let's go. Let's get into it, guys. Let's get into it. You know what, Jay Williams, don't even start with me, Jay Williams. Don't even start with me. The stream hasn't started yet. You get a bonk. Calm down. Calm down. Okay. Jesus, you too, Druzilla. Bonk. You all are uppity today. Y'all are uppity. Okay, y'all need to calm down. All right? Jesus. Okay. Alpha Sierra, can you add me to the Discord later in the quarantine channel or something? Alpha Sierra, yes. I will figure it out. I will figure out how to add you to a quarantine channel, okay? You've been patient. We'll figure it out, okay? I don't know how to do it. I'll speak with London, okay? Are we all okay with there being a channel where Alpha Sierra is quarantined? That sounds assholey, but it's like introducing a prisoner to the general population. You first have to. Okay, whatever. Let's go on. I'll see what I can do, Alpha Sierra. All right. Okay. Um. Of course, Alpha Sierra. All right. I don't know if I trust you, Alpha Sierra, but we'll see what happens. I'll see if I can convince the community. All right, guys. So let's go on here. Let's go on. Let's go on here. So a couple news items. That we'll talk about. One is serious, the other one is not as serious, okay? So let's just do this real fast. Unfortunately, I don't have any new UK news today. I don't have any new UK news. I didn't see anything that I thought was particularly new or same thing with American news. There isn't much that's interesting or new going on. So forgive me, I don't have much new, but regardless, it doesn't fucking matter. We can look at more stuff later. All right. So, let's go on. So first thing here is that there is about the war in Iran. Okay, about the war in Iran. Apparently, guys, there is a one second. Apparently, Doug, save your defense of Alpha Sierra for the Discord, okay? Save your defense of Alpha Sierra for the fucking Discord. This isn't a courtroom. We'd have to have a tribunal over on Discord, okay? Love you, Alpha Sierra. Okay. So an election that may determine the end of Starmer today. Is that true? Did I really miss that? I didn't see that when I read the news this morning. Let me see what the BBC is saying. Oh. Okay, I don't see anything, but that's okay. So anyway, what was I going to say? I completely lost my. Oh, so one thing about the Iran stuff. Iran is claiming that the United States has given Iran access to a $32 billion in frozen assets. Okay. 32 no, name. What do you mean? I'm not going to shout out your home address. Are you crazy? Okay. 32, what is it? Oh yeah, $32 billion in assets. That they've claimed that the United States has unfrozen those assets. The United States says that no, we haven't unfrozen those assets. So I don't know why Iran is saying that those assets have been unfrozen and they have access to them, and why the United States is saying they haven't done that. I don't know who's telling the truth. It's more likely Iran's telling the truth because the United States is probably bribing Iran to stop the war because we're being fucked over. But that was a weird contradiction and just something I wanted you all to think about. Okay. Not true, SoCal. I keep the leash on London, and he's only off the leash when I let him be off the leash. Okay. That's the whole thing. I'm the good cop, he's the bad cop. We play roles, okay? Okay, not really. He has a lot to say, but I it's ultimately my fucking decision, okay? Love you, London, if you're listening. But London has a girlfriend now, so London hasn't been as active on the Discord, and I approve of that. He needs to touch grass, okay? He's young, he's a student. Okay, I'm done. Okay. There you go, Alpha Sierra. Don't you love it? Okay. Yes, Drizzle. So anyway, so all right. I'm sorry. I'm rambling. Let's go on. So one other thing here. I don't want to talk about that. Let's just talk about this. That's really LaCroix. Let me double check. Sorry, guys. I did notice that there weren't many people here today. Was there no notification on the Discord this morning? Nope. There's a notification. That's weird. That's weird. I'm gonna ping it again just to make sure. Stream ping. All right. Okay. So here, okay, I don't want to talk about the other thing. Let's just talk about this. This is just kind of a fun short thing. This is a fun short thing. Okay. Hello, politics. So glad you're here. So glad you're here, politics. So, kind of a fun thing. We all know, do we all hear the stupid shit about how Donald Trump was trying to repaint? Donald Trump was trying to repaint the reflecting pond in front of in front of some shit, in front of the Washington Monument, okay, and in front of the Lincoln Memorial. Do we all hear about that stupid shit? Okay, well, this is what's really funny about it. Mayflower. Who said that? Mayflower Kid said, "Needy little whore, pinging everyone." How dare you, Mayflower Kid? How dare you? Okay. So anyway, this is funny because look at the color of it. He wanted it to be blue. Unfortunately, all the fucking around he's doing with the reflecting pond has caused an algal bloom in the reflecting pond that has turned it very green. And they keep trying to get rid of the green. Alas, it keeps coming back with an even worse algal bloom. So, guys, this is last time you brought it up, you didn't care. I don't care, Lurking Snow Leopard, but I do care about him suffering. And this is him suffering, right? So this is funny to me. It's just, by the way, this is nature fighting back. This is nature fighting back. Have you guys ever seen the scene in Lord of the Rings where the trees wake up and they like attack, they attack Isengard? That's like the real life version of this. Okay, the algae is waking up and getting revenge. That's how I'm viewing it. Okay. Yeah, swamp along. Exactly. So, guys, this is partially funny. Yeah, don't go into the reflecting pond. It will kill you. Okay. On a side note, remember how Trump said he would drain the swamp? Literally turning into a swamp. Literally, exactly, Alpha. You got it. Alpha Sierra said literally he recreated a swamp he pledged to drain in 2016. Correct. Okay. So this is funny to me, and apparently they've tried to fix it several times, and it just keeps becoming reinfested with algae. Eventually, it will probably sort itself out. They'll figure it out, but I just think this is so fucking funny. I don't know why. I just like when things he does fail. Okay, it's whatever. Okay, I just little side note, funny. Okay, yes, excuse me. You're right. It is Jay Williams. Yes, Jay Williams says it's the last march of the Ents. Yeah, thanks. Thank you. I know they're Ents. Okay, no one knows what an Ent is though. Nerds don't know what an Ent is. What does that say about you, Jay Williams? Anyway, okay. All right. Climate change causes the algal blooms to happen. Absolutely, LaCroix. And I was reading that, climate change is making these worse, especially off the western coast of the United States, off of California. There's been these big toxic algal blooms. Algal blooms. I'm not sure, algal. And sometimes they're very toxic. Okay. So a lot of these algal blooms are very, very, very toxic. So please avoid getting into algae water. They're not, it's not all toxic, but if you can't tell the fucking difference, just don't get in it. Okay. If it looks gross and green, don't get in it. I remember I remember one time when I went on, I don't know, I was on a trip in New York, and I was at this motel, and I was younger. I was like 13 or something. And they had a pool, and it wasn't the best motel, and they had a pool, and there was kind of a green hue to it, but I didn't think anything of it. I thought it was the paint, like how it was painted, and I jumped into this slightly green hued pool, and I ended up having, what is it, breaking out in a rash all over my body because it was toxic algae that was growing in this pool because they didn't chlorinate it correctly and shit. My point is just avoid it. Avoid toxic algal blooms, okay? There you go. There you go. I know it was really gross and awful. Yeah. So don't do that, okay? Don't do that. Don't be dumb, okay? Like young me was, all right? All right. Okay, so that's just a little side story I thought would be fun. I don't really have many other news items. I don't really want to talk about this one. This one is, maybe we'll briefly talk about it. 6 takeaways from the Times investigation into Jeffrey Epstein's death. The Jeffrey Epstein's death. So guys, we all have some suspicions in regards to Mr. Epstein's death, okay? Which is why I'm not calling it a self unaliving because let's just say it's his death. Now, I will say, as I've always said, unless there's more evidence, people tend to jump to conspiracy in any case. So it's best to go with go with the simplest explanation before you go to conspiracy. But we all know that this was very, 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 very suspicious. Now, there are new analyses by the Times and other groups. Okay, yeah, there you go, Jeffrey Epstein. There is a lot more evidence now that he was indeed very suicidal. Does that mean that it was but it does look like multiple accounts from multiple people from multiple different places talking about how multiple records of him talking about himself being suicidal, multiple eyewitnesses saying he was talking about suicidal. Not all of them are almost very few of them are linked to the Justice Department or the jail. And however, that does not mean so even though there is a lot more evidence that's been compiled now that shows that he almost certainly he probably was suicidal, there is also evidence that shows that the people around him weren't listening to him about it. They didn't take it seriously. So that kind of still leaves open the question then, right? Okay, that kind of leaves open the question, right? Why did they not do anything, and then why did they leave him alone in the room when there was all this evidence that showed he was suicidal? As a matter of fact, his his prior cellmate had told the guards, was like, "Hey, you shouldn't leave him alone, okay? Like this guy is he's gonna do himself, okay? He ain't gonna be around long if you leave him alone." That was literally one of the accounts in there. And yet they did. So my point is, this kind of still leaves open questions, and obviously, there's still, we still don't know for sure. I'm just saying, just interesting how new stuff comes out. This is just one other piece to the puzzle. Okay, uh, you know, so there we go. We might never really know. Okay. Of course he was. Lacroix not only was so Lacroix, you know this, Lacroix. Lacroix says bro was facing a multiple century long sentence. Of course he was suicidal. You know this, Lacroix. You know what happens to people who are charged with crimes against children in prisons. Okay. People who are charged with crimes against children typically don't live long in prison. They are have some of the highest rates of being murdered inside of prisons. So yeah, I mean, he probably wouldn't have lived long in prison anyway, even if okay. So, yeah, okay. But so just interesting. You can go read it if you want to. It is the New York Times. I agree. I believe a lot of what they say, I think, has good evidence behind it. So just something to think about. I don't know still for sure. Keep your tinfoil hats on if you want to. Absolutely, Fetty, and I agree with you. Okay. And it doesn't mean, Fetty, that they weren't responsible for his death because they might have let it happen or they were at least were incompetent enough that it happened. Okay. All right. So let's go on, guys. That's just a little note. Let's go on to our Vietnam War stuff. Okay. Now, I know that this was a short news day. We will do more news stuff. Please stay around and watch the Vietnam War stuff Okay. It is absolutely all fishy fox. And like I said, guys, I'm just saying there's more evidence that's been compiled now. This is not definitive either way. Okay. I just like looking up what the new evidence is and stuff. Okay. Okay. So guys, let's talk about the Vietnam War. Now, for those who weren't here yesterday and those who are here just to hear the news, please stay through the presentation. I promise you'll like it. You'll learn something, and then we'll talk about more news items afterwards. After I do the presentation, we will talk about day 2 elevator. Correct. We will watch some videos, do some political commentary and shit like normal. So stay around, or at the very least, if you don't want to be for the presentation, come back in a little bit because we still got a lot more to do. Okay. So let's begin today, guys, by doing a little bit of Japanese. Wow, that was racist. Vietnamese cultural stuff. Okay. On the screen is how you say hello in Vietnamese. Jin, jin chào, jin chào. Okay. Xin chào. Okay. Xin chào. Everyone repeat after me. Xin chào. Xin chào. Do it. Xin chào. All right. Xin chào. Can you do it? So shin, chow. And your voice has to go down with the chow, okay? Down with the chow. It's tonal. Remember, Vietnamese is tonal. So xin is up tone, chow, down tone. Xin chow. That is how you say hello in Vietnamese, okay? Xin chow. There you go. Okay, there you go. Raisin bread basket ball game. So xin chow, everyone. All right, so just a brief little linguistic lesson there. Xin chow. Okay, and I sound like I'm trying to do accent, but you have to. You have to when you're doing Vietnamese because it's tonal. Okay, xin chào. Okay, now, so there you go. So, guys, the Vietnamese culture, as always, whenever I do presentations like this, I want to remind everyone that we're talking about humans here. There you go. You all got it. Xin chào. Okay. And Vietnamese guys, people of Vietnam are human beings. They have a very vibrant culture. The Vietnamese language, as I said yesterday, someone tell me how did I describe it? I'm gonna do, guys. If I'm gonna be doing weekly themes, I'm gonna do it in a teacherly way. Hello? How do you guys? So how do you guys say what what is the Vietnamese language like? There you go. You got it, elevator lady. It's monosyllabic and what? Monosyllabic. And then the second thing I just said, you got it, elevator lady. Monosyllabic and tonal. Okay. Monosyllabic and tonal. Correct, guys. Okay. What were some of the nations that have occupied Vietnam throughout its history? What are the two big nations that have occupied Vietnam throughout its history? Thank you, elevator lady. Okay. So far, France, correct. And what's the other one? France, China. Okay, good. Those are the two we've talked about. Obviously, the United States is going to do it too, but France and China. Okay. I've said before that Vietnamese culture is super interesting. Okay. It is a mix of Chinese, Southeast Asian, and French culture, kind of all mixed together. That's okay, Drusilla. If English isn't your first language, okay? And you can even see it. Linguistics is super interesting. You can even see it in their language. So the Vietnamese language, about 30% of the Vietnamese language are Chinese words, okay, that are taken from China. It is, Jay Williams. That is taken from China. There was no necessarily written version of Vietnamese. So they took, hello, Cody. They took Chinese characters and kind of started using Chinese characters and applied it to their language. So 30% of Vietnamese words have been taken from Chinese, but when writing Vietnamese, 60% of written Vietnamese words are Chinese. Okay. Because their writing is much more focused on Chinese script and words than the spoken language. Okay. So just a little side note there. All right. What is the primary religion of Vietnam? What are the two primary religions of Vietnam? We mentioned it briefly yesterday. Someone tell me. The two primary religions of Vietnam. Catholic and thank you for doing the shout out. Whoever did the shout out. Okay, Buddhist, correct. Buddhist, and Catholic. Okay. CR, stop being a racist. Just say it like an American. Say what like an American? Xin Chao. That's literally how you're supposed to pronounce it. It's a tonal language. I cannot say it without the accent. It's not the right word. If I say Jin Chao, that's completely the wrong word. Okay. It might even be a curse word. All right. Currently people in Triana, okay. So, all right. Okay, so this is so yes, it has a mix of these culture beliefs and things like that. What is the main crop that is produced in Vietnam that gives it its wealth? What is the main crop in Vietnam that gives Vietnam what wealth it has? Okay, rice. Correct, Gwen. Correct, Gwen. It is one of the most productive rice producing regions in the world. Okay, so, all right, you all remember sort of some of the cultural aspects, correct? Sounds like you do. We know that the French occupied Vietnam. Okay. Yesterday, guys, we talked about how the French colonial empire took over Vietnam. And what's the name of the guy who began, well, we'll get to that in a second. So let's begin there. Let's begin there. Okay, let's begin there. So let's start. We talked, guys. We got up to the point in history after World War One. So the French are still in control of Vietnam. Ho Chi Minh wanted Ho Chi Minh. You kind of Ho Chi Minh wanted Vietnam to get its independence after World War One. The United States and the world refused to do that. Partially, okay, and so we ended off at World War II, but we're going to go back a little bit. All right. Okay. 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 So let's go on. I hate you, Mr. King K. You're joking. All right. Okay. So material conditions. Material conditions. So I didn't talk about this yesterday, but why is the French Empire so oppressive? What about them is so oppressive? Why? What are the what is it called? What are the Vietnamese communists seeking? All right, let me explain it. So, what you guys often don't hear about the Vietnam War is why so many people, so many people did not like the French, and why so many Vietnamese were upset with being occupied and colonized. Okay, amongst other reasons. So let me explain something to you guys. So by the 1930s, which is the time we got to yesterday, French economic exploitation of Vietnam had contributed to severe inequality in land distribution in Vietnam. Okay. All right. Around 80% of Vietnam's population lived in rural areas and they worked on farms. Okay. 80% of the population were rural and worked as farm labor. And remember, I told you that they worked in a collectivist way. They had villages they worked on collectively to do farming. Okay. In southern Vietnam, and so around 80% were rural and worked on farms. In southern Vietnam, which is where the Mekong River Delta is, about 1 million households or families, which is about 40% of the population, were landless tenants. Okay. So 40% were landless tenants, as in they were basically feudal serfs. They did not own their own land. They were tenants working on someone else's land. Okay. That is a lot. Okay. 40% didn't have any land and were still feudal tenants, which is about 1 million families or households working on land. In northern Vietnam, about it's serfdom, Lacroix. In northern Vietnam, about 21% of the rural population was landless. That's still a really big amount. And about 35% owned very, very small plots of land, okay? Like tiny plots of land that they could barely survive off of, which combined is over half, about 60%, okay? Um, all right. So, okay. So in 1940, I okay, so by 1940, I'm trying to figure out, okay, Vietnam's population was about 25 million, okay? And around 8 million of that 25 million were landless peasants. Okay. The Mekong Delta, which, is in southern Vietnam, was regarded as one of the worst, one of the five worst regions of in the world. Excuse me, one of the five worst regions of the world for landlessness and tenant farming. Landlessness and tenant farming. More than 70% of the Mekong Delta's population was either landless or rented additional land to supplant small holdings. So even small land-owning farmers who had very small plots of land didn't have enough land to make enough money to survive, so they would have to rent land to farm from big land-owning white French people, okay? So even if you own some land, you don't own enough. You don't own enough, okay? Tenant farmers faced and the tenant farmers, the ones who didn't own land and who worked on these big farm estates, typically paid half of their crops that they produced as rent. Half. That's a lot. They had to provide their own housing, tools, and livestock to work on that land. Not only that, they often needed to hire and rent out extra labor during peak farming seasons. Peak farming seasons. Okay. So if you're paying half of your crop to the landowner, have to pay for all your own supplies, and have to pay some of what you're producing to rent farmers to people uh, to help harvest your crop. Um, that typically meant that after paying rent and meeting other obligations, tenant farmers usually only retained a little less than a third of the crop that they produced for themselves, which is how they make a living. That is fucked up. So this was a big fucking problem. And the people who owned these large tracts of land that were worked upon were the French, were French colonists or Vietnamese loyalists to the French. Okay. So that is, yeah, Le Quabois. So when I was in college, I took an entire course on the Vietnam War. Not once was this material condition mentioned during that course. I had to find out about it myself. Like throughout, we got halfway through the course, and I'm like, wait a minute, I still don't get it. So, like, what exactly is happening on the ground that is upsetting so many people? I mean, I know colonialism, but what is the effect of it? Well, that is the effect of colonialism. Okay. So, all right. So that brings us, do we get the context now of what people are suffering? Okay. Do we get the context now of what people are suffering? Not only that, the French had implemented a secret police force and engaged in very brutal suppression tactics of anyone questioning French rule. French officials, police, and soldiers were well known for example, burying people alive, drowning them, cutting off their heads, and doing all sorts of other horrific things in an effort. Now, we're not talking this, the amount of violence was not, for example, on the same level as the Belgian Congo, but there was a lot of it. Most of the time, most people would just be sent to a prison and then released after a amount of time. Still oppressive, but there was also some violence. And so it was very oppressive in that way. Okay. Okay. So let's go on here. We talked yesterday about, so that's the environment that we're talking about for the 80% of the Vietnam's population. Okay. So Ho Chi Minh. Ho Chi Minh grew up in this environment. All right. And we kind of yesterday started talking about Ho Chi Minh, but I wanted to give you a review here and tell you some more stuff. Here's Ho Chi Minh. I chose a great picture of him. To this day in Vietnam, he's nicknamed Uncle Ho. Okay. Uncle Ho. So, as sort of a way of honoring him in Vietnamese culture, uncles and aunts are it's kind of like a compliment. It means like to call someone an uncle or an aunt is to like call them a close family member and a valued member of the community and someone who's fun and is very wise. Okay. It kind of has like the same ring as like an unk, right? Elevator lady. Okay. So he's nicknamed, by the way, in Vietnam today, Uncle Ho. He was born and forgive me, I cannot pronounce this. I'm not going to try, but I will try, but I'm not going to do the tone because I'm really bad at the tone for this one. Okay. Uh, Gwen Sin Kun. And I really can't do the tone. I tried, but it has very strong tone, and I don't speak a tonal language, so it's not that great. That's what he was born as. Okay. Later, he adopted multiple different pen names, including he ended up settling on the pen name Ho Chi Minh, which means the enlightened one, or the wise one, okay? And he kind of stuck with that, and that's kind of what he became known as, all right? And he was born in 1890 and ended up dying in 1969 during the Vietnam War, and we will talk about it later. Talk about that later. So, guys, I've told you before, Ho Chi Minh is one of my favorite historical lefties. All right. So he was born to some minor Vietnamese officials who were allied with the French government, or they were minor officials. They weren't really allied with the French government. Minor Vietnamese officials who were educated. Okay. So he was more of a middle class type character. They gave him a very good education. He was very bright, had a good education. His family was somewhat involved in nationalism and promoting independence from France, but he was especially involved. And after attending a protest while he was at school, he was expelled from the school. Um, and he later, by the way, one second, I'm sorry. He was in school for a while. He passed. He at a very good school. He passed in that school, so he ended up graduating with honors. He then attended another professional school. I think it was for law. He was kicked out of that school for protesting against the French. Okay. Um, Protesting against the French. And what was I going to say here? Oh, he because of that protest, he was an arrest warrant was issued from him, so he fled the country using his parents' money. He fled and he traveled all over the world. First, he fled. I believe he first went to New York City, where he was a pastry chef in a very famous New York restaurant. Okay, which I'm sure those pastries were good because the Vietnamese cuisine is great. So first, he was a pastry chef. Then he moved to London and he was a snow shoveler in London. He literally shoveled snow in London. Then he moved to Paris and was a photograph tinter in Paris, which means his job was to sort of tint and color photographs. Okay, so he was a photograph tinter in Paris. While he was in Paris, he joined the Socialist Party, seeking he always dreamed of an independent Vietnam. He joined the Socialist Party, very well-rounded elevator lady. Okay. And after joining the Socialist Party, he was first exposed to the writings of a person that some of us kind of like. Okay. And his name was Lenin. Okay. He started reading some of Lenin's anti-imperialist writings, and that really converted him to communism. Okay. So reading Lenin converted him to communism. He saw that as the anti-colonial god. That's pretty accurate. Okay. By the way, I forgot to mention this too. While he was in Vietnam, after he was in school for a bit, he was a teacher. So he was also a teacher for a little bit. All right. He ended up losing that job, though, because he was a teacher when he went back to school. He ended up losing that job because he was too radical of a teacher. Something else I appreciate about him, okay? Because okay, so he also was a teacher. You're going to see a trend here, guys, with teachers in this movement, okay? This was a very much partially a teacher movement. But anyway, going back to this now, so he joined the Socialist Party, got influenced by the writings of Lenin, became a communist. While he was in Paris, he joined a youth organization seeking Vietnamese independence, and he basically was gained entrance to a Versailles Peace Conference after World War I, where he went to President Wilson, and openly advocated for an independent Vietnam. And unfortunately, they didn't listen to him. And this further radicalized him. This convinced him that the West would never give Vietnam independence. So he decided he would turn to the East and towards the Soviet Union. All right. And this is where he really doubled down on communism and socialism. All right. So at this point, guys, he became influential in France. As influential communist. So the Soviet Union invited him to Moscow to study there and train to become a Soviet agent. Okay, basically a Soviet communist agent who would spread the revolution in other countries. So he went to the Soviet Union. And while, by the way, he was in the Soviet Union in Moscow training to be a Soviet agent, he was criticized many times by his Soviet teachers for being too nationalist. they would get mad at him and say, you know, you need to focus more on the worldwide workers' revolution and communism and less on Vietnam, less on Vietnam. Okay, you care too much about Vietnam, and he never listened to them. And he said, no, I care about my country. And to this day, guys, Vietnam is even though it's allied with like it historically has had connections to China and the Soviet Union, they still are very independent in a lot of ways and oftentimes don't get along with with China or Soviet Union because if you look at Vietnamese history, you can't really blame them. They have often been occupied by bigger powers. The Chinese have occupied them. The Soviet Union, they as much as they appreciate the ideology of the Soviet Union was also they viewed as an imperialist power as well. So he was a nationalist and he kind of mixed this socialist communist ideas with Vietnamese nationalism. And it should be said, guys, that he was, although he was a socialist and stuff, like Vietnam was always first in his mind. Okay. And understandably, okay, in this case, does this make sense? Okay. Uh, so after he trained in the Soviet Union, he was dispatched to southern China to meet up, okay? To meet up with a bunch of other Vietnamese exiles who were advocating for independence. And so he organized a bunch of exiles and became the leader of these Vietnamese exiles in southern China. And he created the Indo-Chinese Communist Party. And that is where we're gonna stop the story for now. I mean, we'll stop this, and then I'm gonna in like a couple minutes here, I will go on there. Okay, so that's the state of play right now. World War One has happened. No, we're gonna keep going, elevator lady. We're gonna go right back. I'm just saying, right now, we're gonna go right back. Okay, we're gonna go right back to Uncle Ho. Okay, so the French are still occupying Vietnam. And Uncle Ho is now in southern Vietnam or in southern China or is about to is in southern China or about to be in southern China is in southern China when World War II breaks out. Okay, when World War II breaks out. Now, for those who know, what happened in Vietnam during World War II? What happened in Vietnam during World War II? Someone tell me. I know Winston, you may know, Lacroix may know. I mean, a lot of you may know. What happened in Vietnam during World War II? That is accurate, Sir Bart. The Japanese. They got invaded by Japan. So a few notes here, guys. Remember, the French were occupying Vietnam, and the Nazis crushed France. The government that was now in charge of Vietnam was a French collaborationist government. That was under Vichy France. So it was a pro-fascist Nazi collaborationist government. The Japanese essentially sent troops to Vietnam and occupied it. They allowed the French to continue to rule it as its colonial overlords, but the Japanese were making all the decisions, and the Japanese occupied it with troops and used Vietnam as a giant rice paddy to feed their troops. And by every estimate I can explain, guys, the Japanese were worse than the French, okay? And that's not defending the French, but the Japanese were worse than the French. Okay, absolutely, Lacroix. Absolutely. They really were, Lacroix. Japan was looking to take all of Asia. They were just as bad colonists as other European powers. I've actually, uh, yeah, yeah. I've actually gotten into argument with Japanese nationalists before because a lot of Japanese right wingers are fucking lunatics, and they think that like Japan was anyway, like wasn't as bad as the European. No, they fucking were really bad. Okay, anyway. Moving on. Yeah, the Japanese Empire was brutal and cruel. Now, I will say, people don't view it this way, but um, there you go, Sir Bart. So I'm about to say, one of the reasons Japan did this is because they were trying to modernize and they were trying to mimic the European powers because they thought that in order to be a modern European power, you needed a brutal colonial empire, just like the other European powers. Now, there's more to it than that. They also had a sense of racial superiority, which also was kind of a European thing, but they were bad, okay, in lots of ways. But anyway, so they were brutal. Yeah, seriously, Sir Bart. Now, but I don't want to say, guys, that does not excuse the Japanese at all. Does not excuse the Japanese at all. by all accounts, they were kind of a European power. They were not Europeans, but their state acted European. They viewed themselves as superior. Okay. Anyway, hello, Dolly boy. How are you? All right, doing well. So, okay, so they invaded and they gained control of Vietnam. I'm going to show you here, just to show you guys. People forget how big the Japanese Empire was. Japanese Empire, World War II. All right. It was fucking massive, okay? And it's kind of scary to think how big this thing was. All right. Look at this. Here it is. That is the Japanese Empire. Okay. That is the Japanese Empire. You can see they had all of Southeast Asia. They had all of Indonesia. They had all these islands in here, all of like this is a lot of land. They occupied a ton of China. Okay, so it was massive, and Vietnam is part of that. And they basically just exploited Vietnam. Now, guys, this exploitation, it is scary, J Mac. Okay, that the exploitation of Vietnam got so bad that it's estimated that many hundreds of thousands of Vietnamese people starved to death. Okay, starved to death underneath Japanese occupation because the Japanese didn't give a shit about how much rice was left for the Vietnamese. So, especially in northern Vietnam, there were probably around 300 to 600,000 deaths from starvation under Japanese occupation. All right. And brutal. Okay, absolutely brutal. And the French colonial administration, of course, who were Vietnamese and French folks, they were kept alive. They were allowed to have enough to eat. And a lot of them actually got were so and they're like, well, we don't know what to do. We don't know what to do. The Japanese are telling us what to do. They got to live. A lot of poor rural Vietnamese starved to death, and there were rumors that spread amongst the French and Vietnamese colonial class that the poor were going to eat their children and shit. So they were afraid that they saw so many hungry Vietnamese that they were worried that they were going to start eating their kids. It was bad. Okay. All right. And it was in this time, okay, it was in this time that we go back to Uncle Ho. Because Uncle Ho, at this point, re-entered Vietnam. The French officials had been weakened by the presence of the Japanese, so he viewed this as an opportunity. So he took his now armed Communist Party and re-entered Vietnam, and then they renamed themselves to Viet Minh. And this is very important. There's a lot of names that you guys are going to have to remember, okay, while we're talking about stuff. So one of the ones you have to remember, so I will try to point out the ones that are really important for you to remember. One of these groups that you should remember are the Viet Minh, okay? So he re-entered Vietnam with this group of communist nationalists called the Viet Minh. I'm going to make it big so you can see it. Okay. The Viet Minh, okay? And I know, guys, trust me, I know I'm just talking at you. I promise it'll get more interesting here in a second. I hope you're all learning something. I know I'm ranting at you, okay? So the Viet Minh, don't forget the Viet Minh. Very important. For the guys, based off, thank you, J-Mac, for doing that. Based off what I've told you, okay, when Ho Chi Minh entered Vietnam, he actually, and I'll tell you some more about this. We're going to watch a video about it, so I won't go into too much detail. Okay, one other thing here. So he re-entered Vietnam, and they named themselves the Viet Minh, okay? Now, for most Vietnamese people, the communism and socialism thing wasn't the big deal, okay? What they cared about was independence, okay? So you can imagine that for rural Vietnamese people, this was an organization fighting for liberty and independence from foreign occupation, okay? And they liked the socialist stuff, but as a matter of fact, while while the colonial administration did nothing, one of the big things that Ho Chi Minh started doing that got him tremendous support from the Vietnamese people is he decided not to sit back and watch the people starve. He and the Viet Minh started launching a series of raids where they would raid Japanese rice storage facilities, steal the grain, and then distribute it to the starving. Now, I don't know about you, but that's pretty fucking based. Okay. So the Viet Minh started launching raids of storage facilities, stealing the grain that was hoarded by the Japanese and distributing it to the starving Vietnamese peasantry. Okay. Robin Hood behavior, correct. All right. You can imagine that pretty fucking quickly changed, really improved the standing of the Viet Minh in North Vietnam, especially in North Vietnam, because that's where he was raiding from. Okay. Not only that, guys, and this is something else that doesn't get talked about. Remember how I told you that about the land issues going on amongst the peasantry, okay, amongst the rural population of Vietnam. Wherever the Viet Minh went, they seized land holdings that were held by French colonial officials, okay, and they distributed it to landless peasants. Now, at this point, they didn't go too crazy with it because they could not afford to piss off some of the bigger landlords and such, okay? They could not afford to piss off some of the bigger landlords because they still relied somewhat on their support. So they did the most they could. So again, they took things that were held by the French and the Japanese at this point, took it and then redistributed it to the landless peasantry, further gaining the massive amounts of support. And then they also enforced rules heavily reducing rents for tenants on big landowners' lands. At this point, they're kind of treading this line because they need to keep the support of the landowners while also wanting to start doing some major changes. They will later do the major changes, okay? By the way, another figure in all of this that's very important that I forgot to mention, okay? So we're starting to see that the Viet Minh are rebelling. They're fighting back. And, okay, this guy, if you know about Ho Chi Minh, you also have to know about, uh, oh God, I'm gonna mess this up. Oh God. Oh shit. Well, let me see if I can find out how to pronounce his name. I want you guys to hear his name. Um, pronounce. So I used to know how to pronounce his name. Here we go.
Hello and welcome to learning the name of the general Võ Nguyên Giáp. Võ Nguyên Giáp.
Okay. Vo Nguyen Ziap. Okay. Vo Nguyen Ziap. Okay. Anyway, so this was kind of the right-hand man of of Uncle Ho. As you said, as I put up here, guys, Ho Chi Minh was sort of the ideologue, the revolutionary, the ideologue, the thought leader, the politician, okay? The his On the other side was Vo Nguyen Gyap, okay? And I don't know how to do the tones on that one. I can only really do the tones for easy things like Jin Chao, okay? But this one is not as easy. Regardless, this was the right-hand man of Ho Chi Minh, and he, by the way, is considered sort of one of the more here. I'll dance. I'm just going to keep running because I'm doing this, okay? He, by the way, he had a very similar background. This is him right here. He had a very similar background to Ho Chi Minh. He kind of was born to a colonial middle class family, and he was a history teacher. Okay. He went, by the way, to he was younger, but he went to the same school that Ho Chi Minh had gone to. He also went to the same school that a later president of South Vietnam had gone to. Okay. And he became a history teacher after he failed to the entrance exam to go to law school. Okay. Well, actually, no, I'm sorry. He ended up going to law school. He ended up, in the meantime, he became a history teacher, and he was a history teacher teaching history. And on the side, as a historian, he was super interested in military history. So he studied a lot independently, reading independently books by um, Karl von Clausewitz, Lenin, Napoleon, okay, Sun Tzu, whoops, Sun Tzu, and Lawrence of Arabia, okay, and started gaining all this knowledge of military tactics and things like that. And furthermore, guys, whereas Ho Chi Minh was sort of more pragmatic, um, and things like that, this guy, yup, hated the French. Absolutely hated them with his every being. I mean, Ho Chi Minh did too, but not in the same way. Yup, for several reasons. One, his father died in a French prison after protesting the French. Okay. Not only that, his sister was imprisoned for protesting the French. She was released from prison, but she had gotten sick in the prison and died soon after being released from the French prison. His wife later was beaten to death in a French prison. He had lost most of the most important family members in his life to French brutality. He fucking hated the French, okay? Hated the French. And you can see why he focused on military strategy. He made it his life mission to crush the fucking French, okay? And you will see that, like, he ended up becoming one of the most brilliant military commanders of the 20th century that rarely gets talked about. But I can promise you that even conservative military people will say, yeah, he was very brilliant. Okay. And he he ended up so he never had any formal military training, but he independently studied all this shit. And he ended up joining up with Ho Chi Minh in China after having an arrest warrant out for him, and entered Vietnam with Ho Chi Minh when they crossed the border with the Viet Minh. So you now have these two guys working together as sort of a pair of leaders. Ho Chi Minh, the ideologue and the politician, and Giap, the sort of military strategist, working together. Okay. And he immediately started training the troops very competently. He trained them in the Viet Minh in guerrilla tactics, in hit and run tactics. He would always say to them, only fight when you know you can win. And it's better to wait when you to win. Okay, never engage in direct combat unless you know for a fact you're going to win. They started building, he started ordering them to secretly build tunnels, tons of tunnels anywhere, so that the Viet Minh could come out of hiding, strike, and then go back into the tunnels and run away. Okay. He started training the Viet Minh in camouflage and how to hide yourself in the dense forest canopies. Okay. He was very competent and was a very big threat. He made some mistakes, but he learned from them early on. Okay, so these are the two players that we now have leading this group of pro-independence socialists called the Viet Minh. We get it. We understand. We understand, right? Now then, um, during the war, okay, the United States actually, who were going against the Japanese, decided that they wanted to help aid the Viet Minh. Okay, so this is going to be another instance of imperial folly. FDR decided to send the OSS, which is the precursor to the CIA, um, to Vietnam with supplies and to offer supplies and training to the Viet Minh to help in their combat against the Japanese. Okay, and they did. So the United States actually helped the Viet Minh in their struggle against the Japanese and the French at this point. Okay. Um, and the OSS operatives actually were airdropped into northern Vietnam and went to the Viet Minh encampment. There, by the way, they found Ho Chi Minh. And in a very odd case of historical irony, I guess, he was on the verge of death. When the OSS arrived, he was basically probably a few hours away from dying. He was very sick. And the OSS officers provided medication and saved his life. So tell that to later military generals that the United States are the ones who actually saved Ho Chi Minh's life. Anyway, whoopsie. Okay, but so they did and they ate it. I know, right? Thanks, OSS. They provided weapons, and with these weapons and stuff, the Viet Minh became a very efficient fighting force. Um, and eventually, when after the dropping of the bombs and things like that, the Viet Minh essentially took over the government apparatus from the French in North Vietnam and in South Vietnam. And immediately, Ho Chi Minh, at the end of World War II, declared independence. And he declared independence by starting off his speech. Okay. And so, as soon as the Japanese left, the French had been weakened by the war, and the Viet Minh were very popular after all they had done for the people. So, as soon as the war ended, literally the day the Japanese surrendered, Ho Chi Minh goes in front of a camera, declares Vietnamese independence, and the first line of his speech is was the line that all men are created equal and that they're endowed by their creator with certain unalienable rights, and amongst those are the rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. He literally quoted Thomas Jefferson, claiming that this was a fight for independence from colonial overlords. And he believed, by the way, he believed that America was a land fighting for freedom because he had seen America liberate Europe and such. So he actually liked America somewhat, and he was also wanted to make sure that they would allow him independence, though he was very nice about it. But he declared independence. Okay, now, so that was sort of so now, in theory, Vietnam is independent. Now, what has to happen, guys? Do you think in practice for that to be a reality? What has to happen in reality? What has to happen in practice for that to be a reality? Okay. If you've declared independence from a colonial overlord, knowing what was happening at the time. All right. Do we think that, being, this is guess, being in Vietnam's position, do you think that just by saying they're independent, they're going to be independent? Anyone? Exactly, Sir Bar. France better agree, right? France has to agree to this, and they hadn't agreed yet. They just declared independence. And what were exactly, the colonial overlord would actually have to leave, okay? And France did not want to do this. Not only that, guys, FDR had died. Franklin Delano Roosevelt had died, and now Harry Truman was in power. And the year that Harry Truman was in power, and he was getting a lot of pressure because the Soviet Union had just conquered Eastern Europe or taken over Eastern Europe, and China was looking like it was going to go communist. And the French made the argument to Truman that, hey, if you dismantle our empire, that'll allow communism to spread everywhere. So you need to help us maintain the empire. So the United States went from helping Vietnam to supporting the continued French domination over Vietnam. And we actually supplied the French with tons of ammunition and equipment. And the French sent an expeditionary force to Vietnam to regain control of it. And they did. They fought a war to regain control of Vietnam, and they did. But really, they only gained control over the city centers, okay? Because it was a hell of a time to pacify the countryside. Okay, so I'm gonna pause there. I know because I'm just talking at you. Do we all get that so far? Do we all get that so far? Okay. Do we all get this so far? Any questions about what we've talked about so far? We have some more to go. I just wanted to quickly tell you all that so you kind of have a general idea about what happened here. Okay. All right. Enter the Cold War, right? Okay. I have not yet Cicero Fields. Maybe we will later. Okay. All right. So, on that note, guys, we are going to one of the best. You're gonna see a lot of what I just talked about. PBS has some very good documentaries, historical documentaries, okay? And I really love these. Don't worry, we're not gonna watch the whole thing. I just want you to see some footage, okay? Thank you, politics. I just want you to see some footage, okay? Thank you, Lacroix. I want you to see some footage because this was done by Ken Burns. For the history nerds out there, you guys probably know who Ken Burns is. He's a great documentary filmmaker. His stuff isn't always perfect, but it is typically very good and uses lots of archival resources. So I highly recommend everyone watch his Vietnam War series. It is very well done. We are going to watch some clips from the first episode here, and because you get to see stuff. All right, so I first want you guys to show how, because I'm also an appreciator of films, I want you to see the opening to this documentary because it gives me chills. It's it'll get you excited for learning more about the Vietnam War. Okay, so just watch this a bit, and then I will show you some parts that are relevant to what we're talking about, okay? Yeah, exactly, Sir Bart. And guys, this has a lot of good music in it, as Sir Bart says. And the audio is great. If you guys have your earphones on and you watch this, you feel like you're in the Vietnam War, okay? Matt Seig, I thank you so much for that, for the gifted subs. Really, thank you so much for the gifted subs. Yeah, I was gonna say her. So guys, right now we're just gonna watch the intro, and then there's some parts I'll show you after that, but I just want you to see the overall intro to the series because it's really good. Wow. I'm sorry, did you send me bits? I didn't see it, Dolly Boy, forgive me. Really, I'm not meaning to ignore you, Dolly Boy. I keep missing it. Dolly Boy, thank you so much. I apologize, okay? I apologize, Dolly Boy. Thank you so much for the 400 bits. Dolly Boy says, wow, didn't realize the stream was going to be so prolific.
Coming home from Vietnam was close to as traumatic as the war itself.
Now,
for years, nobody talked about Vietnam. We were friends with a young couple.
Thank you, Lacroix. Thank you for the 400 bits.
It was only after 12 years that the two wives were talking. Found out that we both had been Marines in Vietnam. Never said a word about it.
And I love
never mentioned it. And the whole country was like that. It was so divisive.
Yeah.
And it's like living in a family with
Jane?
an alcoholic father. Shh, we don't talk about that. Our country did that with Vietnam. It's only been very recently that I think that, the baby boomers are finally starting to say, what happened? What happened?
Okay, so you see, he's doing this rewind bit, rewinding it all to start at the very beginning, okay?
What we need now in this country is to heal the wound.
He's burning in hell, thank God. This is Henry Kissinger, one of the worst monsters in human history, who we're going to talk about later this week, okay? Absolute monster of a human being who is I'm very happy, is currently burning in hell for all eternity.
And to put Vietnam behind us.
Yeah, rotting in piss. No more hope.
The killing in this tragic war must stop.
Oof.
But General Westmoreland's strategy is producing results. The enemy is no longer closer to victory.
Hilarious.
No matter how you measure it, we're better off than we thought we would be at this time.
Fucking, oh my God. I hate McNamara.
You have been left.
If you guys will start seeing a lot of monsters, okay? Like, I'm gonna probably be like gagging watching some of these people.
As to how deeply we are involved in Vietnam.
We have increased our assistance to the government, its logistics.
You see they're going back in time, so yeah, reversing
You
into
have a row of dominoes set up, and you knock over the first one, and the last one.
Yes, Drusilla. There's Ho. There's Uncle Ho.
Successful in Korea, we can expect it to spread throughout Asia and Europe and to this hemisphere.
All the French. Now we're back to the French. Those are French troops. Okay. Fast. I don't mean to cut into here, but you have to understand that. Hello, Luke. Okay, you have to understand that the Vietnam War. I know we're lefties, right? Yeah, I'm not a fan of a lot of what the troops did over there, but the Vietnam War was is very complex. Okay, it also was a very civilizing moment for the United States. A lot of Americans, we basically transitioned from a society that primarily trusted the government and no matter what they did to a society that had no trust in the government. A lot of us probably owe our current political stances to the Vietnam War, even if we don't know it, because it created a whole new culture that was very defiant of authority and did not trust the government. So it's very complex, right? What the elites were doing aren't necessarily the same as what the everyday person was doing. Anyway, Dolly Boy, a lot of people were forcibly sent over there. They were drafted.
Failure, witnessed by the entire world.
And what did you see, my darling?
Did you guys hear that? I'm sorry. I'm going to go back a little bit. Just listen to what he says.
Suffered.
Whenever I see it, gives me chills. Some of the journalism from this war is absolutely mind-bending. Insane.
Easier to muddle through than admit.
Guys, because I'm going to cry, but a lot of these people, their bodies couldn't be found because they were turned to dust, literally. They were burned alive.
For many Vietnamese, it was a brutal civil war. For others, the
This is a former North Vietnamese soldier. There is only destruction.
Chỉ có mấy ông không.
Okay, so this is the first episode of this series. I can recommend you watch the whole thing, guys. I'm going to skip around a bit, but he goes back to the very beginning, by the way, as I recall. Okay, so let's just watch a bit of this. So that's a rice paddy, all right? No problem, mate, kid. So again, Vietnam, rice-based civilization, obviously. The French attacked and seized our country in the middle of the 19th century. The invasion was bloody and cruel.
The French conquest of Indochina began with an attack on the ancient Vietnamese port of Da Nang in 1858. It took 50 years to lay claim to the whole region, Laos and Cambodia, as well as the 1,200-mile-long area that would come to be called Vietnam. All of it was ruled by a French governor-general from his palace in Hanoi. The French largely lived on plantation estates. And in cities like Saigon, made to look as much as possible like those at home. Most did not even bother to learn the language spoken by their subjects. Instead, they installed a series of puppet emperors and employed a network of French-speaking Vietnamese officials, mandarins, willing to carry out their wishes. The French put their subjects to work, building roads and canals, railroads and bridges.
Of course, the French were proud of their civilization, which they boasted of bringing to the Vietnamese people. Of course, the Vietnamese people didn't need French civilization. What they needed was independence. Oh my God,
the Vietnamese people did not take easily to French occupation.
Look at this. So this is a torture method, guys, where these are people who are being publicly shamed for being disobedient to the French administration, and they would be shackled like this in public. Okay, they would have their legs put through. And by the way, guys, Vietnam's very hot, very, very hot. Okay, it's right along the equator or very near the equator. It's a very hot place, very humid. So being forced to sit outside in these shackles, okay, very hot, very unpleasant, in close quarters.
Had fought against earlier invasions by the Chinese. By the early 20th century, nationalism was on the rise. But anyone who dared resist colonial rule risked exile, prison, or
look at this. The guy's head on a pike. Okay.
the guillotine.
The guillotine, yeah.
They control everything. The resource from our country.
They control everything, the resources for a country.
But mostly, they took our independence and our freedom. When I was a small child,
I got nationalism already from school.
From the school.
Oh, you guys can
and
do recess.
I always looked at the French as my enemy.
Yeah, J. was a severed head.
Nó coi người Việt Nam như là cái người thấp kém hơn.
The French, the Vietnamese,
Chứ
to
sợ
the
nhưng mà
French,
Việt
the
Nam
Vietnamese were
là
inferior
hoàn
people.
toàn không có
In
equality, không có
Vietnam, there
đồng bình
was
đẳng.
no equality, equality.
Chúng tôi rất là ghét Pháp điều đó.
It is why we hated them so much. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead, guys, a little bit.
And
needs a family.
He promised to met in Paris.
I didn't want to
as the
I'm going to skip some of the
in
American
the spring of
dicks. We'll do that
1919,
later.
as the victorious Allied powers met in Paris to rebuild a world shattered by the Great War. President Woodrow Wilson headed the American delegation, housed in the Hotel Crillon.
So this is right after World War I?
One day, a tall, slender, 29-year-old man appeared with a petition for the president he and other Vietnamese nationalists had written. Inspired by Wilson's declaration that the interests of colonial peoples should be given equal weight with those of their European rulers, the man was asking that this principle be applied to his homeland. The president's secretary promised to show it to Wilson, but there is no evidence that he ever did. His name was Win Tat Tan, but he was now living under an alias, Win Ai Quoc, Win the Patriot. During his long, shadowy career, he would adopt some 70 different pseudonyms, finally settling on the most enlightened one, Ho Chi Minh.
Oh, Uncle Ho.
Ho Chi Minh was a man who succeeded in projecting an image of somebody who was totally dedicated to freeing his country and his people from foreign domination, to the point that he sacrificed his own well-being, his own life, not having a family of his own. To Vietnamese, that's a big sacrifice, because to us, everybody needs a family.
Ho Chi Minh was born in 1890, the son of a minor official in the French regime.
So
after
you guys,
taking part in the demonstration against the puppet emperor and the French
stuff, I guess is a repeat. I was thinking of skipping the stuff that's a repeat, but are you guys liking seeing the footage and stuff? That's what I kind of wanted to show you. Anyone particularly adverse to the repeat, given that you get to see some footage?
Frenchman who pulled his strings, Ho was expelled from school and marked for arrest.
Yeah, marked for arrest.
He left Vietnam in 1911 and remained in exile for 30 years.
Cool, good guys, good.
He served as a cook's helper aboard a French liner and visited New York and Boston, where he worked for a time as a pastry chef at the Parker House. He shoveled snow in London.
Yeah.
Tinted photographs in Paris. There, Ho Chi Minh joined the French Socialist Party.
There he is.
But when he discovered the anti-colonial writings of Lenin, he became a communist.
There you go.
He was invited to Moscow to study, underwent training as a Soviet agent, was sometimes criticized for being a nationalist first, a communist second.
Is that what happened
to Lacroix? Dispatched to China to organize a cell of other Vietnamese exiles and help establish the Indo-Chinese Communist Party. Through it all, he was taut and quivering, a friend remembered.
Yeah, he was a very little guy, and he was always kind of thin. People always said he kind of quivered, okay?
With only one thought, his country, Vietnam.
All right, this is the Japanese invasion of World War II. talking about today, obviously.
By 1940, much of the world was at war again. Germany had seized most of Western Europe, including France. Imperial Japan threatened many of the European colonies in Asia and occupied Vietnam, where they permitted their allies, the collaborationist French, to continue to oversee their colony.
Yeah, LaCroix.
To some Vietnamese, the coming of the Japanese seemed to signal a welcome.
Well, LaCroix, that's actually an interesting point. LaCroix says it's kind of crazy. Everyone in the West just sort of forgot about what Japan did. Why do you think that is, LaCroix? Why do you think that is? I have a reason I think that is, because I believe that the victims of the Japanese Empire were not white, okay? And the victims of the Japanese Empire were pretty quickly viewed. There you go, LaCroix. The people they invaded were not considered worthy victims, okay? And right after the war, China became communist, and there was a notion that, well, there's dirty communists in China. We don't care about... Guys, we were allies of China during World War II. No one remembers that. Yeah. Same thing why a lot of Americans don't remember what the Soviets went through, okay? And we don't talk about Japan because of what we did to Japan. That's possible, too. The dropping of the nukes on Japan is... Loiso... We can talk about this sometime. Loiso actually kind of changed my mind on this a little bit. The dropping of the nukes, not entirely, but it's much more complicated than just saying it was bad or it was good. And I know that sounds dark, but Loiso actually gave... Well, we'll talk about it at some point. I need to collect my thoughts. But yeah, it was an interesting... There's some interesting stuff with that, but... Overall, we don't care about the victims of their empire because they weren't white people.
End to white colonial rule. But Ho Chi Minh, still in exile in China, saw the Japanese as alien invaders, no more welcome than the French. They were only interested in exploiting his country and seizing Vietnamese crops to fill their own rice bowls. The time had come, he said, to rally patriots of all ages and all types.
So listen, guys, Weirdomorphous Blob and Sir Bart. That was was initially the way I thought, okay? And I don't know if I still think that way or not. The question becomes, what was the alternative? And I initially would have said, and I'm not saying I have a definite answer on this, the initial would have been blockade the island. Well, then you may have had much more death because a blockade would have... Japan only survived off rice imports. So then you would have had the whole island starving to death and possibly dying. My point is that we don't know if other options would have been better or worse. So my ultimate answer, like literally, it could be that other options would have caused even more death. So my point is that... we don't know what would have happened. Okay, like it could have been that the nukes were less death because we don't know. I'm not saying it's good, but I'm saying we don't know if other options were better. To this day, we can't be sure. Weirdomorphous Blob, the alternative was either their surrender, which they were already increasingly bucking to, or invasion by the Soviet Union. Yes, in either one, they yes, I suppose, but the Soviet Union may not have invaded the mainland either. The United States was paranoid about it, but it's unclear if the Soviets would have invaded the Japanese mainland if they had. This is complicated. The point is that we don't really know. Like if you look at the historical record, I am not. You guys know I'm not pro nuking. I'm just saying a lot of times. I've been thinking about what would the alternative have been and would it have been worse? And by the way, Weirdomorphous Blob, if the Soviets had invaded, then there certainly would have been more deaths than 2 nukes being dropped, which is partially my point, right? Is that if the Soviets had invaded, there would certainly have been more deaths than the nukes being dropped. So I don't know. And I'm not commenting on the morality of it. I'm just saying if we look purely at deaths and things like that, it's much more complicated. Anyway.
Peasants, workers, merchants, and soldiers to defeat the Japanese and the collaborationist French.
Cicero Fields, I have heard the Japanese were ready to deliver a surrender to the U.S. and we nuked them anyway. I have not heard that, Cicero Fields. I don't necessarily think that's true. The Japanese were still saying they wanted to fight to the end. What ended up having this is complicated. The Japanese were very, very radicalized. I'm not saying that they would not have eventually signed a surrender otherwise, but my point is that we don't know, right? We don't know. They had been preparing for an invasion of the mainland. They may have eventually just surrendered. So it might be that the nukes were unnecessary, but it could have been that other forms would have caused even more deaths.
In February of 1941, after 3 decades away from his homeland, Ho Chi Minh slipped back across the Chinese border into Vietnam.
Lacroix, almost certainly. Lacroix Bois, do you think the nukes were more about stopping Japan or flexing on the USSR to show them what we are capable of? So this, okay. So, Lacroix, no, Sir Bart, that's my point. Okay. So listen. I know this sounds bad that I'm saying all that, okay? But it is I'm not saying it was moral to drop nukes on anyone, okay? But we okay, let me put it this way. So, Lacroix Bois, do you think the nukes were more about stopping Japan or flexing on the USSR? So, it was almost certainly probably more about flexing on the USSR. But if you look at internal documents, it was about both. America was getting very tired of the war, and they knew that there'd be heavy casualties if we invaded on the ground, and that the American public might not be happy about that. So it was there were several factors that came together to make us do it. I think the main one was probably flexing on the Soviet Union. So let's see here. And why 2 cities? So Drusilla, and guys, I'm not like a defending America person. I'm literally just trying to look at numbers and things like that. So after the first nuke was dropped, Japan still didn't surrender. Now, we can look back and say that we should have given them more time. We gave them, 3 days? And it's possible that they might have been starting to think they should surrender after the first one, but we didn't know that. We had no way of knowing. So then we dropped a second one, and we told them that we would drop a new bomb on a new city every until they surrendered. Now, to be clear, okay, I figured it was both, but I was wondering how much it really was a show of power to the USSR. So, Lacroix, there are historians who disagree with me on that. There are historians that disagree with me on that, but yeah. To be clear, guys, America had basically nuked other cities too, but they weren't nukes. We had firebombed other Japanese cities and literally wiped them off the map. Japanese cities were essentially made of paper and wood. A lot of them were, architecturally, and we had firebombed multiple Japanese cities and killed practically as many civilians, if not more, in those cities than we did with the nukes. So the dropping of these nukes were not necessary. We could have just firebombed those cities, I guess, if you want to look at it that way. Which is why I think it was to show off to the USSR. It was a display of the new weapons we had. We didn't have to do that to terrify the Japanese. The question becomes, should we have destroyed those 2 cities, whether it was with a nuke or not with a nuke? And no, obviously, we shouldn't destroy any cities. But if you look at other options, it's unclear if any other options would have caused fewer or more deaths, okay? We don't know. So I think it's very unclear whether to say, and guys, think about it. So for example, do you think it was immoral for the UK and America to raise German cities with bombs during World War II? For example, they razed Hamburg, they razed Dresden to the ground, bombing the fuck out of these German cities, and which, very criminal in a lot of ways, okay? Or, the Nazis bombed the fuck out of Coventry and cities in the UK. There was people destroying each other's cities left and right, etc. I'm not excusing it. I'm just saying we tend to focus on the 2 nuclear bombs being dropped as something particularly bad, but in the grand scheme of things, that was one more shit. Okay, that was one more, just 2 more cities being destroyed, and that's not like a good thing. I'm just saying. Anyway. So, Le Quabois, morally dubious, but arguably necessary to all-out war is gross. It is. And that's why after World War II, all these new laws of war were put in place. Listen, I don't have a clear answer on this, but I have recently been thinking more about what the other options would have brought. I used to say that why don't we just blockade the islands, but we don't know. We don't know. That could have killed more people than nukes. I don't know.
And set up headquarters near the remote village of Pokba, in a limestone cave at the side of a mountain he named for Karl Marx. Overlooking a jungle stream he named for his hero, Lenin.
Okay, real fast, let's go back, guys. So remember, he's now entered
to
Vietnam
oversee their
China.
colony. To some Vietnamese, the coming of the Japanese seemed to signal a welcome end to white colonial rule. But Ho Chi Minh, still in exile in China, saw the Japanese as alien invaders, no more welcome than the French. They were only interested in exploiting his country and seizing Vietnamese crops to fill their own rice bowls. The time had come, he said, to rally patriots of all ages and all types, peasants, workers, merchants, and soldiers, to defeat the Japanese and the collaborationist French. In February of 1941, after 3 decades away from his homeland, Ho Chi Minh slipped back across the Chinese border into Vietnam and set up headquarters near the remote village of Pok Ba,
So this is what I
in a
talked about, guys.
limestone cave at the side of a mountain he named for Karl Marx.
He named the cave after Karl Marx. That's cute.
Overlooking a jungle stream he named for his hero, Lenin. There, he founded a revolutionary movement, which he called the Vietnam Independence League, the Viet Minh.
Viet Minh.
Everybody want to join the Viet Minh to fight. Mostly, nobody know about the Viet Minh as a communist organization.
To build and lead a fighting force for his revolution, Ho called upon Va Nguyen Giap, a one-time teacher of French history who had instructed the children of Hanoi's elite. Giap was an early convert to...
So Hiyori, and literally, Hiyori, I totally get this. I know that what I'm saying, it sounds bad and immoral. I know we're talking about the bomb now. Hiyori. So this is my question, Hiyori, and this is the question that got me. What was the alternative, Hiyori? And how do we measure which alternative would have been better? Because any alternative I can think of may have caused even more deaths than the nukes would have caused. As in, we couldn't predict the outcome of anything else. They could have caused less deaths. It could have caused more deaths. So I'm just curious, what would the alternative been to two cities being nuked? We could have just bombed 2 cities, but let's put it this way. What was the alternative to razing 2 cities to the ground?
Communism, whose lifelong hatred for the French intensified when they beat his wife to death in prison. Inspired by Napoleon, Lawrence of Arabia...
So this is Giap. Okay, Giap. They're talking about Giap now.
Communist Chinese revolutionary Mao Zedong, Giap had already begun to develop a distinctive theory of warfare that relied on guerrilla tactics until a full-scale conventional attack could be mounted. In the fight for independence, which he believed was coming, his armies, Giap said, would be everywhere and nowhere.
The reason Vietnamese had always resort to guerrilla warfare was because we were a small country, and it was just a way of fight, the weak against the strong. Don't fight unless you're sure you can win, and surprise is a big element. Choose your own battle.
Yeah, so that was to do that. Okay, so we're getting a little bit further up here. I'm gonna keep going. I wanted to show you, so I want to get to the point where we are, and then I'm going to tell you about what ends up happening with the French. Okay, so give me a second.
Of straw, desperately ill.
Okay, so we're going to get to the point where the OSS is now arriving to assist Ho Chi Minh in his efforts against the French and the Japanese.
Paul Hoagland was the medic on their team, and the first thing he was told.
Okay, once I'm going to go back a bit.
Don't take any more of my men. As soon as I said it, I freaked myself out and said, holy, can I take that prayer back?
By the spring of 1945, more than 3 years after the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor, the United States government was looking for allies behind the lines in Vietnam. The Americans were hoping to find a way to undermine Japanese forces there when they were contacted by Ho Chi Minh.
Okay. Yeah, so it was actually Ho Chi Minh, I guess, that reached out to OSS.
To drop an OSS team in to meet with the Viet Minh leadership. Paul Hoagland was the medic on their team, and the first thing he was told was that he must attend to their leader, who was dead.
So, Matt Sagai, you say when you nuke cities, you make those places uninhabitable for a long time, don't you? Well, you make it toxic. You don't, in this case, the nukes weren't powerful enough to make them uninhabitable, but yes, they cause deformities over time. So, Matt Sagai, I agree with you in that case. One alternative, I guess, if you want to say alternative to this, I guess raising the city with conventional bombs. I hate saying that. So, but my question then, Matt Saga, is if I agree with you on the like radioactivity bit, I really do. I don't think it's ever fair to irradiate a place for future generations. So, but let's frame it this way then. What is the alternative to raising what's alternative to raising the two cities would have resulted in fewer death and less destruction? And I don't know if there is one. There might be. I have not been able to find. I cannot think of anything. Okay.
Desperately sick, so he was taken to a grass shack where a bewhiskered skinny man lay.
Sir Bart, listen, Sir Bart, it is not that easy. Okay. I knew I shouldn't have talked about this. Sir Bart, taking an L in this case would have meant the Japanese Empire continues to mass slaughter people across the Pacific region. What do you mean? Let them continue doing genocide in China and shit like that, okay? Or taking an L means letting the Japanese, if we destroy the empire and then let Japan sit there, it means letting the Japanese people starve to death. So I feel okay. So like it is, you can't, so you see what I mean? This is why I think it's more complicated. So should we just let them starve to death because they can't get access to their imperial holdings? Or should we let them keep their holdings in China and continue to mass slaughter people? Like it's not, and I could make the argument that, yeah, maybe not a nuke, but I think it's very easy for people to say the nukes were bad. But okay, I'm just saying, I don't think it is as cut and dry as people make it out to be anymore, okay?
And a bundle of straw, desperately ill, and that was Ho Chi Minh.
Yeah, there you go, Doug. Damned if you do, and that's my point, is that you're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't, okay? And that's why I'm saying every option is bad. Every option is bad. The nuking isn't good, but I'm saying every option is bad.
The OSS, the secret wartime precursor of the CIA, supplied Ho's ragtag guerrillas with arms, and marveled at how quickly they learned to handle them. Ho Chi Minh began to call his father.
So, I'm sorry, I know, guys, we're getting off track here. Do we see here that the OSS is now helping the Viet Cong, or the Viet Minh? Okay. Hiyori, I'm not a military strategist, so I can't say. I understand what you mean. The issue with the current official U.S. stance, the reasoning behind nukes is that it's not at all considering other possibilities. I'm sorry. The issue with the current official stance and the reasoning behind the nukes. I push back against any sort of reasoning that echoes the U.S. military's reasoning, but I still leave my mind open. So I am not echoing the America's reasoning at all. As a matter of fact, like the U.S. reasoning, the American military's reasoning was much more brutal than mine, okay? They didn't give a shit. I don't think the nuking is good at all. They thought it was a great thing and that it was necessary because, and they lied, by the way. The U.S. government said that we had to nuke them in order to get Japan to surrender, to save American lives and stuff. But really, we did the nukes to frighten the Soviet Union. But I think, though, if you look back, literally, I don't know. But Hiyori, that's my point, Hiyori. Like, I worry that this idea of the nuclear bombs is saying that it would have been okay for the Japanese to suffer in a worse way then. And then if that way would have happened, that would have been viewed as horrible also. I don't know. This is very difficult, okay? That's why I don't know what the correct historical thing to do was.
Followers, the Viet American Army, and praised the United States as a champion of democracy that would surely help them end colonial rule.
We saw the American coming. And when we look at the American,
we never learned,
we consider them as a kind of
a free
man, liberating the people. They have liberated Europe already.
Okay. So you see a lot of
Meanwhile,
the Japanese...
famine gripped the northern part of the country.
Or, I'm sorry, a lot of the Vietnamese...
Hundreds of thousands of Vietnamese were dying of starvation.
Look at that.
While
that's what the Japanese were doing. Okay, the Japanese stealing of the grain, okay, the stealing of the grain in Vietnam killed, what, 400 to 600,000 people?
Japanese storehouses were filled with rice.
In those days, garbage was collected by people pushing carts. And my mother remembers that every morning she would see these garbage carts going around and people picking up dead bodies and throwing them on the carts.
So dark.
It was incredible. And people who lived through it would never forgot.
Duong Van Mai's father was the deputy governor of a province east of Hanoi, the son and grandson of mandarins who had all served the French. He and his wife had 17...
So what I really like about this documentary, guys, is that they interview people from all strata of society. So they're talking right now about how... they're interviewing a woman whose parents were collaborators with the French government, okay?
Children.
Parents who had children who were plump, were very afraid of their children being stolen and killed. And it was really like hell on earth. The government didn't have a clue on how to deal with this calamity.
Remember, guys, that's a bit of a biased take. The French collaborationist government they got to survive while everyone else got to starve. So it's easy to not have a clue of what to do if you're doing fine and everyone else is starving, right? Okay.
But Ho Chi Minh did. He directed the Viet Minh to break into the Japanese storehouses wherever they could and distribute the rice to the people. They were hailed as saviors.
Okay, this is so based. I love Ho Chi Minh. Okay, we're almost there.
When an atomic bomb destroyed Hiroshima, and 3 days later a second one destroyed Nagasaki, Japanese surrender seemed imminent. Ho Chi Minh called upon all Vietnamese to rise up and take over their own country before the Free French could re-establish their old colonial regime.
We're almost to the end of this, guys, I promise. I see
They
people
did,
leaving.
in cities and towns across the country. On September 2nd, 1945, the same day the Japanese formally surrendered, hundreds of thousands of Vietnamese streamed into Ba Dinh Square in Hanoi to see for the first time the mysterious leader of the Viet Minh and hear him proclaim Vietnam's independence.
Awesome.
With an OSS officer standing nearby, Ho Chi Minh began with the words of Thomas Jefferson: "All men are created equal. They are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty,
I know, Fetty,
and the pursuit of happiness."
Cả dân Việt Nam chứ không phải riêng tôi.
Yeah, Winston.
Ai cũng thấy.
Guys, just think about this is the folly of empire. Literally, there was an OSS agent standing nearby as Ho Chi Minh announced the formation of the new Vietnamese Free Republic. Hilarious. Hilarious. America shooting itself in the foot, okay? Anyway, always.
Từ nay, nước Việt Nam được độc lập, tự do, thống nhất, toàn vẹn lãnh thổ và có tên trên bản đồ thế giới. Mọi người rất tự hào.
On the maps of the world, everyone was so proud.
Ho Chi Minh had great hopes that the U.S. would support the Vietnam desire for independence, not necessarily by intervening, but by doing what it could to support an independence movement.
Ho Chi Minh's hopes for American support were calculated, but
absolutely, Sir Bart. Absolutely, right?
Understandable. President Franklin Roosevelt had promised a post-war world.
Absolutely, Marcus. So that's true. So Marcus says the East Asia by the way, Marcus, hello. The East Asia co-prosperity sphere was touted as liberation for East Asia from Western imperialism. It was, and replaced it with Japanese imperialism. Yes. Okay. The Japanese, that was sort of the propaganda aspect of it, that they're creating like a defensive pact amongst Asian nations to defend against European colonialism. And they called it the East Asian prosperity sphere. But really, they were just replacing European colonialism with Japanese colonialism. Sometimes it was more brutal, not always, but yeah.
That would respect the rights of all peoples to choose the form of government under which they live.
Thank you, Matt Saiga.
But Roosevelt was dead now, and his successor, Harry Truman, had inherited a very different world.
Yeah.
The alliance with the Soviet Union that had won the Second World War
so you guys
had collapsed.
This is why America suddenly no longer supported the Viet Minh, okay? So they're explaining that.
The Soviets now occupied the Eastern European countries they had overrun and hoped to spread their influence farther into Iran, Turkey, and the Mediterranean. A new Cold War had begun.
I know.
French President Charles de Gaulle warned that if the United States insisted on...
Admittedly, that notion there that the Soviet Union, they should have done better at explaining that's how it was viewed by the Americans. Okay, yeah, the Soviet Union did want to spread its influence in Iran and stuff, but like that's what you do as a state. Okay, you like spread your influence into neighboring countries. Now the East Europe stuff, that's more complicated, but yeah, I mean America did the same fucking thing. We were spreading our quote unquote influence everywhere. So it makes it sound like, okay, from an American perspective, they made it sound like America was just scared of the rising Soviet Union. It was also that America didn't want their power challenged globally. This was more of like two great powers kind of butting heads, and America not wanting to diminish their own domination, okay? So just to be clear, America, we're not like fully victims in this case. Okay, let's put it that way, all right?
Independence for her colonies, France might have no choice but to fall into the Russian orbit. The United States must do nothing to undercut the restoration of France's empire, including Vietnam.
Guys, and remember, this is bullshit. Literally, just from watching this stream, you know, what did I say about Ho Chi Minh's idea of liberation? Yes, he was a communist and a socialist, but he was a Vietnamese nationalist. Okay, it's very possible. It is very likely, if not, it is very possible, if not likely, that if we had allowed him to take over, he wouldn't have been like terribly influenced by the Soviet Union or China. Okay, and I'm not even joking, because he did not trust China given the history of Vietnam, and he very much wanted independence. So, like, it honestly, some historians say that, like, if you want one critique you could have of America is that it was almost a missed opportunity. Like, if we would have supported him, he may have actually kind of been more on our side. Now, I'm not a fan of that. That's like our form of imperialism. But just from what you've learned about their history in the stream, guys, can you see how, like, this very dumb notion that Truman has that communism bad, that communism is the same everywhere, and that communism all means Soviet Union loyalty is not true. Okay, you get it? You see what I mean? Yeah, I know, elevator lady, right? So, like, this and based off what you've learned, and this is sort of my main point here, thank you, Louise, by the way. My main point here is that the Vietnamese people had been fighting for independence for about 1,000 years. Okay, the Ho Chi Minh was not to them a symbol of socialism and communism. Yes, he advocated for those things, but to most Vietnamese people, he was a symbol of freedom from oppression and freedom from occupation. So we Americans saw communism, socialism, and got scared, and got scared, and got scared, right? But we completely missed all of Vietnamese history and what Ho Chi Minh represented for people. Okay. Yeah, no, you're right, Lacroix. But you're right. Actually, that's a good point, Lacroix. But there wasn't a great relationship between China and the Soviet Union. Okay. Okay. No, absolutely, Weird Amorphous Blob. And that's another thing, Weird Amorphous Blob, is that generally speaking, in the United States, there was a conflation between these two things. Now, what I mean, and they are typically something that does come together in some ways, Weird Amorphous Blob, as you know. But we viewed it, I should say we conflated that independence movement and communism with loyalty to the Soviet Union in China. Does that make sense? Which, I don't care, but, okay. All right. Whew, that feels better. All right. Thank you. Okay, Hiyori, yeah, that was the fascist reasoning for the Meiji Revolution and the far-right military rise in Japan. They told the people you can't have these rights because it's necessary to get in line to fight Western colonialism. It was propagandized as supposed anti-imperialism revolting. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, Hiyori, absolutely. I feel so bad for the Japanese people. They were getting fucked over left and right. Okay. All right. So let's go on.
There were hardly any Americans in Vietnam, State Department people, consular officials, a few businessmen. Hardly anyone from this country knew where Vietnam was located.
George Wicks was part of a 7-man OSS mission sent to Saigon, the largest city in the South. The United States was officially neutral, hoping the French and Viet Minh could reach some peaceful solution on their own. Allied leaders had agreed temporarily to divide Vietnam into 2 separate zones.
Absolutely, and I totally don't blame them there, Hiyori, I really don't. Okay, I don't blame them in that regard. Okay, there was also,
nationalist Chinese troops were to handle,
given China's history, right,
things in the north. British colonial troops would try to perform the same task in the south.
So our friends in the UK. So now we're gotten to a point we haven't gotten to yet. The French the English are coming to Vietnam to help regain control for the French. So the English are now going to Vietnam to seize control of the south of Vietnam, and the French are coming to Vietnam to regain control of the north. Okay, so the Europeans are going to try and recolonize and recontrol. All right, so we're going to pause here, and I'm going to quickly do the last part of the presentation, which is shorter. Okay, because I want to get up to America's involvement. So this is what ends up happening, folks. This is what ends up happening. The French, after Ho Chi Minh declares independence, the French and the English mobilize, and they go back into Vietnam, and they try to regain control. I know, Dolly Boy, okay? But they helped because they thought it would counter Soviet and Chinese communism, okay? So they fight a very bloody war against the Viet Minh. Uh, America, by the way, the French began noticing that they were losing, and the reason they were losing, guys, is because the Viet Minh were very popular. 80% of the population were rural farmers, and the Viet Minh, like I said, when they came across land that was owned by French people, they would take it and they would distribute it amongst the landless peasants. So the peasantry loved them. The Viet and every day that there was French colonial rule, more and more people sided with the Viet Minh. So the French started a program called pacification, okay, pacification. In an effort to regain the trust of the Vietnamese public, they did a twofold thing where they heavily cracked down on any independence or left-wing movements, and they started a program of developing Vietnam's infrastructure and providing free vaccines for Vietnamese children. It didn't work, okay? Because if there's one thing, if the Viet Minh are coming in and literally handing out the land of landowners, and then you're coming in and being like, oh, well, I'll give vaccines to your children and then build some roads for you. And by the way, that land that the Viet Minh gave you, that's not your land. That's not going to work, okay? One French official at the time described it as trying to hold sand in your hands, okay? Like pacification was kind of like a policy that couldn't work because, and also the Viet Minh had built tunnels all over Vietnam. So during the day, the French basically had control of all these fortified villages and towns across Vietnam. But during the night, the Viet Minh would come out of all their holes in the ground and go into the villages. Okay. And still have control. So the pacification failed miserably. It did not get them popular, and it was very obviously not working. And as a matter of fact, one of the what's his name? There was a general. I don't know if he was French or he was American, who at this time literally sent a report to Washington that said, by the way, there's the struggle for Southeast Asia is over. There's no way, there is zero chance that anyone's ever going to get rid of the nationalism that's here. We America and everyone else just ought to leave and leave them be. This is an unwinnable war, and it always will be. And that person was ignored. Okay, the general that said that was ignored. And by the way, as he was heading to a helicopter to leave the country, in an act of historical irony, a member of the Viet Minh saw him. He was an American. That's what it was. A member of the Viet Minh saw him, thought he was French, and killed him, not realizing he was an American general. So anyway, so the French were desperately trying to hang on, but they couldn't. And what ends up happening here, folks, just to move us forward a bit, is the French heavily started losing control, especially of Hanoi. In the north, okay? So the French had more control in the south. Why? Guys, why did the French have more control in the south of the country? Tell me. Le Quabois, thank you for the hydration. Proximity, right? Elevator lady, like Saigon is basically a French city. That's where the French initially settled. They built the city. That's where all the French colonists are. That was the seat of their power. Saigon is very urban. That was like the source of their power, right? That was where they were. So they had an easier time in Saigon. It still wasn't great. They had a much more, exactly, Weird Murphy's Bob. That's also where the collaboration government was. So it was easier to do control down there, but they still wasn't going well. It was much harder in the north. The north is where the Viet Minh had initially entered the country. It was more radicalized. There had been more reforms in the north, which made the populace much more loyal to the Viet Minh. And it was geographically harder to deal with up there. Okay. So, by the way, throughout this time that the French were trying to regain control of Vietnam, America was funding American tax dollars were funding at least 30% of the cost of France's military operations. Yay! Yay for us, the American taxpayer, unknowingly, by the way. Most Americans didn't even know this was going on, okay? We're funding France's occupation by 30%, okay? Yay. Just like Israel, okay? Like, not that different from Israel. America was helping fund the French, and the French kept asking America, said, hey, we will be able to regain control and stop the communists. You just need to fund us more and fund us more and fund us more. And America did, okay? So America tried to fund the French. It didn't work. Ultimately, what happens, guys? So tactically speaking, Giap, okay, Giap, the guy that we mentioned, the military genius, realized that, you know, we're not really going to win if we keep going into the cities. That's where that is where the base of French power is. So he took the Viet Minh forces and he retreated. Well, let me phrase this. He retreated into the mountains, and then kept doing guerrilla operations and launching things like that. The French commander, a guy named Navarre, they sent a bunch of troops to Vietnam, and he said, I want to lure the Viet Minh into a battle with me. Okay? And this is the last thing we'll learn today, guys. You have to hear about, who here has heard of the Battle of Dien Bien Phu? Who here has heard about the Battle of Dien Bien Phu? I'm sure some of you have. It is a famous battle, very famous battle, okay? Okay, you have. All right. So the French decided to try and lure the Viet Minh into a pitched battle. I got you, Irma's Blob. So they literally set up tons of forces in the mountains of Vietnam, on their own ground, and then waited for the Viet Minh to come for them. Now, this was a very big fucking error, okay? Because the French, who were vain and who thought that the Vietnamese were racially inferior, didn't do much preparation. As a matter of fact, the French commander of this large force of elite French paratroopers, okay, which is what they were elite paratroopers and foreign legionnaires, he even said, like, he complained in a letter saying, I have too many artilleries. I have too many artillery emplacements. We don't need this many, okay? He wasn't well prepared. He barely, the Viet Minh were well trained and had practiced. So they literally snuck in and surrounded the French without them knowing they were there. So, you know what? Let me show you. I'll show you.
That number would rise to nearly 80.
Try to find Dien Bien Phu here. Give me a second.
When returning French troops disembarked at Marseille,
you gotta hear this part,
members of the Longshoremen's Union pelted them with rocks. Parisian leftists began to call the conflict La Sale Guerre.
Did you hear that?
The dirty war.
So the French, by the way, during their efforts to try and regain control, were very brutal. There were instances where, okay, that sounds amazing. Thank you, Microwave Toenail. Welcome. Microwave Toenail says, hello. I am what people would call a conservative, but I am open to learn history. I am not here to be a troll. I am here to watch and talk. Sounds good, Microwave Toenail. Glad you're here. Okay. So when the French were trying to regain control, they were brutal. There were instances where they burned down entire villages and then raped the women in the villages. Okay. They were very brutal. And the leftists in France would literally, as French troops were returning to France, leftists would be standing around and throwing things at them, calling them traitors and monsters and Nazis and things like that. What does that sound like when it comes to our Vietnam War? Does that sound familiar to you? Does that sound familiar? Does that sound like what might happen to American troops too later in the war? Because literally, that happened to American troops. American troops would return home and American civilians would spit on them and do things like that. And the French, yeah, okay, like and shit like that would happen. Okay. So, like, the French had went through basically everything that America was about to go through, and we didn't learn from it at all. We didn't learn from it at all. Anyway, going on here, I want to get to Dien Bien Phu. Okay, let's get to Dien Bien Phu.
Knock over the first one.
Great victory.
Mean very much. But they believed, I believed.
You have a row of dumb.
And
I need to find it.
Vietnam was temporarily to be divided at the dragged on for nearly 2.5 months. And the day after.
Oh, here we go. Here we go.
I am convinced, Eisenhower confided to his diary, that no military victory is possible in this theater. Still, without consulting Congress, the president had secretly sent more American transport planes.
So America, during Dien Bien Phu, the French got surrounded by the Viet Minh. America started sending transports and doing airdrops of supplies to help them out, okay? Yeah.
Their markings painted over and flown by civilian contractors to help resupply the desperate French troops at Dien Bien Phu.
I gotta go back. Here we go. I'm sorry.
Moved everything he needed for it to improve its position on the battlefield.
So this is France preparing this.
General Navarre set up a fortified base in a remote valley in northwestern Vietnam called Dien Bien Phu, where he hoped to lure the Viet Minh into a decisive battle. Navarre was certain that superior French firepower and air support would crush any attack by the Viet Minh.
Idiot.
He and his commanders saw no need to worry about the jungle-covered hills that overlooked his 11,000 men dug in on the valley floor. The artillery commander was so confident of victory, he complained, "I have more guns than I need."
fucking French.
General Zapp saw his chance.
Okay.
We decided to wipe out at all costs the whole enemy force at Dien Bien Phu, he remembered. To do it, he pulled off one of the greatest logistical
Look at how
feats.
amazing that is. They were great at camouflage.
He complained.
The Viet Minh were very good at hiding their positions. Look, watch this. Look at the camouflage, all this other stuff.
I have more guns than I need. General Zapp saw his chance.
Microwave toenail. Wait, why was he an idiot? Why was who an idiot? Oh, do you mean why was General Navarre an idiot, the French general? Because he was an idiot, okay? He put himself in a position where he was exposed on all sides to being surrounded by the Viet Minh. He was overly arrogant and vain, and he kept saying that he had too many weapons. He completely underestimated the Viet Minh, okay?
Decided to wipe out at all costs the whole enemy force at Dien Bien Phu, he remembered.
Look at that.
To do it, he pulled off one of the
I couldn't have seen them there. I couldn't have seen them there. They were hidden.
Greatest logistical feats in military history. A feat that would be restaged in propaganda films and celebrated for decades. 250,000 civilian porters, nearly half of them women, moved everything he needed for a siege, from sacks of rice to disassembled artillery pieces, on foot through the jungle. Zapp surrounded the valley with 50,000 soldiers and 200 big guns, dug in and camouflaged so well they could.
So guys, Giap was brilliant. He secretly surrounded the French with 200 massive artillery pieces, well dug in positions all around all around the French position, concealed by the rainforest in the mountains. He actually dug out some cave type structures to hide the artillery pieces in, so even when they were bombed, they could still have the artillery pieces, okay? And he did it secretly. The French never really even picked up on it.
Not be spotted from the air. On March 13th, 1954, Viet Minh artillery on the hillsides began raining down 50 shells a minute on the French troops huddled
50
below.
fucking shells a minute falling down on the French paratroopers.
The airstrip was destroyed. The besieged troops could only be reinforced and resupplied by airdrop. The French artillery commander, who had underestimated his enemy, committed suicide.
Oh.
The airlift of Dien Bien Phu continues. Vital men and some
Dolly boys. Are you done, Dolly boy? Are you done? Thanks. Thank you. Thank you.
supplies for the heroic garrison that has defied the massed Viet Minh onslaughts for over 6 weeks. Today, Dien Bien Phu is a human dam trying to stem the red tide that threatens to engulf
the red tide. The red tide. Okay.
Southeast Asia.
The French government begged President Eisenhower to intervene. He refused to act without congressional approval and support from...
Don't you remember the time when presidents didn't act without congressional approval? How crazy. Okay, obviously, it still wasn't good. I'm just saying.
European allies.
Yeah, right. We're the red tide of scary self-determination, right?
Britain said no, and the Congress would not support unilateral action.
The communists under Ho Chi Minh are able to claim that they are fighting for independence, and the French appear to be fighting for a maintenance of colonial rule.
What do you see? This is why I don't like Kennedy. I know people love Kennedy, but like, did you hear that? They appear to be fighting for colonial rule. No, they are fighting for colonial rule. Literally, that's what the French are doing. They're fighting to maintain their colonial empire. And he's like, well, the Viet Minh appear to be fighting for independence. They literally are. They literally are. Okay, like, do you see how, like, anyway, it's a very libbed up take to be like, you know, anyway.
I therefore believe that before the United States moves in any degree, that independence must be granted to the people, that the people must support the struggle.
I am convinced, Eisenhower confided to his diary, that no military victory is possible in this theater.
Did you hear that?
Still, without consulting Congress, the president had secretly sent...
Eisenhower, we knew since Eisenhower, even before that, okay? We knew since Eisenhower that it was not possible to win in Vietnam, okay? Now, he's talking about the French, but Eisenhower said that. Guys, like, the American government knew for a long time that victory in Vietnam was practically impossible. Now, we definitely knew it later, too, but like even at this time, it's like, we're not going to be able to win this. Like, okay.
More American transport planes. Their markings painted over and flown by civilian contractors to help resupply the desperate French troops at Dien Bien Phu.
Uh-oh.
Everyone understood that in and of itself, Vietnam didn't mean very much. But they believed, I believed, if we lost it, that the rest of Asia would tumble to communism.
You have broader considerations that might follow what you would call the falling domino principle. You have a row of dominoes set up and you knock over the first one and...
Okay, so this is the first description of what becomes known as the domino theory. Okay, this is something you're going to need to know for the quiz, for the trivia, okay? Now, I'll probably talk more about it later, but domino theory, all right? This became sort of almost a faith-based belief practically in the American government, okay? You guys have probably heard of it before, domino theory. Domino theory. This was the theory that if the United States allows any government in Southeast Asia to fall to communism, they all will fall to communism. You let one domino get knocked over, and it will cause the collapse of all the dominoes, and you will lose the planet to communism. Okay, so that is the domino theory, and it was practically a faith-based belief. Like, there wasn't much evidence to support it, but this became sort of an unquestioning belief in administration after administration after administration. Okay. And that's called the domino theory. And yeah. Okay. So real fast here, let's see what happens at Dien Bien Phu, and then that'll be the last thing we do.
What will happen to the last one is certainly little over.
You see the theory there that it'll knock over all these governments? Yeah, Jay Williams. Honestly, Jay Williams, that's a brilliant point. Jay Williams, like the quote from Bug's Life, if you let one ant stand up, then they all might stand up. Right, okay? Guys, to be clear, this was about maintaining American empire, all right? This is about maintaining American empire. To be clear.
On the afternoon of May 7th, 1954, after 55 days of siege, the exhausted French forces at Dien Bien Phu surrendered.
Hey!
They had lost 8,000 men, killed, wounded, or missing.
Bye-bye, French.
General Zapp had lost 3 times as many, but he had won a great victory.
Giải phóng nửa đất nước bởi một cuộc chiến tranh Điện Biên Phủ.
That's a lot, guys. Now, yeah, the Vietnamese lost a lot more, but that shows you also their conviction. Look at that. I love all those Viet Minh standing on top of a downed French aircraft. The victory instilled in us the belief in our ability to win.
Even Duong Van Mai's parents could not help but be impressed.
They were very proud that they didn't.
Thanks, Dolly Boy. Real fast, guys. Real fast. So this battle, the defeat. Okay, I know, hilarious. Okay, I got you. I'm sorry, Dolly Boy. I was being an asshole. I'm sorry. Okay, I'm sorry. That was great. You're right. We should celebrate. Okay. So the Viet Minh won. I wanted to play you a song. Okay. I want to be. Oh, I know it's so stupid. Weird Amorphous Blob. Like it's so stupid that it was literally explicitly part of the strategy. Okay. So during the Battle of Dien Bien Phu, I want to paint a picture for you. Let me do my little historian bit here. Okay. The French paratroopers in the Foreign Legion, they had a song that they free Palestine. Sam likes Israel. Oh my God, I hate you so much. I fucking hate you, Matt. Like I fucking hate you so much. Okay, did you even spell Israel right? I'm having trouble reading it. Okay, yes, the song for you, Winston. Okay. By the way, free Palestine. Okay. Exactly, Outer Signal. But this was literally part of his strategy. He was okay with losing troops because he had the troops to spare. Anyway, he was brilliant. So during this battle, I'm going to paint a picture for all you guys, okay? The French paratroopers were very big fans of a French singer named Edith Piaf, okay? Edith Piaf, who had a song called Non, Je ne regrette. Okay, it is a song that basically says, I have no regrets. It's like... It's talking about losing a lover and having no regrets and that I will live and I will go on. And during the Battle of Dien Bien Phu, the French paratroopers, in order to raise their morale, had a loudspeaker playing this song. So I'm going to play the song for you, and I want you to imagine being a French paratrooper, listening to Edith Piaf sing about how we have no regrets. Well, you probably have some regrets now after your colonial, while you're being killed because of your colonial empire. So I'm going to play the song. Think about the irony of this song playing while you are being bombarded by 50 rounds a minute, surrounded by what you thought was a ragtag force of freedom fighting socialists. Okay. in the lyric song, guys. I'm going to talk over it so I don't get copyrighted, okay? You know, no, I have no regrets, okay? Again, oops. No, I definitely have no regrets, okay? Right? And I will look towards a brighter future. And guys, while you're listening to the song, this marks the end of the chapter of the story. Okay? This marks the end of the French chapter of the story of the Vietnam War. Okay? Their defeat at Dien Bien Phu basically marked the end of their reign. They left after this. Okay? So the Battle of Dien Bien Phu marked the end of the French colonial empire, and we're now going to enter into the next phase of the Vietnam War. The Vietnam War was actually broken into 3 parts. We just finished the first part. All right. Now, we're only going to talk about 2 parts. The third part is after America's involvement, but we'll talk about it a little bit. So, so there are 3. They're called the Indochina Wars. There's the First Indochina War. First Indochina War. Oh, you guys, sorry. Forgive me, folks. I didn't realize how loud she was. My mistake. Okay. So the Vietnam War was actually in 3 parts, folks. The Vietnam War was actually in 3 parts. Okay? The Vietnam War was in 3 parts, and we just finished the first part. Okay? There was the First Indochina War. All right? And the French are done. So we just finished the First Indochina War. That was the war for independence against France. Okay. Then there is the Second Indochina War. Which is where America starts getting involved on the ground. A war. So we just finished the first part of the war. I don't know why it's being weird, but it's being weird. Okay, you get the idea. Okay, so now we have finished the first war, and that's where we're ending today, guys, is that the French are now out of Vietnam. Okay? Tomorrow we will, or I should say on Thursday, we will start talking. This might actually have to go on a couple weeks. We will start talking about the transition to a divided state, okay? Because at the end of this, the French left, America refused to give up on Vietnam, okay? And we basically forced, and France and America and Europe said that they still didn't want to leave Vietnam. So where the French were defeated, they demanded that that the country be split into 2, like had been done in Korea. So the north of Vietnam became an independent communist state, and the south became a vassal state, essentially, an independent vassal state. It wasn't independent. A partition, called South Vietnam, that was basically a vassal of the United States, and served as a bulwark against the North. And that's when we'll get into the America part, okay? How's everyone doing out there? How's everyone doing out there? Did we learn something today? Do you like this form of presentation? Was it too much? Oftentimes, guys, I get worried when I do my educational parts because I know that people can get bored if I talk too much and if I ramble on too much. But did we learn a lot? Because a lot of topics I can go into much more detail on, like I do with this, but I don't because it's the internet and people People oftentimes get bored when they don't get enough, same information, okay? So we will, thank you guys. We will continue talking about it. Oh, exactly, Weird Morphous Blob. We will continue talking about this on Thursday. That was the second presentation in our Vietnam War series. All right, okay? You got it? Bye-bye French. Okay, fuck them. Okay. Yeah. And guys, we haven't even gotten to America actually putting troops on the ground, right? So you guys get all the context also. So let me put up my face for a second, folks. Elevator lady, are you still there? Was that good for you, elevator lady? You do, Louise? Excellent. I'm glad you like it. Okay. I spent a lot of time preparing. Good. Did you like it, elevator lady? Did it go well for you? I like your feedback, elevator lady. What about you, Mayflower Kid? Are you still awake, Mayflower Kid? Okay. That's okay, Tater Tot. Okay. Let me put up my face. So guys, last little thing here about all that. Some of the things we've learned, right? The French had already learned, and it was very obvious, they had already learned that it was nearly impossible. Okay? It was nearly impossible to regain control of Vietnam after the cat of independence had been let out of the bag. Okay? Matt Saigai, what about you? Did you like it? Did you like it, Matt Saigai? What about you, Dolly Boy? Did you like it? Okay. It was practically impossible to regain control of Vietnam after the cat was let out of the bag. Some historians would say, theoretically, that there was one way America could have France could have regained control of Vietnam, and it would have been to slaughter every single man, woman, and child in Vietnam. Because by the end, there was no way, like the vast majority of the population had no interest in French ruling over them. And unless you have a partially compliant, unless you have like at least a partially compliant populace, you're not going to maintain control unless you kill everyone. Okay. So, yeah, it was essentially doomed. The French were doomed. And I've said before, guys, what are you going to see here is a trend, though. America did not learn from what the French did wrong. As a matter of fact, you're going to see that, remember I told you about pacification, that French word for pacification? America does that exact same thing at one point, thinking that it'll work. We do not learn our lesson. And despite all the warnings, and despite the fact that even the French commanders at the end were like, there's no way that anyone can win this. We need to get out of here. America's like, we got this. We got this. Okay. Very stupid. All right. So, okay. And the costs were extreme. Anyway, so we will talk more about this later. All right. All right, guys. On that note, I am going to go pee because I've got to pee. I hope you all learned something. I'm going to go pee. I will be back soon. Yeah, of course, guys. And we still haven't learned these lessons till today. Okay. We still haven't learned these lessons to this day. Oh, politics. You say, politics says, are we sure casual revolt is not one of the greatest educators on American soil? Hilarious. Okay. Thank you. All right. So Matt Saigai, you didn't even answer my question. This is why I don't ask you if you like my presentations, because you literally didn't even ask. You didn't even answer me. Okay. It's kind of a waste of time to respond to you, Matt Saigai, because you either make a joke or you don't answer me. So maybe that's why I didn't ask, Matt Saigai. Maybe think about it a bit. Okay, anyway, I'll be right back, guys. come on, Matt Saigai's fine. I'm kidding with Matt Saigai.
I've been treading water. I can't do this much longer. Stuck here in the silence.
I ban supporting Matt Saigai.
Lost in the sea of stillness. Give me something to hold on to. So break me, mold me, and erase me. After all, I'm nothing new without you. Will you hear me when I go? Watch me lose it all. You light the flame and let me fall. So when is it my turn to watch this sadness burn? Please help me out, I'm fighting against the break me, mold me, and erase me. After all, I'm nothing new without you. Will you hear me when I go? Watch me lose it all. You light the flame and let me fall. So when is it my turn to watch this sadness burn? Please help me out, I'm fighting against the odds.
I'm back. Hi, guys. Hello. You all disgust me, this love fest around Matt Saigai. This love fest about Matt Saigai is utterly disgusting. You disgust me all. I can be as mean as I fucking want, okay? Disgusting. You disgust me, elevator lady. You disgust me, SoCal. Anyway, hi, guys. I got an ice cream treat because I'm a fat ass, okay? Now, you know what? I also got to take my medication. Let's hand out some boobs, shall we? Let's hand out some boobs. SoCal, you disgust me. You disgust me, okay? All right. Okay, let's hand out some boops. First of all, Dolly Boy gets a boop. Boop. LaCroix gets a boop. Boop. SoCal gets a boop. Boop. Tater Tot gets a boop. Boop. Matt Guy gets a boop. Boop. Okay, you hate me because you know I'm more loved than you in the community. Honestly, I buy that, Matt Guy. I buy that. I think that's probably true. Thelonious Dunk, you get a boop. Boop. Philly Cheese gets a boop. Boop. You've been quiet, Philly Cheese. Are you at work? You've been quiet. Hello, Philly Cheese. Thank you. Like my kafia? Thank you, Thelonious. Thank you. I kind of want to do my nails. Maybe I should do my nails while we watch the next video. Elevate. Did I miss? Who did I miss? Who did I miss? Did I miss? Winston Sayer, you get a boop. Boop. Jay Williams gets a boop. Boop. I may have given 2 to Jay Williams. I don't know. Maybe I'm playing favorites. Weird Amorphous Blob gets a bip. Bip. All right. You've been making bird charcuterie boards. That's amazing, Philly Cheese. Extra boop for you. Boop. Did I give one to SoCal? I always miss SoCal. Winston gets a boop. Boop. I feel like I'm giving multiple boops. That's right, Jay Williams. Okay, that's right. I did. You deserve it. RL, you get a boop. Boop. Did I miss anyone? Elevator Lady gets a boop. I think I already did all those shit. Oh, you want a Brimble? There you go. Who else? There's other people in the background who get boops. All the backgrounders get boops. A Pizza That Giant gets a boop. Boop. Okay, Paleontology Dog gets a boop. Boop. These are people I'm assuming are in the background, but I don't know. Okay. I don't know. The rest, you all get boops. Okay, you're all boop. Politics, you get a boop. Boop. Are you still there, Politics? I'm just checking in on everyone. You know I got to do this. It's my teachery bit. Got to make sure that the garden is healthy for the plants to grow in, if that makes sense. I just compared you all to plants. Whatever, it's fine. What? Oh, I'm sorry, Liquid Alicorn. Where have you been, a bright love? I thought you hated me and you weren't coming to streams anymore. Hello, Liquid Alicorn. You get a boop. Boop. Okay. All right. I'm a very needy streamer. I don't know if you guys noticed. I'm very needy. And we're definitely in an abusive relationship. But it's me that's the one that's being abused, and you're the abusers, okay? I am not abusive at all to any of you. Okay, yeah, Philly Cheese. Shut the fuck up, Philly Cheese. Okay, be silent. Okay, I am such a victim. Okay, Alyssa gets a boop. Boop. All right. Casual abuse. I hate you, Thelonious. Okay. Philly Cheese, go back to the background. Go back to your goddamn charcuterie bird bullshit, whatever it is, okay? All right, I'm just kidding. I'm an asshole. Okay, so guys, let's do some other shit, right? Now, what I would like to do... Oh my God, this is good. Let's watch what... Okay, oh my God, seriously? That is so great, Liquid Alicorn. Yeah, oh, Dolly Boy, did I give you a boop? You get a boop. Boop. Okay, LaCroix Bois, what are you doing, LaCroix Bois? What? LaCroix Bois always comes in here and is like, oh, I feel empathy for the people that CR yells at. Oh, yeah, whatever, LaCroix Bois, okay? Jesus, okay. LaCroix Bois like, we miss you, Philly Cheese, but what you're doing sounds fun. It actually does, and Philly Cheese knows that, LaCroix Bois. Philly Cheese knows that I mean that, okay? I'm gonna yell at everyone. I'll do what I fucking well please, LaCroix Bois. Okay, I'm sorry, I'll stop, I'm done. Okay. I actually am Philly Cheese, literally. I have, like, no skills apart from this, and I barely could call that a skill, so. All right. I hate you, Elevator Lady. You know what? You're all traitors. You're all traitors. Let's go on. Okay. I don't like LaCroix Bois. LaCroix Bois has been disobedient recently. I don't like that shit, okay? Okay, I'm sorry. I'll stop. Let's go on. Okay, so let's watch some videos. Winston, thank you, Winston, for laughing. I'm glad someone thought it was funny. Okay, all right. CR Brat Tamer, you got it, Liquid Alicorn, you know it. All right, so guys, let's start off with a fun video, and then let's watch one of Jay Williams' batshit crazy videos. Okay, let's start off with one of Jay Williams' batshit crazy videos. Okay, and then we will, and then we'll do, because anything Jay Williams sends is batshit crazy. And then we will do a video that someone else sent me that is more serious, okay? Ew, what the fuck are all these? These are horrific. Jesus Christ. Okay, strawberry Okay, let's try this one. The Bad Girls of the Bible. What? Okay. This is gonna be fun. This is gonna be fun. Okay, so I don't know what the fuck this is gonna be. So thank you, Jay Williams, I guess, for this. So this is a short, guys. It's like 2 minutes long. And then we'll watch a longer one. Everyone ready for this? Oh my god, I'm terrified. Just to be clear, guys, Jay Williams is a sociopath who sends us the most horrific videos, okay? By the way, I'm just kidding. Jay Williams is great. Jay Williams is great. By the way, you should join the Discord and then go to Jay Williams' profile. Jay Williams does really good art. Jay Williams does really good art, and you can commission art from Jay Williams. Okay. Okay. Everyone ready?
Well, let's dive
By the way,
in.
for those that are new to the community, I insult everyone all the time, but it doesn't mean that I don't actually not like you guys, okay? I mean, some of you I could do without, but for the most part, it's just a gig, okay? Anyway, and most of the people in here have an abuse kink, so have an insult kink, especially Weird Amorphous Blob. Anyway, so okay, let's go on. Hilarious, Winston. I'm glad it did. Okay, I'm glad it did. Everyone ready for this? I'm terrified. Let's do it.
Well, let's dive in and meet our first bad
Dolly boy. I don't know.
girl,
Not abuse. What's the
Eve.
term, LaQual? Like that sounded bad. A humiliation kink. I don't know. What kind of a kink is it? I don't know. I'm not exactly up. You probably are, LaQual. You probably know all about the kinks. So which kink is it, LaQual? Anyway.
I mean, badness had to start somewhere, right? I am convinced it was not an apple or a pomegranate hanging on that tree. No, baby. It was Godiva chocolate. I guarantee. The snake was definitely...
I'm sorry. I need to turn this up. What is she talking about? I'm going to have to start it over.
Well, let's dive in and meet our first bad girl, Eve. I mean, badness had to start somewhere, right? I am convinced it was not an apple or a pomegranate hanging on that tree. No, baby. It was Godiva chocolate. I guarantee. The snake was definitely a he. Not an it, not a she, he. I have an 11-year-old girl.
I'm sorry. She's trying to say that the snake and at the Garden of Eden was a he. What? I'm very confused. Okay. You know what? I guess we'll see what she says. I'm just deeply confused.
Will you pray for me?
Yeah, very wine mom joke, LaQual.
It would be a little easier if she hadn't hit puberty when I hit menopause. I mean, let's face it, what woman does not like to go out to eat?
Why is she so sexist and misogynist? Why is she generalizing about women?
I wasn't gonna eat it, I was just gonna taste it. Why was that one juicy apple?
Look how she's making it seem like women are stupid. Do you see that? How she's like, oh, I just took the thing, oh, wow, it must be good. This is so weird.
You just bake it at 350 till it stops moving. It's not that hard. Well, I threw the gold in the fire and out came this calf. Three women were bad to the bone. Come to bed with me.
What?
Ooh.
No, that wasn't a joke.
Ooh. He was a...
God damn it, Dolly boy. Okay, a Shakespearean insult. Okay, here's a good Shakespearean insult for you. All right. All right. All right. Oh, you have so Dolly boy, you have the rankest compound of villainous smell that ever offended my nostrils. Okay, you smell like shit. There you go. There's a Shakespearean insult.
stud muffin, okay? Why, Delilah?
No, Dolly Boy, you only paid for one insult. You only paid for one insult, and that's the one directed at you.
As my mother-in-law, who grew up in the hills of Kentucky, says, well, smell you.
This is bad.
I mean, they were just brand new Christians. You know how brand new Christians are. They're like puppies. He said yes.
Thank you,
boy,
RL.
oh boy, oh boy.
I'm very uncomfortable. This is like not even that good of one, Jay Williams. Try harder next time. This is like...
Ta-da! Duh!
Is she supposed to be funny?
Fornicator!
Fornicator! I don't know. This is crazy, though. This is insane. But this is the 90s or the 80s. Yeah, this is a flop, Jay Williams. Let's try one more of Jay Williams. Most of the time, though, the 80s and 90 videos that Jay Williams sends us are pretty terrific, pretty horrific. Okay. Oh, this is good. Hey, kids, it's Jesus. I don't know about that one. What about, God, there's so many good options here. Jay Williams, I swear, I don't know where you find this shit. Is this literally what you sit around and do all day? You just look at like old videos from the 80s and 90s? Okay, let's try this one. This one is Dick Vitale, Hooters training video. Oh, sweet Jesus. Okay. As a gay man, did I guys tell you the story of where when I was in college, right? When I was in college, I was invited to like a new, at the meeting of a new fraternity. Okay. That was supposed to be like an honors fraternity. That was like for anyone gay or straight or whatever. Okay. And they gave me an address because they wanted me to be one of the founding members, and they gave me an address. And I'm not a fraternity guy, but I'm like, okay, if it's like for honors people and it's like, don't care if you're gay or straight or whatever, fine. So they give me an address, and I show up to the address, and it's a Hooters. Now, I was going to leave, but they literally were standing outside, and they saw me pull in. So I'm like, fuck. So I had to go in with them so I didn't humiliate myself too much. And like when we sat down at the table, I was like immediately, like I always feel bad in these scenarios. I don't want the women serving me to think that I'm a straight guy that's going to be like looking at their parts. You know what I mean? So like I tried to speak in the gayest way possible. I'm like, hey, what's up? Oh my God. Have you seen the new, like I did everything I could to make her feel comfortable. And by the end, she like was hugging, she like hugged me, and she wouldn't touch any of the rest of them. Yeah, like, but it was a mess, and I felt very uncomfortable, okay? And it turned out they weren't really nearly as open to gay people as they said. Anyway, that's my story. That's my story. J-Mac, what do you mean speak gay? You know, J-Mac, I speak in a more effeminate voice, okay? All right. Anyway. You're right, Doug, you're right. I didn't know what a badonkadonk was until recently. I thought that was breasts. Now I know that a badonkadonk is an ass, but I don't know all these terms. Okay. Oh, I know, look, while they were. I think they, like, didn't like me by the end, and they, like, weren't nice to me. And I think it was because the waitress was nice to me, because I was nice to her. Because, shockingly, I treated her like a human being. Anyway, whatever. The point is, I ended up ghosting them, and I never contacted them after that. Admittedly, the food the food there wasn't bad. It was kind of standard fare, but it wasn't bad. Okay. All right.
This promotion will be easy to execute, relevant to your local market,
RL, right?
and will be exciting for customers to participate in. Dick Vitale's Basketball Bucket Bash will bring customers to Hooters and keep them coming back for more. The best part about this promotion is that your customers can enter every time they come to your restaurant. Place the tournament bracket board in a visible spot and place the Dick Vitale autographed basketball in a safe place until the end of the promotion. Put the promo tag by the phone and have your Hooters girls start using it immediately. You can even put a sign up on the marquee. It will be important to get your Hooters girls involved, as they will be an integral part of making the promotion a success.
Why do we always use phrases like girls to describe women? They're women, they're adults. Like the use of, there's so much baggage attached to using the word girls. describe women. Like there is like an assumption. There's an assumption there automatically that they're somehow not adults. There's also the weird kind of pedophilic way of looking at it, like the glorification of youth. Like, I don't know. It's just a weird thing and it's kind of condescending. It honestly reminds me of when like white people in the South, you know, the ones that would sit on the slave plantations and sip a mint julep while watching their overseers beat up the enslaved people. You know, they would use phrases, you know, they would call black folks boy. Do you remember that? You guys know that? You can see that in a lot of movies. And then even after slave times, they still did it as a way of demeaning and dehumanizing. Yeah. Anyway, just a note that can we like retire the word girl as something you use for women? All right, unless she's into it, unless it's like something that she's okay with, because you know that's sometimes there's some women. If you're in a relationship, anyway, whatever, you know what I mean.
Everybody, I'm Dick Vitale of ESPN and ABC, and I'm so excited. Why am I excited? Well, I got two PT peers next to me right here. Certainly Carrie Brown right here, a beautiful young lady, a PT peer from Fort Lauderdale, and Jennifer Pickman, another PT peer. Yeah, they don't.
What is a PT peer? What's PT peer mean? I don't even know.
Have PT peers like Michael Jordan from Chicago. They got Jennifer as well. Hey, we're all excited because we're part of an unbelievable bash, the Basketball Bucket Bash. It's going to be awesome,
That's
baby.
Cool politics.
And this contest and all.
Thelonious Dunk, you know what's really funny? Guys, I feel bad. Whenever we talk about, like, I don't know, women and straight shit, okay? Or I don't know if this is just straight shit, whatever. It could also be bi shit, I guess. Right, LaCroix? I guess some bi people might like this sort of thing. Regardless, or lesbians might like it too. Whatever, it doesn't matter. I'm just trying to be okay. Just trying to be catch-all. So, whenever yes, I didn't know until very recently that I always thought, literally, I thought that Twin Peaks was just like some Midwestern, like Alpine themed restaurant. I'm not even joking. I thought it was like, no, not Alpine themed, but like Colorado, like, I don't know, mountain themed, deep woods themed shit. I had no idea what Twin Peaks meant. I literally learned about a year ago what it was. And that isn't because I'm gay. That's because I'm a moron. Okay. That's not because I'm gay, because it was a gay person that told me what it was. And they're like, you don't know what that is? I'm like, oh no. So to be clear, that's not because I'm gay. That's because I'm fucking stupid. But I was shocked and chagrined. I'm like, oh my God, they're talking about boobies. Anyway. So, whatever. It's fine. Ma'am, a little burned on suspecting innocuous things of pet. Yeah, I know. I got you. Okay. Right. Doug, I'm telling you, I'm very ignorant. Okay. I'm very ignorant in a lot of ways. I kind of have a childlike ignorance in some ways. You guys know this by now.
The promotion's going to run from February.
Don't laugh at me, Richard. How dare you? Okay.
26th to April 2nd. Unbelievable prizes. Even my basketball autographed by me. I mean, are you kidding me? It's going to be unreal.
What's a better phrase, Ara? What do you want me to call them? Badongas? Oh, wait, that's an ass, right? Whatever. It doesn't matter. Jugs. Well, like, what's the new in way of referring to that part of the body? Can I just call them breasts unless we have the end of the day be over? Okay.
I know you're going to be excited about it as well. I'm so enthused. I can't wait. It's going to be awesome, baby, with a capital A. Hey, these PT peers, they are ready too. I know, eat your heart out, guys. Somebody's got to do this for a living and get paid for it. And I'm absolutely.
Look, guys, look at the tatas. Okay, look at the sort of how this woman right here is leaning away from him. Look at this body language. Do you see what Lee Lane? Are you here, Lee Lane? I don't know. Someone who's good at angles. This is like what an 80-degree angle. I don't know fucking what it would call. Like this is an angle. She's leaning away from him. She's like, wow, get away from me. Okay, very funny. Disgusting, Dolly boy. Disgusting. You're a degenerate. Okay, you're a degenerate. Disgusting. Okay. Orbs of glory. You're all degenerates. I hate you so much. I am not, guys, I am pure. I would never say anything inappropriate.
Absolutely on cloud nine. I think this promotion is going to be super scintillating and sensational. And to tell you more about it, I got a superstar, man. He is flat out a superstar.
Honestly, he needs to see a psychiatrist, or either that or he's on cocaine.
Right from Vanderbilt. I can't spell Vanderbilt. I couldn't get in school there. I'm talking about the vice president himself. That's right, Michael McNeil, a genuine superstar.
Thanks a lot, Dick Vitale. Dickie V, can you believe it? Doing a Hooters basketball promotion? It's going to be unbelievable.
That's correct,
College
Weird
basketball,
That's the way it should
Hooters
be.
basketball. Man, it's going to be great. Dickie V, the celestial celebrity, that promotional PTPer. We couldn't get anybody better to do this. We're talking TV, we're talking radio, we're talking point of purchase material. So what do you think, baby? Hey, we can shoot. 2 points, yeah!
Make sure that you write the winner's name, store
is
name,
very
and
disturbing.
location on the back of the picture and mail it to Keith Johnson. Remember to have fun and play the Basketball Bucket Bash for your chance to win.
That was a terrible, terrible advertisement. Thank you. I don't know, Philly cheese. I don't know. I give up. Okay, whatever. Thank you, Jay Williams, I guess. Let's go on to something more productive, shall we? Jesus Christ, that was a waste of time. God damn it, Jay Williams. Ugh, God damn it. I'm just scarred for life now. It did give me a bit of a, it did kind of enlighten me. It did kind of enlighten me on the culture of you people. And by you people, I mean the Straits, okay? Whatever. Yes, that was deeply upsetting. Thank you, Jay Williams. I will have nightmares. All right, so let's go down. Thank you, Jay Williams. Are you trying to convert me? Jay Williams is homophobic and thinks that I need to be converted into a straight man. Is that what it is, Jay Williams? Is that what you're saying? You all heard it here, folks. You all heard it here. Jay Williams is worse than that troll from yesterday, okay? And Jay Williams loves John Wayne Gacy. He told me. He told me that he's John Wayne Gacy's #1 biggest fan, okay? Anyway, I'm sorry, Jay Williams. I'm joking. He's not, okay? He's not. He's a perfectly fine person. Anyway. All right, J-Mac. I know, RL, isn't that great? Okay, if you need conversion therapy, just talk to Michael Knowles. That's true, J-Mac. Okay. John Wayne Gacy bad. Yes, politics. Okay, I'm joking, Jay. By the way, I'm joking about Jay Williams. I'm just an asshole to Jay Williams because Jay Williams is always an asshole to me, so I'm an asshole to him. Okay, that's the way it goes. All right. Doug says Sam is heterophobic. You're damn right I am. Right? Gay sex is so much more natural than straight sex. God intended gay sex. Okay. Anyway, I'm sorry. Whatever. I'm just babbling. Let's go on to another one, shall we? Ooh. This is hilarious. Okay, so this was sent to us by Doug. Ooh, Doug, I'm excited for this one. So this is a Fox News clip. Oh, I'm sure this will be great. I am sure this will be great. Okay. This is Jeffrey Dahmer was gay. I mean, so we are all his victims, but that's inconvenient. But that's true. Weird Amorphous Blob. Okay. God intended for God intended for gay sex, Dolly boy. I was specific. So, all right, whatever. Fuck all of you. Okay, booty love, hilarious, RL. So this is a clip from Fox News. Apparently, this is a propaganda bit because it's Fox News. So I hope no one here is expecting to be educated by this or to learn anything. Apparently, this is them trying to defend the renovations Donald Trump has done in D.C. Let's just see what it is. It'll be silly.
He's getting a major facelift, courtesy of 47. So we sent Johnny to check it out.
America's 250. Trump is cleaning the swamp. How's it looking?
Amazing.
Beautiful.
Best I've ever seen it.
Gorgeous, but hot. You want me to fan you off?
Oh, yeah.
That feel good?
It's much better.
You
much
like it?
better. I do. It's great.
Exactly.
I don't have my glasses on,
but
it's not looking too great without them.
What kind of glasses do you have?
Democrat glasses.
Can I try them on?
Yeah, go for it.
Ooh, I love socialism now.
Ain't nothing
I'm
wrong
very
with
confused.
that.
All this. By the way, I just love how guys. Can we be clear that the Democratic Party is not a socialist party? I don't know if you guys know that. I know this might be shocking to all of you, but like, can we just clarify once and for all that the Democratic Party is very far from being a socialist party? Very, very far from it. Okay, like, not very, very far from it. Okay. So, anyway, I know, shocking, right? I just think it's funny how, like, the fucking Republicans, they think that the Democrats are socialist. Anyway, I don't know. It's funny to me. It's very funny. Hilarious, Weird Amorphous Blob. You say the Democratic Party is the Marxist-Leninist vanguard of the advanced workers. Hilarious. Thelonious Dunk, APAC is typing. Very funny, Thelonious. Oh my God, you're so true. Okay. Yeah, they're hardline Maoists. Guys, the Democratic Party are conservative. If you look at the international scale of politics, they're a conservative party. They are on the right side of the political spectrum. The Republicans are further right, but Democrats are right-wing. They are not socialists. As a matter of fact, there are practically no politicians in America today that are mainstream that are socialists. Now, Bernie Sanders is a socialist, but the things he promotes are not very socialist. Let's put it that way. I do think he is actually a socialist, but he's more reformist. This is complicated, but like, regardless, there are not many, anyway, it's very depressing because, to be clear, folks, we really only have one party, and it is the pro-business party, and then there's two wings of that party, and that's the Democrats and the Republicans, and both are very corrupt. Both are very corrupt. Both have been bribed by the elites and the corporations. And now then, the Republicans are, of course, fascists at this point, but still, let's just be clear here, all right? Let's just be clear. The Democrats are not socialists, all right?
All the National Guard, everything. That place.
You don't want the National Guard here.
Where's all the crime at? Where's all the crime at?
Since Judge Janine got in, it's dropped like a rock.
That.
Are they stupid? I mean,
Okay, guys, let's play our game with Janine Pirro. How many drinks do you think she's had in this video? Let's take a guess. I think she's probably about halfway through her first bottle of wine for the day. There's a little bit of really zero. There's a little bit of red on her cheeks. She looks like she might be a little flushed here. A solid 2 bottles, possibly Thelonious Dunk. Philly cheese hilarious, but Nancy Pelosi worked so hard for us, didn't she? Do you guys remember when Nancy Pelosi did that really funny thing where she fought for us by kneeling in a kente cloth on the floor of the Senate? That was such a great way of fighting for us, don't you think? All right, you guys think 3/4? Okay, this is funny.
I don't get it.
I'm here at the newly renovated reflecting pool. It's painted American flag blue.
Probably politics.
And the Democrats are going to tell you, oh, there's green algae.
Is this a serious thing? So this was literally on Fox News, and they have like a frat bro kind of reporter on here?
Looks so bad, but there's pool guys cleaning it up right now. No other president would do that, but President Trump is still...
Well, funnily enough, by the way, the reason it's green is because of the president. So, I mean, I guess you could say no other president would clean it up. Well, that's because no other president has had to, because no other president turned it into an algae bloom mess.
Cleaning it up.
Oh,
How's
for
the
sure,
reflecting pool looking?
I'll give you some letters. FDT. That's what I think.
I'm trying to think what those letters mean.
It means fuck Donald Trump.
You're smart.
I know.
Great. Needs a little bit of tweaking.
Looks full of green.
That's fair, body swap. You're right.
Slush or slug or something.
There's pool guys all over the place cleaning it up.
This is like top tier reporting for Fox
Rome wasn't built in a day, was it?
That's true, and I like to see them get it clean.
Magnificent. Makes me want to jump in it.
Go for it.
Please do it. Do it. No one's stopping you. Do it. I'm like that meme of the Sith guy with Kermit the Frog. Do it.
I wish.
You don't want to take your shirt off?
I could.
But you probably shouldn't.
I probably shouldn't. It's a great shirt.
Why would you say that? Why? That was mean. That was so mean to say that. Why would you say you shouldn't take off your shirt? I'm sure the guy's sexy. Why do we have to demonize him?
Yeah, that's the reason.
Oh yeah.
He's such a fucking asshole. Okay, now I'm not a fan of that guy, but why is he body shaming? That's mean, ass piece of shit Fox News person.
Obama tried to clean it up, but he couldn't get the job done.
I know, I don't
Trump's
want to either,
getting the job
but like,
done.
that's
I
just
don't know
very
if I can
Fox
say
News.
that's true.
By the way, I love her hair. I love her hair. More power to her.
Ooh, you're talking to a diehard Democrat.
You're a Democrat?
I am.
Oh my God, I would have never guessed.
Such a fucking asshole.
Very much so. I'm also very
Can we send him to a re-education camp?
anti-MAGA.
Really?
Yes.
Guys, I just want to send a few people. Like, can we just have a small re-education camp? We don't need that many re-education people in the but like, can I just have a little re-education camp? We can maybe have a dozen people in there at a time. It doesn't have to be crazy. We don't have to go crazy. We don't have to have like a gulag archipelago. But can we at least have like at least a small re-education camp?
Did you say that you have TDS?
No. I recently actually just heard about that term, and I was like, what is that?
Yeah, just as a treat.
Did your doctor tell you about it?
No, my boyfriend did.
You're a liberal.
Hilarious. crazy. So
We're at Union Station, and President Trump has turned on the fountains. This place used to be flooded with homeless.
Good riddance.
Now Trump's
Oh my God, these people were the worst.
turned on the water in these fountains.
Yeah, it looks great.
It's really Water's world.
What's Water's World?
Water's
This really is bad, really. Cheese.
Democrats are all upset that Trump is making D.C. beautiful. Why?
I have no idea.
How dare you, Jay Williams? Jay Williams just called me a liberal. Fuck you, Jay Williams. Fuck you. Fuck you. All right?
I'm independent, so I don't even know what the Democrats believe in.
Who's your favorite Democrat?
Barack Obama, the first black president of the United States of America.
What about Kamala?
I never heard of her.
Oh my God. No, she represents us so well. Jesus.
Are you
okay.
outraged over the ballroom?
No,
Oh
I'm
my
happy about
God.
it. Is it necessary?
Guys, is she gonna run again? Did we find that out? Did we find out that Kamala was gonna run again? I'm gonna look that up before I forget. Did Kamala say she was gonna run for president again? Kamala, I hope not. Kamala run for president. Thank you, RL. Thank you. RL's defending me. Okay. Yeah, she keeps saying she's thinking about it. Oh my God, I hate it so much. I hate it so much. I fucking hate it so much. Why are we in this timeline? Why are we in this timeline? Right. Why are we in this timeline? Okay, Tifa Yu says, of course she's oh, I want to see her corporate ass fail. She will. That's the problem. Okay, wait, CR doesn't want Harris for president. News to me. Hilarious, Philly cheese. Hilarious. No. Matt Saiga, you say, do you want a white geriatric man for president? Well, it's okay if it's a white geriatric man as long as it's one that is advocating for what the people want. Honestly, I don't care if it's man, woman, black, white. I don't care about that, okay? I want, what policies are they offering, right? Okay, what policies are being offered? Philly cheese, I swear to God. I swear to fucking God, Philly cheese. I swear to God, I'll come after you, Philly cheese. I'll come after you. Anyway. Weird Morphous Blob, she just didn't get a chance. Do you want to rob the opportunities from I hate you so much, Weird Morphous Blob. I hate you so much. Okay. Drusilla, Bernie. Well, I think he's too old now, unfortunately, but I don't know. Okay, I'll take Joe Schmo if he can fix our economy. Exactly. I agree. I want a 90-year-old Bernie. Hey, I mean, I don't think he should, but okay. Ever since I first saw her in primary, I just thought, wow, that lady has negative. Yeah, she does have zero riz. Hilarious. Weird Morphous Blob, you're funny. That was rude, SoCal. I'm trying to have a serious conversation about the electoral chance, about who should run for president, and you assault. Rude. Okay, any rude, whatever. Fuck you. You just wanted to see me in a wet t-shirt. Okay, Jay Williams says, as long as it's white, it's all right. I know. Jay Williams is well acquainted to that phrase, I'm sure. Normally, he just says white power, though. But alas, he had to kind of make it longer this time. Anyway, so Virtual Violence says, all right. Okay. Personally, I think she should pivot hard right to punish the left for not backing her. That sounds like a good Democratic idea. That sounds like what the Democratic Party will probably do. Okay. So I would vote for a one-legged dog if it had good. I agree, right? Okay, listen. 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 I don't care. I don't care who runs as long as there's I don't care anything about the person as long as they're have the right policies, right? Kamala did not have the right policies. Kamala was a corpo dem. That is not what the country wants. Yeah.
Ballroom, that don't bother me.
No, I wish I could go in there and dance.
There we go.
Let's go.
Was that your first time being trolled by a guy?
No.
Oh my God! Look, God, no, seriously, he probably is gay. Did you hear that? He's so afraid. He's like, do you ever think you'd be trolled by a guy? He's so self-conscious of his sexuality. He had to make that comment. How dare you, RL? I look great in a wet t-shirt. J-Mac, the community is demanding a wet t-shirt goal. What is your response? To ignore you. They are gay for Trump, Winston.
You feel safe?
Oh, wow. Look. Oh, my God. Don't you love the troops wandering around? I love how we keep seeing, how they literally have, no, Drizella, how they literally have, troops wandering around D.C. now because we're living in a fascist police state. And, Fox News thinks it's cute. And it's just adorable. I love this dystopia we're living in, guys. It's also funny that there's, well, whatever. It's just we're living in a fascist dystopia.
Safe in D.C.?
I feel safe anywhere I go.
What are you packing?
Gum.
Gum to protect yourself.
No, the gum's to protect you from my breath.
Your breath smells terrible.
I kind of like it.
We may just have an Iran deal.
I'll believe it when I see it.
How many times have I heard that?
I'll see it when I believe it.
You mean you
happening?
believe it when you see it?
Yeah, there we go.
No other president could do some of this I'm doing.
Okay. We're in more of a blob.
What do you want to tell Jesse Waters, Fox
It'd be
News?
really funny if he fell into that pond and drowned. I'm sorry, did I say that out loud? Oopsie. Anyway, Weird Marvelous Blob, just a good old military occupation of the nation's capital, you know, like a normal country. Well, of course, not elevator lady, sorry, Weird Marvelous Blob, of course. It's just a regular, good old-fashioned police state military occupation of a capital. We're a democracy, after all. That's, you know, that's what democracies do. We have military occupations of our capitals, right?
Keep messing with Gutfeld on the 5. It's fun to
It
watch.
is.
Do you know
This
who
is
I am?
painful.
I do not.
Here's Johnny.
Johnny.
What a boring reference to a movie.
Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News latest on YouTube. And
Jesus Christ. Okay, that was a waste. Thank you, whoever sent that painful shit to us. That was horrific. Let's go on to something else. Okay. Ooh. Fetty, dear God, Fetty, would you send me something valuable for once? What is wrong with you? Okay, I'm just kidding. I'm yelling for no reason. Let's do this. This is sent to us by Gwen.
This is Makerfield.
For those who don't know, we have a lot of folks in this community from the UK, all right? We have a lot of folks in this community from the UK, and the UK is experiencing some shit right now, okay? Very similar to the US in terms of the far right wing making major gains. There was a pogrom recently in Northern Ireland, literally a pogrom. So this and Keir Starmer, who's very much like a Democrat, okay, is kind of a Kamala Harris type sort of figure, is not doing well. And apparently this is a by-election. I don't know if this is true, but this election could decide whether he's still the PM or not. Whatever. Yeah, white race riots. It was a pogrom. It was a pogrom by white folks against migrants and minorities. Okay.
In northwest England is holding a by-election, and the stakes couldn't be higher. It's a former mining area, and since the constituency was created in the 80s, it's only ever had a Labour MP. So a by-election is a one-off vote that happens if an MP seat becomes available in between general elections. It could be because the MP stepped down, been recalled,
well, and I will say, Richard P., in the Brits' defense, all the Brits in here do know, like, they were fighting against it. It's unfortunately, guys, it is very clear. Oh, shocking, Weird Amorphous Blob. I studied fascism. We know what causes fascism. Economic suffering mixed with a system that fails to provide for people in the face of economic suffering. In capitalism, under capitalism, democratic systems get co-opted by wealthy capitalist elites who prevent major reform and change from happening. So, in their own interest, which makes it impossible for capitalist societies to prevent economic downturns, and makes it so they cannot solve the problems caused by capitalism. So what ends up happening, and we started seeing this happening in 2008 with the financial crisis. Ever since then, things have been getting worse and worse and worse. Americans have lost faith in their democratic institutions because neither party is working for them. Neither party is working to do the change to help solve the problems that capitalism is causing in this country. So because of that, since the mainstream parties are not working to help people, people become radicalized. They go to the right and they go to the left. That's what happened in Germany. So a ton of people have gone to the right wing, and that's MAGA, and a ton of people are now also going to the left wing, which is socialism and things like that, okay? As long as the two main parties continue to not do anything significant to help people, including the Democrats, fascism will always be under threat of fascism. And if you put socialists against fascists, who do you think that the rich and the powerful are going to support? In a capitalist society, if they have to choose between a fascist and a socialist, who are people like Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos going to support? I think it's obvious, right? they're going to support the right wingers, even if they don't like them. And in every single case in history, that's what happens. The right wingers and the corporatists throw their support behind the fascists, which give them an advantage over the leftists. Okay, so we are literally, that's what's happened, and the same thing is happening in the UK. In the UK, there are the conservative there are several parties, and except for the Greens, though the Greens even a bit are, well, okay, except for the Greens, most of the parties in the UK are corporatist parties, and they have not been doing what is necessary for the people of the UK to make up for the economic struggling they're going for. So people have turned to more radical ends of the political spectrum in terms of voting for reform and voting for the Greens. But of course, what we now know is that billionaires, crypto bros and stuff, have been financing reform because they'd rather support reform than the socialists, and therefore fascism is taking over. It happens every single time. Okay? Does this make sense to everyone? Does this make sense to everyone? Right. RL, when George, and guys, I'm saying this, by the way, as a historian, okay? That's what happened in Nazi Germany. Okay, literally. RL, George, yeah, okay, George Soros is a venture capitalist, of course. And so he supports the Democrats because they are capitalists. They are still pro-capitalism and are still in bed with the elites. And guys, we have created a system where, guys, again, I've said this 1,000 times, we do not have a democracy. Winston, weren't you a teacher? Were you a teacher, Winston? I have a reason for asking. We teach our kids that we live in a democracy. We really don't. I'm sorry. And I'm not saying that willy-nilly. We live in a oligarchy with a facade of a democracy, okay? Like a lot of people, we don't okay. There have been multiple studies that show there have been multiple studies that show that the will of the vast majority of people is never met by the government, ever. The top 10% of the country almost always gets what they want if you look at policy. The bottom 90% almost never. 90% of the population is not represented. A democracy is a government by the people. It isn't a democracy, okay? It's a republic, I guess, but by definition, it's not a democracy because we do not have a say. Only a small group of people do. So, and I'm really tired of liberals, especially. I'm a lefty, so I'm okay. The Democrats and people who are also anti-Trump screaming about how we need to get our democracy back. We really need to think outside of that. We need to think we need to actually have a democracy, right? We cannot go back to the status quo. It is exactly, Winston, and that's why I asked you that. Winston said it's hard to follow a school's curriculum and develop that level of nuance. That's why I asked Winston, because dear God, I know, right? I was going to ask you if you ever felt annoyed that you had to constantly, talk about how great it is without talking about the bad stuff. So a lot of liberals, guys, and listen, if you're one of these people, we cannot return to the status quo before Trump. A lot of people out there seem to think once we get rid of Trump, everything will be better. The problem with this country is Trump, Trump, Trump. No. If we go back to what came before Trump, we will have another Trump. What came before Trump created Trump. We need major reforms or revolutionary change in this country. We cannot go back to the status quo. And the Democrats seem incapable of realizing that. They just want to go back to the status quo. I got you, Winston Churchill. Exactly, Jay Williams. Trump is just the symptom of a bigger problem. And until people acknowledge that, and a lot of liberals refuse to acknowledge that, a lot of corporate Dems refuse to acknowledge that, it's all about we just need to get back, Trump is the problem. That's the only problem. Our country was great before Trump, okay? That is not the problem here, okay? By the way, I can prove that I'm right because this already happened. After Trump did a first term, we went back to the status quo. We went to Joe Biden, and then what happened again? We just went right back to Trump. And I am concerned, folks, what I am deeply concerned about is that the next person who is a Trump will be more competent. That's the greatest blessing of Trump, if you want to view it that way, is that he's a moron. Like, I literally think he's not that intelligent. He's like not a bright guy. Okay. He has, if I want to speak Machiavellianly, there are things he has not done that he could have done to become more dictatorial, but he's too dumb to do it, or at least for some reason didn't do it. Okay. What if someone who has now learned from Trump tries it again? Exactly, elevator lady, Tucker Carlson. We're going to keep seeing this downward spiral towards worse and worse fascism unless we fix shit. Okay? So, to be clear, we got to move beyond the notion that Trump is the worst thing happening. I mean, he is the worst thing at the moment, but he is a symptom of a problem. We need to fix that problem. Yeah, RL. Yeah. The Dems will probably do anything. Okay, the Dems will do anything but to put a corporatist shill in 2028. Most likely techno ho giving. Yes. Okay. So, all right. I'm sorry. I'm kind of on a rant here. Let's go back to the video. Okay. The UK is experiencing now the same thing that the USA is experiencing. And unless the Labour Party, for example, moves much farther to the left, or unless the government of the UK moves pretty quickly to the left in a significant way so that we could at least get reforms. Reforms can slow down the rise of fascism. That doesn't mean they will be a permanent fix, okay? But, like, they can slow it down. Unless that happens, this spiral will continue, and I'm very worried. So, okay.
Even died, for example. They happen fairly often, but we've never seen one like this before. The two main frontrunners are Labour's Andy Burnham and Reform's Rob Kenyon, and if Burnham wins, it could potentially open up his route to Downing Street. Keir Starmer is under serious pressure from his own Labour MPs after big election losses in Wales, Scotland and England in May this year. Some in his party just think it'll be better for Labour's chances in the next general election if somebody else was in charge. One of the favourites for that role is Andy.
So guys, Reform is this very anti-immigrant party. That sounds familiar, right? What was Trump running on? Build the wall. You know, Trump ran on scapegoating and draining the swamp, which is interesting. He ran against the establishment. At least he claimed he was against the establishment, right? He basically said things like, you know, we're going to get rid of all the corruption in D.C. Now, it's a lie, obviously. He is the corruption. But that shows that there's a hunger in the country for challenging the establishment. The other thing he did was scapegoat. He said he wanted to challenge the establishment, and he blamed the country's problems on a minority group. Okay? That is how fascists work. What do you think the Germans did? Okay? The Nazis blamed the Jews for all the country's problems. Now then, let me ask you all here. Okay, so in America, what is the big problem in America? Who is to blame for the problems in America? Who is the number one group to blame for the problems in America? I'm not saying that, you know, other people aren't also to blame, but like, what is the number one biggest problem group that needs to be blamed for America's problems? Which part of America, Redmond? Which part? Okay, the ruling class, right? The wealthy. The wealthiest people in the country have control over the country and have basically turned the politicians into their own piggy banks so that they control policy and shit, okay? So the people at the very, very top, yes, but the two-party system supports the elites, right? It is the wealthiest people in the country that have created this scenario by how much power they have, right? So yes, the top 1%, the top 1 to 10%, right? I would say the top 1%. Yes, Redmond, and that's the people who put out that bullshit are the elites, right? The people who have tricked all the Fox News viewers are like right-wing, are the elites. By the way, they finance this shit. Okay, so there was a phrase in Germany at the time of the Nazis that anti-Semitism is a fool's socialism. Anti-Semitism is a fool's socialism. So Americans generally have an idea that there's something wrong and that something is happening. And what fascists do is they deflect the blame from who's actually to blame by pointing the finger at weak minority groups that they can claim are causing the problem so that they protect the capitalist class while distracting the populace from the real problem, which is the capitalist class, okay? I can give you an example here, okay? Something like 80% of anti-trans political organizations are funded by the fossil fuel industry. I am not joking. Look up the stats. A lot of anti-trans organizations are funded by the fossil fuel industry. Why does the fossil fuel industry care so much about transgender people? Well, it certainly is helpful if you get people upset about trans people instead of getting them upset about climate change and how the fossil fuel industry is bribing the politicians. Okay? Like, I'm not, so like, it's pretty, like, okay. So that, and the Nazis are the same way, right? They blame Jewish people. And by the way, think of even the language. Think of the language that they used about Jewish people, that they control the banks, that they control the businesses and the industries. That's a distraction because, yeah, a lot of the businesses and industries were oppressing people at the time, but that's not a Jewish issue. That's a class issue. That is the upper class of people who are extracting all the wealth for their class benefit at our expense. Okay, anyway, but instead distract and blame someone else. All right. Maybe Weirdomorphous Blob, maybe. Okay. You guys get what I'm saying? All right. And the same thing is happening in the UK. And by the way, as I said, the Reform Party is partially funded by the crypto billionaires. Like, literally. It's the same fucking thing. And okay, you guys get my point, right?
Burnham. He's basically fighting to prove that he's the guy who can help Labour beat Reform, and that could backfire. Reform have gained big momentum in places like Makerfield recently and taken votes off of Labour and the Conservatives. So Makerfield is a risky place for Labour to run. In the last general election in 2024, this was how the constituency voted. Just over 45% Labour and 31.8% for Reform. We'll see what happens when the vote takes place on the 18th of June. Here's a full list of candidates who are running.
Interesting. Okay, I guess we'll see. I do hope Starmer...
Very interesting
Starmer, the kid starver. Starmer, the kid starver, will, hopefully he'll lose, I guess. They need some change in the UK, but you all know this, okay? You all know this at this point. Let's go on here. Okay. Oh, yes, virtual violence. I love Professor Dave. That's too long, but maybe we'll watch a clip of it at some point. Let me find something. I wanted to watch, guys, Meowzord's video. I said this earlier. So since we're here, we go. So Meowzord sent this to us.
Of the appeal
Meowzord
of
is a great member of the community. Meowzord has fled to Thailand at this point. I don't want to say fled. Meowzord, Gwen. Now, Gwen. Gwen. So you say Starmer isn't that bad, in my opinion, compared to anyone who wants to replace him. That's fair, Gwen. That is possible. Okay, I mean, it's fair. It's possible that but that's the issue with the Labor Party, because the Democrats do the same thing. When they're struggling, they think that they need to go farther to the right because that's their only option. They are dependent on the the wealthy to fund them, so they can't go to the left because they'll lose their funding. So their only option is to go to the right. So they see the solution to every problem is to moderate, to go to the center, to go to the right. Okay? Yeah, you know that, Gwen. I don't know why I'm mentioning that. Okay. All right. So let's watch this. Fascist aesthetics are taking over everything. So Mauser sent this to us. You guys know I'm super interested in fascism, not because I am a fascist, mind you, okay? I know Jay Williams will say I am. But I think it's very interesting. Dolly boy, don't you give me that look. So let's watch this. I'll make some commentary.
This year, the United States of America is celebrating the 250th anniversary of the signing of the Declaration of Independence. That's a quarter of a millennium of history and struggle, victory and loss. Regardless of your feelings of the United States of America and its history, one must recognize that this is an historic milestone. How will the administration of Donald J. Trump hope to do justice to an epic anniversary of a society which, for better or worse, has had more impact on humanity than any other empire?
Yeah, Drizilla. So, guys, for those that are who are asking about Meowzord, Meowzord moved to Thailand. His family fled the United States. He fled the United States to get out of the United States. So Meowsword is in Thailand right now. So that's why he hasn't been able to join as many streams.
With a heart-pounding, face-smashing, gut-punching free-for-all in
Did
the
anyone watch
octagon.
this? I know we watched it in the Discord. We watched the UFC fight in front of the White House, kind of like it's the Roman fucking Coliseum. It was silly.
That's right.
I mean, it was sexy. It was a bunch of half-naked men beating on each other and like, you know.
Freedom 250.
Right, RL?
Carnage at the
But it was also
Capitol. Brought to
disturbing.
you by Crypto.com. One night, 7 matchups to celebrate 250 years
No,
of
seriously,
devastation.
Philly cheese, bread and circuses. The Romans had a phrase, bread and circuses. In order to keep the populace satisfied during rough times, the emperors would throw bread and circuses. They would just entertain the populace to keep them distracted and happy. I mean, Trump isn't even hiding that it's what he's trying to do. He's literally turning the White House into a giant fucking circus to distract people and shit.
Destruction. Use your UFC Fight Pass to watch Freedom 250 broadcast live from Washington, D.C.
Honestly, you know what's so funny? It's literally the gayest sport imaginable, but it's viewed as like the most masculine sport, even though it's like the gayest fucking sport.
This much carnage at the White House since Rear Admiral George Cockburn of Her Majesty's fleet burned it the f down way back in 1814. There's gonna be Americans, Brazilians, a Frenchman, this dude from Georgia. I mean, you know, not like where Atlanta is. I mean the country Georgia. Don't ask me where that is on a map because I'm an American. Hopefully, the American fighters kick ass in the name of freedom. And if a foreigner beats up an American, well, don't worry, ICE will be standing by.
By the way,
the
biggest
UFC
patriot in
Freedom
the stream is
250
Sir Bart
brought to you by.
Jollyboy. They're huge American patriots. God bless this country. God bless this country.
Crypto.com, because there's nothing more American
Right now it
than
is.
senseless violence.
That's true.
Hi, I'm EJ. Welcome back to Non-Compete. Today, we'll be asking the question, why do Americans love being assholes? And before you get defensive, I'm talking about myself as much as anyone else here. I grew up in the United States. If you ask me, the USA has elevated being an asshole into a perfected science. Nobody.
So I'm not defending the United States. I have to see what he means here. Let's see here. The only acceptable form of American exceptional. Okay, let's
tops
see.
American assholery, especially lately.
What do you mean, Oxpecker? I haven't seen this video. This video again? What do you mean? Yeah, Winston. Shirtless muscle men in tights.
It feels like something kind of changed in the way cruelty is elevated to something we should admire in the USA in a lot of places lately. Like, don't get me wrong, the USA has always been capable of extraordinary violence and cruelty. We have a long history of slavery, genocide, war, prejudice,
really,
imperialism. There has been a lot of cruelty sewn into the fabric of the American culture.
Yes, yeah, that's true.
In the past, American power usually tried to present itself as kind, civilized, even benevolent. But today, more and more public figures in the USA seem to be making the cruelty the point. It's not being hidden anymore. It's become part of the appeal of.
Yeah, that's one really frustrating thing. Like, there's also a big cultural element here to hide, for example, in the Midwest and in the South in the United States, there's a culture of like kindness. And let me put it this way, being like keeping a smile on your face and being kind and nice, but underneath the surface, there's always been a threat of violence. Like the Southern charm, it conceals racial oppression and like the violence beneath the surface. It's sort of like putting lipstick on a pig and then saying it's not a pig. Okay, well, okay. Yeah, you're totally right, RL. They are homoerotic. There's a weird trend, and I'm not saying this to be homophobic. I'm talking like homoeroticism, which isn't necessarily this is not the same as being gay. There is some weird homoeroticism under fascism, and it's not gay. It's like an obsession with the male form and masculinity. I don't know how to frame it. We'll talk about it. A hog. Very good, Remember, you nerd. I love that, okay?
Being an American. And as the podcasters constantly like to remind us, they're saying
The quiet part out loud.
These days, abject assholes are completely dominating politics, traditional media, social media. Even business leaders and CEOs are flaunting a fuck your feelings attitude and bringing ambient asshole.
You know, but what's funny about this, guys, is the fuck your feelings attitude. You know, like they're like the left are such snowflakes. The right wing are the snowflakes. Okay, literally, they are the emotional ones. They are the ones who like have this very aesthetic view of the world that's purely emotional and not based anything on rationality. Okay, they're the ones who like see a black person and like are like, oh, my senses, or like, you know, see a trans person, oh, like they are the hypersensitive emotional ones. As a matter of fact, I've told you before that the Nazis, there was sort of a phrase that was kind of the part of the basis of Nazi ideology, and it was Die Welt ist meine Vorstellung, which means the world is however I view it to be. However I feel about the world is how it is. It doesn't matter what reality is. It's a very aesthetic thing. Even think about it. Even the idea of like make America great again is the idea of returning to some mythologized past. Some mythologized past that is not real because it makes them feel good, right? So of course then they say, so yeah. Yeah. Does that make sense?
Readings to all new highs.
The idea that we committed to supporting whatever came out of this negotiation.
So, Jay Williams, the veneration of beauty over ugliness is something on the right as well. It was something I saw a lot in the spaces I used to run on online. Let me show you something, Jay Williams. Yeah, they did, Jay Williams. Let me show you something. I've shown you this, guys, before. That is a trend in fascism. I mentioned homoeroticism. Let me show you guys. There is a sort of obsession in fascism with like homoeroticism and like a beauty, the idea of like beauty and cleanliness. And I've said before that the word, oopsie, Nazi male statue, that the word Heil that would be used for Hitler in German, there you go, things like this. Okay, like the Nazis loved shit like this. I'll just see, where'd that photo go? There we go. Look at that. Okay, look at that. That like there were images of men like this everywhere. There is. Let me show you another one. Nazi art. What is it called? Kayaks? I don't know. Kayakers. I think they were kayakers. Nazi art. Men on boat. I'm trying to remember what it's called. Nazi art. Men on boat. Man, oh, there we go. Here we go. Here's another piece of Nazi art. So there's an obsession with the male form and the female form. Isn't that some gay shit? Look at that. All these muscular men rowing together. And even in German, okay, in German, the word Heil, which is how they would, you know, salute Hitler, is derived from the German word Heilige, which means health. So when we often translate Heil as like hail, but it doesn't necessarily mean that one-to-one. It also kind of has a feeling attached to it in German of health and hygiene. So whenever everyone was going Heil Hitler, they were literally getting this sense of like clean things up, cleanliness, cleanness. So yeah, fascism is oftentimes about aesthetics, about the appearance of things rather than the reality. Okay? It is the creation of a reality that is not true and then believing that reality no matter what. I don't know how to frame this. Okay, politics. Does CR think fascism can be stopped? Absolutely, politics. It can be stopped. Fascism can be stopped, politics. Do not lose hope. We need revolutionary optimism. Okay, fascism will come 100% be stopped, but I need us to actually do stuff to stop it, okay? If that makes sense, okay? But yes, we can still stop fascism. I mean, we're already in a fascist regime, but we can, yeah, it is not, we're not, yeah, it can still be stopped, all right? Okay? Yeah, there you go, weird amorphous blob, okay? and I'll go into this in a bit. It cannot be stopped. So let me phrase it as Weird Marvel's did. It cannot be stopped through the political system, though. I got to tell you, unless. So listen, it can't be stopped permanently through the political system. It can be slowed down, or I guess. But right now, that looks like it's not going to happen through the political system. We need to work outside the political system, and I'm talking about things like national strikes. Shutting down workplaces. There's other things I can talk about, but I can't talk about them on stream. But it is not like that we need to actually take direct action. Okay, you know it, Weird Amorphous Blob. You're right. Okay, so but we need people to take action. Alas, I am worried right now, politics, that most of the time radical action amongst people in resistance to fascism only occurs when people are suffering enough. I'm afraid we will have to see more Americans literally with nothing left to lose before they start taking action. So I am concerned about that. Okay, anyway, so we'll go on here.
Is pure, unadulterated bullshit.
What did you say?
Go f yourself.
I can't wash your mouth out with soap, sir, but I certainly can take care of it financially.
They don't know what the fuck they're doing.
Is there something wrong with you?
He effed around, and he found out.
That's the most ridiculous thing I ever heard. Ridiculous!
And
exactly,
yeah,
Sir Bart,
I have to admit
exactly.
it. I find myself sometimes falling into these same sorts of toxic cycles myself, which has me interrogating myself and the society that raised me. Why? Why are we like this?
So, Sir Bart, I will say this, Sir Bart, it's a combo of things. You're partially right. Sir Bart says things are clearly not bad enough yet. There is also the fact that there isn't any organized sort of mass resistance, okay? Protesting guys ain't gonna cut it. Protesting can work only if, this is dark, but protesting typically only works if the government's response to the protesting, is too much. And like, if the government overreacts to protesters and kills a bunch of them, that can radicalize more people, but that's about the only thing it can do. So we need we also need organization. So even right now, people aren't suffering enough to be inspired to get organized, I guess. But even if people are suffering, we need organization, and we need some sort of mass movement. We need parallel government structures. You know what? I'll talk about this on another stream again. Because this is a lot to go into.
Why is performative cruelty and affected shittiness considered so cool in American culture, especially lately? I'm not the only one who sees this, right? I'm not the only one who catches myself being kind of awful sometimes, being influenced by this sort of...
Yeah, we definitely need better propaganda. Part of my... Exactly. Gwen says, ICE killed 2 people in Minnesota. It started a movement that died out, and that's my point. We saw people get radicalized after just 2 people in Minnesota were killed. So imagine if the government way overreacted, and those structures are still in place. Okay, my point is that we need a lot more. Okay. Oh yes, we need to do that still. Weird. I need to continue the Russian Revolution lesson. Yeah, Fetty. So that's my point, guys. So protesting works if the government overresponds. We saw it in Minnesota. And by the way, though, the government was smart in how they responded to it, because they noticed, we're radicalizing. So then they put in a different head of ICE that is more quiet and less out in the open, which was a good response, unfortunately, and kind of worked to calm things down. But we do know there's still mass deportations going on. They're just going on quietly. Right. They are. And you're right, Jay Williams. The left hasn't been as good with their propaganda. Now, admittedly, we are not as platformed. The left is not nearly have as much of a platform for propaganda. The Democrats are terrible at propaganda. That's part of I'm partially propagandistic, folks. Like the whole jester gig. I think that lefties need to be good with comedy and shit like that, and mockery, and putting on a clown show, because that's what the right wing does. That's why I love the jestery shit. Partially, there's a lot of things. Okay.
Culture that surrounds us from time to time. I mean, even if you're not being an asshole,
Remenberry, what is left propaganda? Insulting liberals? Well, partially, but which is problematic, Remenberry. I will say, and this is a critique I have of the left, is a lot of lefties are way too ideological, and they use ideological language and everything like that triggers people. So, for example, can we not talk about the Soviet Union and be obsess about it? And listen, that's not to say you can't believe those things and that it's not important to know those things. But if we look at a lot of lefties out there, this is only one problem. There's other problems. We need to structure our propaganda in a way that relates to people today versus the material conditions of other times and places. Okay? And I know that that's not the only issue, but there are some lefties out there who are a bit too they're not adapting the ideology to the audience. Does that make sense? Or adapting the propaganda to the audience. Okay, no, seriously, Doug, seriously. There are other issues too. That's a smaller one. There's also just the issue with people being not being us not having as much of a platform. Remenberry, who's the left's audience? Other leftists. That's one of the issues, Remenberry, is it's kind of an echo chamber in large parts of the left. It's sort of an echo chamber. Okay. Yeah. Okay. No, you're right, Weirdomorphous Blob. The Panthers were great at this. The Panthers were really good at this, translating it into a language of the masses. Yeah. Yep, you guys are right. So there have hilarious elevator lady, kind of, but even Hassan really isn't that great. This is complicated. I think Weirdomorphous Blob captured it really well, mentioning the Black Panthers. There have been some militant groups who have captured it. Okay, the Panthers have done it, and things like that. But there a lot. We need more and better of that. Okay. All right, let's put it that way. Yes, thank you, Jay Williams. Jay Williams says there are parts of the left online that are echo chambers, which is why I avoided many for a long time until I came across this community. Thank you, Jay Williams. Literally, that is I'm not trying to be self-aggrandizing here, but I don't want this community to be an echo chamber. And for those that are new in here, you'll notice that my community and I yell at each other all the time, okay? And we argue about shit. And so yeah, we need to we also, the left needs to be less of an echo chamber too. Now the right wing's that way too. All right. Yeah. All right. So Crawl, listen. So we all, yes, so Crawl, you say libs are capitalists, so yeah, they deserve to be made fun of. I have a different take on that. I've mentioned it to this community before. I don't think we need to be welcoming to libs. I know. Some libs can be converted. Okay, so a lot of libs can be brought over. So yes, we need to let libs in here to hear the other side. In the end, guys, fascists are not the same. Liberals are not fascists. I've heard lefties say that. It's just factually untrue. Yes. Yeah, that's okay, Gwen. I like learning libs, right? Let me say what I'm saying here. Yes, it is true that oftentimes libs with power, liberals with power, end up siding with fascists when push comes to shove. But that is not necessarily the case with the average everyday liberal person, okay? A lot of them are not that way, all right? And we can use that allyship, all right? Let me phrase it this way. We need to keep an open door to liberals, okay? And yes, we don't have to agree with them. Like Gwen, I'm not trying to call you out, Gwen, doesn't agree with us on some stuff. But Gwen is open-minded and things like that, okay? All right, yeah, they're just adjacent. Yes, okay. Thank you, Weirdomorphous Blob. Even at the height of social Weirdomorphous Blob, you know I love you. Weirdomorphous Blob, very bright. Even at the height of social fascism thesis, the communists sought to win over left wing of the social democrats. Yeah, okay, all right.
Yourself, even if you're a very nice person, and I'm sure you are, you've got to be seeing it, right? I mean, I know I'm getting older, and there's a risk of me getting into this.
I agree, Sir Bart. Sir Bart, you say the left needs to learn to hate. If we are all unified on our hatred of the elites, bourgeoisie class. So, Sir Bart, honestly, I partially agree with you. I think there are people out there who need to learn to be less civil. A lot of not all lefties, some lefties, and definitely a lot of liberals are all about like civility above all else, right? Be nice. How dare you talk about the elites that way? How dare you talk about violence or whatever? Okay. Right, whatever. By the way, the elites talk badly about us all the time and use violence against us. Anyway, I will say this though, Sir Bart. It is more than just there needs to be more hatred out there. It's also there needs to be organized. There needs to be organization. Okay? Like it's one thing to have people, a lot of people are very angry and practically hateful of the elites. Okay? But there's no organized way to organize that energy in a way that is successful pushing it back the elites. There needs to be an organized yeah, exactly, Gwen. Libs have been trained with when they go low, we go high. That is not how politics works. Okay? You know it, Winston. Oh, it drives me crazy, Winston. That is not how politics works. I know people don't like Machiavelli. Unfortunately, Machiavelli was right in a lot of things in terms of politics. Politics are vicious. And if one side is using those tactics, you have to use those tactics unless you want to lose. So yeah, we need to be more vicious, okay, and use politics to our advantage. The status quo, the civil status quo has been broken for a while, and we keep laying back and letting the fascists trot all over us. Okay, all right. They haven't, Gwen. The Dems have not learned that.
Sort of back in my day bullshit, but really back in my day things were terrible, don't get me wrong. I just did a whole video actually about how I was indoctrinated into militant imperialism as a child. So believe me, I'm not saying things were superior when I was a kid or anything like that, but they were quite different.
Oh my God, the proceduralism. The problem is liberalism on both sides. It does weird amorphous blob. Philly cheese. Oh no, they don't care about parliamentary procedure. Guess we have to stick within the procedure. Yes, it's so fucking stupid.
The aesthetics were different.
Remenberry, this is fair. So Remenberry, you say unity is, I'm sorry guys, we're having great conversations. That's why I keep pausing. Don't leave the stream, okay? I promise we'll keep watching this. Remenberry, unity is the one thing American leftists can't manage or really want, I suppose. So Remenberry, this is more complicated. All right, you're right that there are some divides amongst the American left. I hope that my community members know that I work very hard. In our community here, we have anarchists, we have Marxist-Leninists, we have some libs, we have some, even though that's not technically left, but okay, we have all this other stuff. The main issue, Remenberry, is not that the left cannot work together, although that does happen. That is a problem. It's mainly that the Democratic Party and the liberal elites keep destroying the left and shutting it down. Okay? So, for example, the Democratic Party purposely sniped Bernie Sanders and purposefully sniped leftists whenever they have a chance. Do you remember how they were not advocating for Mamdani? They were pushing against Mamdani. And when he won, they barely support him now that he's won. So, like, the left, even if the left was fully united, okay, only the left is, even if the left is fully united, they'll keep getting destroyed if they keep relying on the Democrats and shit, okay? Okay, so I think the left can come together, but the issue though is that the liberals refuse to unite with the left, okay? That is honestly the big problem here, is that the liberals, and by that I mean the politicians, refuse to do anything to benefit the left and work against them, okay? Unfortunately, no one is going to organize, so as long as social media algorithms and other distractions prevail, Blair Mountain happened because there were no distractions. Yeah, yep. And by organize, exactly, Sir Bart. No, you're right. You're right. You even got Catholics and Christians working with non-Christians. Correct, Jay Williams.
Like, look at this shit. This is one of the most popular sitcoms in the USA when I was a kid.
There's a horse in my living room.
He didn't hear it from me.
What are you doing here?
I've said before, I don't like sitcoms. They bore me.
That's what things were like back in the Reagan and Bush years.
You're right, Redmond Berry. But Redmond Berry, that is part of the problem, too, is that we do have a two-party system, and it's a very corrupt two-party system, and it's very hard to run outside of it. Bernie was kind of forced to run inside of it, and the Democratic Party sniped him because they don't care about democracy, right? Even though the people wanted Bernie, that just proved that the Democratic Party doesn't actually care about the electorate, okay? They care about their donors, which is why they sniped him. He paid the price because he went against the Democratic Party donors, all right?
A lot of contradiction. We were doing horrible things, waging unjust wars. Fascism was creeping into the fabric of American life, but our culture had a veneer of wholesomeness. And especially with conservative people, there was an abhorrence of being like rude or crude.
All TV must be nice. For the nice people.
It's strange even for me to think back on this, but when I was in elementary school, I'd say about half of my classmates were not allowed to watch The Simpsons because Bart Simpson was considered rude because he said things like this.
Eat my shorts.
Oh my God, eat your puritanicalness. I'm so sick of the puritanicalness. A lot of Americans are very puritanical. Like, they'll say things like this, like, we can't have our kids watch Bart Simpson because he says, eat my shorts. And then they'll cheer as American bombs are falling on Baghdad and children and civilians are being blown to pieces by American bombs. What kind of fucking country are we? I mean, I swear to God. Or they'll cheer as we send money to Israel to murder children in hospitals. I cannot, like, anyway. But God forbid there's a curse word on the TV, right? Or someone sees a boob on the TV. Oh my God, that's horrible. Yeah, murder those Palestinians. You see what I mean? Okay, like, I can't, I don't understand.
Spike-haired, bug-eyed Bart Simpson, age 10, is the show star and family brat.
Whoa, look at this place. What a dump.
He is rude, mischievous, and often in hot water.
But they sent a note from school.
What did you do this time, you little hoodlum? Whoop, get out of the way.
I didn't do it. Nobody saw me do it. There's no way they can prove anything.
This time, it is Bart's wisecracking T-shirts that are in trouble. This one has been expelled from...
Sir Bart, you know me, right? I read a lot. I'm, like, constantly reading. I think you guys have noticed I'm kind of ignorant about pop cultural stuff. That's mainly because I haven't hung out on the internet a lot, and I'm kind of incompetent, but I've mainly focused on reading and shit. So I guess maybe I'm lucky. Maybe I've gotten around some of the brain rot, but, like, I don't know. Anyway. But I totally get what you mean, Sir Bart. And I think a lot of us in here, though I will say, I'm sure a lot of us in here were in fact radicalized on the internet, right? You don't have to tell me if you were. So I guess the internet can be radicalizing and push people in this way. But yeah, a lot of young folks today, there's a lot of brain rot. But anyway, there has always been a crudeness to our history. Yeah.
Some schools for its profanity. Another, underachiever and proud of it, has been kicked out of classes from Orange, California to Fremont, Ohio. JCPenney's, the biggest Simpson merchandiser, has decided not to reorder the shirts that some schools have banned.
That's true, Doug. That's also very true. Nope, 50K medical debt being garnished from me did it. Yep, that would do it, Doug. That would do it, Doug. Yeah, that does it. That's also the suffering of people. Okay. Alpha Sierra two-party system has its own advantages. No. No, Alpha Sierra. It doesn't. One of the sides can be but that's undemocratic. I don't know what you mean. I don't know what you mean there, Alpha Sierra. What advantages? One can be how is that an advantage that one side can be consolidated better? Doesn't that water down everyone on that side into kind of a gelatinous mass that doesn't really believe anything and kind of sticks to the center? What do you mean that's beneficial?
But with a variety of Simpson items selling at the rate of 1 million per week, educators can't keep Bart out of school.
Again, this was...
No, that's true. So Gwen Garnett, it is not true that this stuff wasn't known by people before. It was out there. People didn't care. People didn't care. Now, I will say there's much more access to that stuff today, but like, a lot of people didn't care. I will say But you are right, Gwen. Social media has made it a lot more visible. One of the reasons why there's so much pushback against what's happening in Gaza is because people have seen it on TikTok. So I suppose that is true. But I remember, yeah. But it is true, though, also American media typically pushed the state's propaganda. They do something called manufacturing consent, where they would basically tell Americans what was happening and tell them how they should think about it, and Americans listened to it because there weren't as many news sources. So that is fair. Maybe I'm being rude, okay? Okay, regardless, there is some other issues there.
It was very skin deep. There was also a lot of terrible shit happening. There was open homophobia, rampant bigotry. We were having all kinds of racial oppression that was leading to riots in LA. Things were not as they appeared on the surface, right? I'm not trying to say that they were, but we had a different aesthetic back in those days. Reagan was trying to present himself as a kind, grandfatherly cowboy kind of guy.
To a few of us here today, this is a solemn and most momentous occasion.
Don't we all love Ronald Reagan? Come on, guys, show some love for Ronald Reagan. Show some love for Ronald Reagan, by the way. Okay, we love Ronald Reagan here, right? Everyone, Couch Potato, welcome. Don't you love Ronald Reagan? Such a great guy. I'm joking, by the way. For those who don't know, this is a joke. Okay, Ronald Reagan is a monster. He's a fucking lunatic, and I hate him. He really destroyed the country in a lot of ways. He made things 1,000 times worse. He dismantled the state, welfare state. Okay. He was horrible. He was absolutely horrible. And yet people like him. All right. Philly cheese, I hate you so much. I hate you so much. Okay, dismantled the media being truthful. Yeah, he did everything bad. He did a lot of shit that was bad. Dolly Boy is about to attack me. I wanted to, speaking of liberals, guys, do you remember this? I think you all will enjoy this. Do you remember this?
Liberal.
Oh, wait, that's not the whole thing. I wanted the whole thing. There we go. Oh, I want the whole thing. Where's the, oh, there's this.
Liberal. Happy fun, la la la. Human smuggling, fentanyl deaths, forced government euthanasia, chopping up children's genitals, la 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 la.
Now, obviously, I am not a fan of Alex Jones, but that was hilarious, okay? And he's full of shit, obviously, saying that, you know, liberals want to chop up children's genitals. That's just anti trans shit. But like, it's a really funny bit. I hate him though. I hate him to death. He just does things that are silly sometimes that I kind of appreciate. Anyway, okay. Boo. I know, but it was funny. Okay, Obama. Right. So you said here, Alpha Sierra. Do you consider George W. Bush a right-wing politician? Alpha Sierra, are you crazy? Of course I do. What would I consider him? He's absolutely a right-wing politician. He's very far right. What do you mean? George W. Bush was a monstrous human being. Okay. Yeah, is the Pope Catholic? Is the sky blue? All right, let's go on here.
And yet in the history of our nation, it is a commonplace occurrence. The orderly transfer of authority as called for in the Constitution routinely takes place as it has for almost 2 centuries, and few of us stop to think how
Philly
unique
cheese does a bear shit in the woods, right?
we really are. In the eyes of many in the world, this every 4-year ceremony we accept as normal is nothing less than a miracle.
Whereas Trump relishes in being a complete...
Remember, you say hilarious fascism. What was hilarious fascism?
Dickhead.
There's growing controversy today over the president's treatment of a reporter aboard Air Force One.
Reagan and Trump both serve the same fascist agenda, mind you. They both worked on behalf of the same ruling class of capitalists. And so they had the same basic objectives and political through lines. Reagan was every bit as committed to white supremacism and nationalism, empire, and capitalist domination as Donald Trump. So the difference wasn't morality or even political goals. It was...
That's fair. The Pope knows his religion is fake, yeah. He might actually.
Was, like I said before, aesthetics. Reagan sounded like a movie star from the golden age of American cinema because he needed to appeal to people who grew up on classic Hollywood. Whereas Trump sounds like a reality TV star because he needs to appeal to the reality TV generation.
Like, I've said this before, and this sounds dark, but like, I kind of wish our fascist was at least classy. Listen, I'm not saying that I like Hitler, obviously, or Mussolini, but like, they had some amount of charisma, right? Like, they could dress well and shit. But Trump is just a bumbling idiocracy fool. Like, if we're going to have fascism, can we at least have an aesthetically pleasing I mean, I get it. Fascism wasn't aesthetically pleasing. You get the joke I'm making, right? God.
They're selling the same bullshit.
You don't like Hitler? I guess you wouldn't have a Nazi flag. I hate you so much, Sir Bert.
Different kinds of assholes.
On the heels of President Trump using disparaging imagery to describe African nations, new tapes have just been released by the National Archives that reveal similar language used by the late President Ronald Reagan. So let me take you back to 1971, and it was Reagan, who was, by the way, the governor of California at the time, was on the phone with then President Richard Nixon. And so during this conversation, Reagan referred to leaders of African nations as, quote, monkeys.
Yeah, he was a nice guy. He was a nice guy, Ronald Reagan.
And then President Nixon gets in his own dig. Here you go.
And last night, I tell you, to watch that thing on television as I did, to see those monkeys from those African countries, damn them, they're still uncomfortable wearing shoes.
Who's definitely
and look,
a liberal so
I
far?
myself am not even making a moral judgment here in saying that Americans are acting more and more like assholes every day. This all has very little to do with individual morality. No, I think it has a lot more to do with power dynamics and class dynamics and powerlessness among the working class. I mean, really, that's what we're talking about here, right? The United States as a mental construct has always been nothing if not a power fantasy. The whole mythology of conquering the wilderness, conquering the natives, conquering our foreign enemies, man against nature, man against man, man against the world, American men are instilled with the fiction that we are the conquering heroes, that might makes right, and that the American way is both right and mighty. And so that's where we get this culture from. That's why Americans are obsessed with looking powerful and domineering, and I think that just gets magnified in times of economic crisis when we all discover that,
men of the West, right? Absolutely.
Turns out we as workers are not powerful. When we have to downgrade our apartment or find a roommate or cut back on our oh-so-manly hamburgers and steaks because prices are out of control, that hits us where it counts. It confronts the power fantasy. It ramps up the cognitive dissonance. I'm an American, I should feel powerful, but as it turns out, I don't have as much power and control over my life as I thought I did. The guy who really has all the power is my boss, the captain, the guy who writes my paycheck. I can't afford to lose my job.
No, God, please, no! 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 No!
Thank you, Matt Saigai. That was fun. That was well-timed, I suppose. You've got to be kidding me, Alpha Sierra. Alpha Sierra, you don't know what you're talking about. Alpha Sierra, Hitler was a vegetarian. I mean, Hitler liked dogs. That doesn't mean he's left-wing. Oh my God, Alpha Sierra, seriously. Jesus Christ. Alpha Sierra, I can't even... I respect that you're here, Alpha Sierra, but you need to read or something. Okay, I'm sorry, that's mean. Alpha Sierra says, but what's right-wing about them? What the fuck do you mean what's right-wing about Bush and Cheney? Bush and Cheney was pro-immigration, pro-LGBTQ. Fiscally, they were more like centrist. Are you fucking kidding me? I'm going to lose my goddamn mind. That is not how that works, okay? They were massively right-wing. Are you kidding me? All right? Jesus, just because... Anyway, I'm going to lose my mind. Listen, Alpha Sierra, love having you here. Please just, like, listen and learn, okay? I'm telling you, you're wrong about about Bush and neocons. I know you're obsessed with Bush and the neocons, but that's kind of monstrous. And you do know that, like, no one likes them, right? Like, very few people still like them. Not like MAGA people don't even like them, even though they kind of do like Bush things. Like, they have been completely discredited. You might be the only person on planet Earth that still really deeply respects the neocons, except for like Bolton and some of the Democrats. Okay, I'm kind of exaggerating, But like, Jesus.
No,
okay?
God!
Thank you, Matt Saigai.
No, God, please,
also,
no!
You do know.
No!
You do know, by the way, that he was a fucking war criminal who murdered, by his actions, hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people, and you respect him. That's dark. That's very dark, okay? I would not go around bragging about that. Okay, like seriously. You sound like a fascist. Anyway, maybe you are, because you're giving me hints that you are. Anyway, I'm sorry. Let's go on.
I'm powerless, but I can't admit that. And this, I believe, might be the economic foundation for the rise of asshole culture in the USA. American workers strive to look alpha because under capitalism, we are the economic betas. Or for those of you who don't speak incel, American workers strive to look powerful because under capitalism, we are systematically denied power. That's what leads to this obsession with strength and the abhorrence of weakness in our current aesthetics. We can't own the means of production as workers, so
right,
we
Sir
settle
Bart,
for owning our fellow workers in pointless political debates. The more powerless we feel, the more we cling to this power fantasy. This creates a feedback loop. The masses look up to the wealthy and powerful and see them behaving like abusive megalomaniacs. And gradually, cruelty itself begins to look like strength to us. Ruthlessness starts to look
I feel like I've
confidence.
seen this guy before. The guy
Meaningless
who's doing this video.
performative bullying starts to look like power, and that just makes the wealthy and powerful become more bold, more open, more comfortable with showing us how ruthless and evil they can be. And this exacerbates the inner asshole of the American who wants to live like Elon Musk, who wishes he had Donald Trump's power, and who wants to stop feeling.
No, Alpha Sierra, that is not how that works. Alpha Sierra, seriously. Oh my God, I'm going to lose my mind. Alpha Sierra, what do you mean Trump is right-wing, but Bush and Cheney were socially and fiscally centrist? Have you lost your goddamn mind? Jesus Christ. Oh my God, I can't even. Dolly boy.
Oh no.
Oh my goodness. Like, this is too funny. This is too fucking funny. Alpha Sierra, seriously, like, I don't mean to be an asshole, but read a fucking book. I don't like speaking that way. But like that, no one thinks that. No one thinks that. Like, there's no one out there that thinks Bush was a centrist. Okay.
That powerlessness. And this is what capitalism offers some segments of the working class in lieu of economic power. The feeling of power, identification with power, social status and privilege in place of collective control over society and the means of production. So to put it simply, there's this privileged segment of the working class that's given just enough power over other workers that it distracts them from the fact that they themselves are being dominated by
He's
the
literally saying exactly what I say all the time, right? I'm just saying, I'm not trying to toot my own horn, but this is well known by historians. That's why, by the way, I know Redmond Berry was talking about like the left going after liberals, but it is true. That was terrifying. But the issue is that liberals refusing to do massive changes often allows fascism, okay? So I do get tired of liberals yelling at leftists and blaming them for the failures of the liberals, but it's the liberals that need to change if we're going to stop the fascists. But okay, but no liberal will ever believe you because they're more opposed to major reforms than they are to fascism. Okay, liberals would rather let a fascist come to power than go to the left. That's what it seems like. All right, or at the very least, maybe not that. They definitely refuse, they ignore the historical reality and what actually needs to happen anyway. Okay, a lot of liberals. I'm not saying all of them. I'm not saying all of them.
Works tirelessly to make us obsessed with power over our fellow workers, to make us fight for power and privilege and status over each other, and ashamed of our economic powerlessness. A lot of American workers would not accept the system of capitalism and the economic powerlessness we have if we were not giving some sort of social compensation for that powerlessness. And it turns out that one of the most effective compensations you can offer
Druzilla,
a privileged segment
Druzilla said, I heard Bush Jr. loved Mao. Oh, absolutely. He was a far lefty. Okay, anyway, dear God, I'm going to lose my mind. Outer signal, order and power is more important than justice and change. Correct. As a matter of fact, outer signal, you know who you sound like? You know who you sound like? I know, Gwen, and forgive me. I know you're learning, okay? But I get frustrated, Gwen. I hope you know I'm not talking about you. I know I'm generalizing, okay? Outer signal says, yeah, you know who outer signal sounds like? Martin Luther King. Martin Luther King literally said that. He said that the most dangerous group of people in America are the white moderate, which meant liberals, okay? Because they are more willing to sit in their that basically that they're the ones who don't want change, and they're more willing to accept a negative, what is it? A negative peace than a positive conflict, okay? They'd much rather have order and stability than seek change. That might be a little chaotic and rough to adapt to. Yes, Drusilla, we could read the letter from Birmingham jail sometime. And no, I swear to God, the same liberals today that go, no, that was MLK. That was MLK. That was MLK, Jonas. MLK was more radical than people think. All right. He had some differences with Malcolm X, but he was more radical than people think. Anyway, he was also anti-capitalist. But liberals today will always quote MLK to support their point of view, even though they're literally the group that he was against. Okay, one of the groups he was majorly against. He also, by the way, was a socialist. MLK was a socialist and wanted to just redistribute wealth to the poor, but no one ever talks about that shit. Okay. Anyway, all right.
Working class to buy them over to the agenda of the ruling class is the permission to be cruel. And if I'm being honest,
you're right, and I should be more precise, Gwen. I want you to. I'm glad you're here and stuff. Okay.
My original idea. In fact, people started to notice these problems about a century ago when the original fascists were starting to sprout up across Europe.
Yep.
Back in the 1920s and 30s, this man, Walter Benjamin, a German Jewish Marxist, was trying to understand the rise of fascism in Europe and in his home country of Germany. He wanted to understand why the masses in Germany were so drawn to this asshole ideology because it seemed so counterintuitive. Nazism was not solving the people's problems. In fact, economic conditions for German workers were getting worse under Hitler's control. Unions were being broken up and outlawed, and working class parties were being dissolved and banned as capitalist industrialists were given more power within the state. So why, Walter Benjamin asked, were millions of German workers rallying behind the swastika? Well, Benjamin argued that what fascism gave workers was a devil's bargain. In exchange for
Oh, I know, Winston. Trust me. Winston says that MLK info is a good way to lose your job as a history teacher. You know it, Winston. And listen, Winston, I feel bad because a lot, guys, Winston, I love having you in here. A lot of history teachers do know these things, but they can't teach it. Or if they do teach it, they're liable to get in big trouble or have a parent complain. And I'm sure you experienced this, Winston, at some point. Like you would teach something that was true, and then a parent would lose their mind, and the administration would side with the parent to avoid conflict. Yeah. If I and the curriculum, for example, on MLK, talks about his struggle for racial justice, but only talks about the surface level stuff. It doesn't go into his economic justice. Okay. Totally, Winston.
Giving up economic power, workers would be given an emotional placebo.
That's why I got fired as a teacher.
Of power, a feeling.
Except it was about my commentary on Israel. Me saying that they were doing a genocide is what got me fired, but
of power without transferring economic or political power
Winston.
To the masses. As Benjamin put it, fascism gives the masses a chance to express themselves while preserving existing property relations. Workers remain powerless. Capitalists remain powerful. Property relations remain exactly as they were.
Yeah, Jay Williams.
Politics is transformed.
Well, I would say, Jay Williams, you're right. If you're looking at like a American political scale, yes. On an international scale, history in the United States is taught from kind of a right-wing perspective, but like a slightly right of center perspective. I will say, overall, I do think most history curriculums are automatically a little bit to the left of the American political spectrum because history, there's only so much you can lie about. It kind of teaches its own lessons, but it's been moving further to the right recently. But yes, okay. I think in reality, though, history is right of center on a global scale if you look at the reality of it. But yeah, I don't know. I'm nitpicking.
Into this giant theatrical.
So, Jonas, why is the administration against facts? Because facts, their whole thing is that they cannot. So listen. Reality, the way things are in this country are very fucked up and are causing people to lose faith in the democracy and want change. Fascists want to win power, but they don't actually want to change the things that are bothering people. So, in order to get the perception that they are the change agents that are needed, they have to lie and create an alternate reality that shows people an image that doesn't exist. Okay? So, yeah. So, yeah. That is how that works. Fascism relies on the idea of palingenetic ultranationalism, which is the creation, is saying that you want to restore the nation to some sort of mythical past that doesn't exist. Think about Make America Great Again. That's all about going back to some mythical past. That's all based off lies. It's like living in a fairy tale wonderland world that gives the illusion that things have changed when they haven't, because you're not actually changing anything. Remember, Jonas, how we talked about in Nazi Germany? A lot of people had the illusion that the violence had stopped under the Nazis, that the violence in the streets that happened under Weimar had stopped, when in reality it hadn't stopped. They just moved it into concentration camps where it was out of sight. So, like, it's all about the illusion, okay? It's all about lies and making you feel empowered when you're not. All right. Alpha Sierra, many neoconservatives actually had left-wing backgrounds in their careers. Okay. So, Alpha Sierra, that is not true. Many neoconservatives had liberal backgrounds in their careers. Joshua Muravchik is only one of those figures. Christopher Hitchens, by the way, was the same way, but they were not left-wing.
Performance where ordinary workers can temporarily feel the euphoria of being powerful through marches and rallies and wearing uniforms and military parades and national myths and having great leaders to worship and common enemies to attack. The Nazi movement offered German workers domination over designated outgroups while preserving capitalist domination over society as a whole. Institutions were built that gave German workers hierarchical power over Jewish people and Slavic people and other racial categories within German society. But importantly, those German workers were never given economic or meaningful political power over the state or the means of production. They can march
Where is Mayflower Kid? Where did Mayflower Kid go?
Powerful, cheer for power, identify with power, but they could never exercise political or economic power in a meaningful way. I first read this piece by Walter Benjamin, Art in the Age of Mechanical Reproduction, back during Trump's first term in office, and I really don't think I got it.
I'm kind of a monster. Outer Signal, are you a fucking psychologist? I swear to God, Outer Signal gets me. Outer Signal gets me.
The first time I read it, but now that we are seeing
oh my God,
this...
Doug, I hate you. Doug says, Sam, everyone knows the Nazis were socialists. It's right there in the name. Screw you, Doug. Screw you. I hate you. And I know Doug is joking, by the way. Okay, he's trying to trigger me.
Aestheticization of politics creeping into the U.S.A. during Trump's second term in stronger and more palpable ways. I think I finally really get what Benjamin was trying to tell us. And a lot of things about modern America that were perplexing me when I first read the article are now making a lot more sense. And by the way, a big part of what helped me to properly understand this article was reading these books and actually working on helping to edit them. You can read these.
By the way, guys, one of the big ways I think, thank you, Liquid Alicorn, the left can improve its propaganda is to present a idyllic version of the future that counteracts the notion of returning to some mythical past. We should have propaganda out there showing what could be. Okay? What could be. All right? What could be. So, I guess the Outer Signal, like what could be. Like we should be presenting a positive vision of the future that shows hope for the future. Like we could have a society where people own, like the employees own the businesses and things like that. Yeah, Weirdomorphous Blob. His wife is, listen, I don't want to say this, okay? I'm honestly not a big fan of him and his wife. Okay, I know who these are. I like some of their videos, but they sometimes say things that are just very yeah, there you go. Weirdomorphous Blob. Listen, I like a lot of what they say. Like, by the way, guys, I'm not criticizing this video. This is a great video. Okay, this is a great video. His Luna Oi, I think, is his wife. But like sometimes I don't know. They say things that are very much they uncritically say things. Let's put it that way. But regardless, yes.
Now for free at banninghouse.org.
I mean, I like this. He's talking about something that he's, it's free. Who cares, right?
This is a curriculum on dialectical and historical materialism, which, by the way, are the same philosophies that Walter Benjamin used in his analysis. So if the stuff that I'm talking about here is interesting to you, I really think that these books will benefit you. More than anything else I've ever read, these books have helped me to understand politics and human society. And that's because this philosophy teaches us to look at human society in terms of relationships, social.
Yeah. Oh, that's a good point. No, I know Weirdomorphous Blob. I know what you meant. And I actually, I like it because they offer it for free, which I deeply appreciate. So as much as I have disagreements with them, guys, Luna Oi, these are like Vietnamese Communist Party ideological books that teach Communist Party members in Vietnam the history of Marxist-Leninist theory. They're super interesting.
Relationships that are rooted in objective material conditions. All the stuff we love to talk about here on this channel, art and aesthetics and culture and political discourse, it all emerges from economic conditions of society. Again, you can get these for free at banninghouse.org. I encourage you to do so. But
yeah,
anyway,
they look really
UFC
good. I might actually get one, Weirdomorphous Blob. I've been wanting to read them just out of curiosity.
50, the fight at the White House. At first glance, it feels
my God, yep.
absurd. It feels like avant-garde comedy or something like that.
It is. Guys, we're beyond. Guys, this is like an Onion headline, right? This is an Onion headline.
History of the United States of America distilled down symbolically into a cage fight sponsored by Crypto.com. That's just weird, isn't it? I mean, I know it's a meme at this point to compare our society to Idiocracy, but like really, it feels like a scene from Idiocracy.
I got a 3-point plan to fix everything. Break it down.
It's hard to wrap your head around something like that. It seems too over the top, even for someone like Donald Trump. But that's exactly the point. Fascism practices absurdity as a political aesthetic.
Who is this creator, Winston Sayer? This is
250 isn't celebrating what America has accomplished. It's celebrating.
Just be critical, guys, whenever you watch anyone on the internet. That's all I'm saying, okay? They have a lot of good videos. You guys know I'm nitpicky. I'm nitpicky even towards other lefties, okay? They sometimes say things that are uncritical of of certain governments in the world or kind of cover up historical things that happened. So be careful. But he does do quite a few good videos from what I've seen. All right. Yeah. So this guy, sometimes. All right. Tails and Wings. Hello, hello. Yeah, he's one of those MLs, that's for sure, Oxpecker. So he's listen, yeah, I'm not saying that there's nothing wrong with being a Marxist-Leninist, and I keep wanting to clarify this, but there are some people who, honestly, I view it as, is that true, Weirdomorphous Blob? That's interesting. I view it as, guys, there are some Marxist-Leninists out there who don't actually know Marxist-Leninism. Weirdomorphous Blob knows this. Marx was all about, challenging your thoughts and, adapting your mindset to what changing conditions and things like that. There are some people who identify as Marxist-Leninists that are living in that don't really adapt their thought or don't change their thoughts based off reality and evidence and shit. Okay, does that make sense? I don't know how to reframe it. Or at least they're living in an alternate reality in some ways. And I think they just don't think critically about materials created in the past by past states. I don't know how to frame it. Okay, okay.
celebrating how the ruling class wants Americans
there you go.
feel.
That's the issue, Rob, is that they're dogmatic, right?
MAGA fascism is like this mashup of all these different strains and aspects of macho, manly power fantasy from American history strung together. I mean, they really don't go together. They clash. It's like a high-concept fever dream of masculine archetypes from every period of modern American history. We got Gordon Gekko meets Cary Grant.
Seriously, Oxpecker? Okay, we'll see.
Meets the Terminator, roided-up alpha male influencers in fancy ballrooms. And look at Pete Hegseth's
this is a really good video so
It exudes
far.
this strange fascist aesthetic. He has so many things going on at once. I'm not just making fun of his clothes. I mean, look, I can dress kind of loud myself, but
Exactly.
I think Hegseth's outfit here...
I'm curious. Guys, forgive me. I remember, now you don't have to say it out loud. I know you were a member of a left-wing organization before, and that you may have left that organization. Was there a particular reason for that? Was there like I got the impression it was either because of trans issues or the dogmatism, if that makes sense. You don't have to tell me right now, Winworth. I'm just curious. You don't have to say it aloud. But I am curious because you're not dogmatic, okay? And the MLs in here are not dogmatic. All right. Oh, I got you, Weirdomorphous Blob. Okay, that's depressing. All right.
Carries political content. That might sound like a reach, but think about it. It reflects the fascist obsession with aesthetic signaling. All right, if you don't believe me, let's take a closer look here. First of all, he's clearly trying to do that NFL linebacker, muscly man in a tight suit thing, but he's also blending in this flashy pickup artist peacock blue color to this.
What do you mean stop being an asshole and teach? Fuck you, Mayflower Kid.
Suit. He has a literal American flag in his pocket, which is a violation of the flag code, I'll have you know. I was a Boy Scout. And of course, to top it all off, the slick back Patrick Bateman hair gel look. This same aesthetic carries forward to Freedom 250. Maybe you think that my analysis of Hegseth's fit is bullshit, but you have to admit that the White House, a place of reserved and respectable power, suddenly hosting an ultra-violent cage fight on the lawn, Trump is signaling to us America isn't about Easter egg hunts and turkey pardoning and girly man stuff like that. America has gone alpha. We are applying pickup artistry to politics. We are looks-maxing the White House. We are giving the 4th of July the testosterone injection it deserves. Freedom 250 is the perfect public ritual for this kind of assholeization of the American dream. And it perfectly serves the purpose which Walter Benjamin identified.
Today, we appreciate it. One thing I want to touch on before we get started here.
Alpha Sierra, listen, guys. You know, I enjoy you being here, Alpha Sierra, because it gives me a chance to yell at someone. I got to tell you. But I got to tell you, politics, sorry, not politics. Forgive me, politics. I love you, politics. Alpha Sierra. I do not often say this because I like having open discussion and debating shit, right? How do I frame this in a way that doesn't sound condescending? You are factually wrong. You are incorrect factually. It is not a debatable topic. When you say that George W. Bush was not right-wing, that is just factually wrong. That's just not true. By any metric that I'm aware of, and I am aware of quite a few, you are factually incorrect, okay? And anyway, there was no one on the planet who agrees with you, all right?
World Liberty Financial will serve as a presenting partner and are adding another $250,000 to the bonuses for the fighters that night. So
this is so fucked up. I can't believe this actually happened this year.
Are going to earn $400,000 each.
If you're in the crowd at Freedom 250, you're not smashing someone's face in the cage. You're not in the White House or the boardroom calling the shots yourself. You don't have any real power yourself. But what you are permitted to do is to watch someone else exercise power and to identify with that power, which is exactly what Benjamin was talking about. You get to be a passive observer. You sit back watching and worshiping the men who hold the real power. And by that I mean economic power, state power, power over the means of production. And that's the whole trick. Fascist power fantasy is a form of identity politics. It teaches people to mistake identification with power, and even some limited social support.
This is actually true. This is true. Admittedly, though, I've heard this argument before, guys, that this is about training people to, like the scapegoating and stuff is about training people to think that they have power when they don't by kind of downplaying someone else and things like that. I think, unfortunately, it's a bit darker than that. People are honestly racist, okay? People are honestly racist, transphobic, and things like that. A lot of these folks aren't necessarily being tricked, okay? They have this bias in advance, and then Nazis or fascists make it worse and then turn it into a political thing. So I don't want to just say that this is about a distraction. It's also utilizing prior biases. But okay. Louise, good night. Bye-bye, Louise. Because we're not class reductionists here, right? So in theory, in a left, even in like a socialist society, you could have racism. If you know, I mean, I don't think it'd be truly socialist, but one second, I'm looking up something. Okay. All right. This is funny. Okay. So, yeah. Okay, that works. All right. So, guys, real fast here. Well, you know what? I'll show you guys that in a second. I'll show that to you guys in a second. I was just looking something up for a second. I agree, Weirdomorphous Blob. I agree. Okay, sorry. Let's keep watching this.
Superiority over others based on identitarian traits for genuine power over society. But the question remains, why the fixation on violence and cruelty? I mean, power can take many different forms. A mother who creates and nurtures life is a powerful symbol. A doctor who confronts disease and uses intellect and power to heal is a symbol of power. There are plenty of other ways to aestheticize power without veering into cruelty and domination. So why do bourgeois power fantasies?
Well, but it also is power. So like a doctor does actually have power. This is complicated, but it's not like a doctor. It doesn't just have aestheticized power. A doctor does have some power. Okay, they can make decisions about. They have access to knowledge you don't have access to. There are different forms of power in society, right? Okay, maybe I'm overanalyzing what he's saying here.
Always veer towards cruelty. Why are the symbols of power in capitalist society so often symbols of domination over others? Why must we make others feel powerless to make ourselves feel powerful? Because what we're talking about here, again, is compensatory power. Fascism compensates for your own powerlessness by giving you another human being, another class of human beings, another social class to dominate. Within, of course, the economic class that you yourself occupy. You can't have any meaningful control over society. You're a worker. You don't get to control the economy. You're a worker. You don't get to control your workplace. You're just a worker. But what you can
That's why we need democratically controlled
is
workplaces,
have power over your fellow workers. You can't control the institutions that govern your life. So the ruling class offers you something else instead, somebody beneath you. A category of people to rule over. And this is the key idea I want you to remember for the rest of this video. You are given compensatory power if you are one of these privileged workers in the USA. In a lot of ways, compensatory power is the basis of the entire history of the United States of America.
Yeah. What was that phrase, guys? That the vicious lie of America. So racism is the vicious lie told to poor white people. To convince them that I don't forget what it is, but yeah, that's often. We're going to stop the video here. I think we get the general idea. I also keep seeing AI generated images. That's kind of annoying me. But anyway, we're just going to stop here for a second, okay? We're going to stop here. Let's go to a different video. You guys get the general idea. We are living in a fascist time. There's a lot of fascist aesthetics going on. Okay, there's a lot of fascist aesthetics going on. Quite a lot out there, fascist aesthetics. So that's good. All right, let's see what else we have to react to, guys. Let's see. How's everyone doing? How's everyone doing out there? Boo-ba-doo-boo-boo-ba-doo-boo-boo-ba-doo-boo-boo. All right. Let's see here. Why one small tree could decide Britain's future. Oh, we already did that one. Oh, this is terrifying. You know what? We'll find. Let's watch another one of fucking not Fetties. I'm sorry. We'll watch Fetties at some point. Let's watch another one of oh no. Oh, I am so ready to yell at all of you. I am so ready to get into an argument with all of you. Yesterday we had so much fun, didn't we? I pissed off SoCal. I bet SoCal hates me forever now. Okay. Let's watch some Dick Cheney videos. Alpha Sierra, I would rather take a hot iron and shove it into my eyeball, okay? I would rather pour hydrochloric acid into my ear, okay? I'd rather eat, I don't know, a slice of lead or like pour mercury into my throat, okay? Anyway, so the problem is everyone thinks, all right. So okay, so let's watch this. This will be fun. Yeah, you're right. Let's watch. This will be fun. I'm doing well, politics. Thank you for asking. Matt Saigai, why do you hate me? What did I do? What did I do? What video? What video, Matt Saigai? Is it in the reaction section? I didn't see anything from you. Mwah. Oh, thank you, SoCal, bitch. Anyway, I love you, SoCal. I'm sorry. Here, I give you a kiss back, okay? Boop, boop, boop. All right. I know. I'm sorry, Sir Bart. Sir Bart, I'm kind of enjoying you. I'm kind of enjoying Sir Bart annoying you too. I'm not really. I'm just, it's fun, Sir Bart. I know. I'm making you suffer, Sir Bart. All right, let's watch this. It was under Meow's video. What? I didn't see it. Regardless, we're gonna watch this one first anyway. I literally, right here's Meow's video. There is nothing, Matt Saigai. There's literally nothing under. There's none of your videos is under Meow's video. The only one under Meow's video, there's one from Clumsy Mumsy, Jay. There's a bunch of other ones. Yours isn't there. Okay. I am literally not lying. All right. Let's go on. So let's watch this. This is called Different Strokes with the Bicycle Man Child Molester. All right.
Mr. Drummond warns it's about to get very real in this bitch. Buckle up. The fam's returning bikes after a ride. Mr. Horton comes out juggling. He used to juggle knives in the circus. Not a troubling backstory at all. He says instead of renting, Mr. Drummond...
Wait, this is an episode from that show? This is an episode from that show. Guess you didn't pay enough. Sir Bart, there's literally no video, Matt Saigai. You said below his video. Oh my God, I swear to God. I swear to God. Oh, above, not below? Oh, okay. Let me go back. You said above. I thought you said below. Though, of course, Matt Saigai, there are tons of people who send videos, so I can't always react to everyone's all the time. But okay, let me see here. Where? It's like I have to go all the way back through it. We're going to watch this video first. I'll look for it.
Should buy a bike.
So
sounds good to Arnold. Mr. Drummond doesn't like the idea of Arnold riding around town. There are a lot of creepy weirdos. Arnold says a bike now is a great investment. He's going to be this size forever. Mr. Horton shows Arnold a fresh red bike. He loves it. He can wear a red helmet with red pants and pronounce C's like B so people know where he bums from. Mr. Drummond says it'll make a fine birthday gift. Mr. Horton tells Arnold if he passes out these flyers, he'll give him a nifty radio.
You scratch my back, I'll scratch yours.
You keep coming up with these presents, you could scratch me all over.
I know, I found it.
He might just take you up on that, Arnold. Arnold is unsuccessfully distributing these opposite of treasure maps. Dudley shows him how a real salesman does it, then wants in on the offer to hand out a pedophile's leaflets for a free radio. Arnold announces he gave out all the flyers.
Is that literally what this episode is about?
Great, Arnold. You're sure some terrific passer-outer.
I have a way with words when I put my mouth to it.
Maybe don't
This is kind of disturbing.
advertise what that mouth do. Mr. Horton says this calls for a celebration. How about a banana split in his attached apartment that features one of those arcade cabinets older men are known to have loved in the 1980s?
Arnold, this is the tallest, the sweetest, the gooeyest, the stickiest, the most disgusting banana split I think I've ever made.
That checks out. Most of his disgusting sticky messes aren't very tall at all.
The way I eat it, it won't have a chance to melt. My tongue's faster than a hummingbird's wings.
Arnold, please say less right now. Mr. Horton says it sucks sucks Arnold's dad won't give him the bike until his birthday, but if he wants to swing by after school, he can ride that red thing. Maybe take the bike for a spin,
Oh my God.
too. But do not tell Dada about the bike. Matter of fact, don't tell Dada shit. Arnold tells Dudley the awesome news that Mr. Horton has toys and trains and video games. It's like Michael Jackson's house.
This
Just
is disturbing.
like Michael Jackson's
This
house.
is supposed
and
to be
he might
like
be able to
a-
get Dudley in on the banana-shaped stuff-in-your-mouth action. Mr. Horton sees his
What?
young guests and plants some porn between comics.
This is a serious episode of this show. Oh my God, that's so fucking disturbing. I'm sorry. It's like I'm finally processing what I'm watching. Ew. Okay, and it's supposed to be funny.
Books. Very weird laugh track. He invites them into his sad apartment for pizza. He says the za is cooking, but he needs to go to the front, so peruse his well-stocked literature in the meantime. Arnold's mind is blown. That's a titty. That's a titty. Whole book full of titty.
This
Mr.
is
Horton
really
catches
fucked
them
up.
and says,
This
it's
is
all
disturbing.
good. A little titty never hurt no one. The human body is a work.
By the way, Alpha Sierra, I timed you out for 24 hours because you're lying, okay? I'm not a fan of that. If you're going... So, by the way, guys, I did time out Alpha Sierra for 24 hours because I'm sorry. You're fucking lying if you say that. This is such bullshit. Just because I talk about neoconservatism doesn't mean that I'm a neoconservative. Yeah, you're full of shit, okay? I will, Sir Bart, I will.
Bart, now
I
here's
just
some
couldn't
pizza with
figure
a
it
not so
out,
subtle
I'll
sales
figure it
pitch on
out
the
after
side.
You know, guys, you can just have an awful lot of fun with your clothes off. Unless, of course, you live at the North Pole and going to freeze your tush off.
Very, very weird laugh track. He says skinny dipping is fun. Here are pictures of him swimming naked with kids to prove it.
Yeah, I
Dudley
couldn't
says
figure it out, so I just timed him out. I'll figure out a ban afterwards. Okay?
it looks like a party. Arnold is not about that life. Mr. Horton asks if these young adults want a little wine with their pizza, like in France or Michael Jackson's house. Arnold says no way, but when Dudley says yup, Arnold refuses to let him drink alone. True friendship. Mr. Horton says, let's play Instagram. Dudley can be Tarzan, but Tarzan never wore a shirt. Better pop that thing off, Dudster. Now let's take some pictures, drink some wine, have a good time, to be continued.
Yeah, this is real.
Right
This is
now.
real, Drizella.
Horton says Tarzan needs a lion. He volunteers. He loves lying to kids. But
This is so fucked up. I can't believe this was on TV. What was that? What the fuck's that song? What is that? What's that song? What the fuck is that song? And where is that coming from? Did someone throw something at me? I don't understand. Do we all hear that? Am I going crazy? What is that? It's gonna get me fucking demonetized. What is it? Oh my God! It's just another video playing. Oh
First,
my God! I felt
more
like I was
jungle juice.
hallucinating.
Arnold says no thanks.
God.
That stuff nasty. But when Dudley calls him a
Jesus.
punk,
All right,
Arnold
never
says
mind,
pour
never mind.
up
I felt like
drink.
I'm like, Jesus, am I hallucinating? What the fuck was that? Oh my God! It sounded like Kingdom Hearts music. All right.
L'chaim.
I swear to God.
Close enough. Horton invites them to jump on his twin-sized mattress, an underdog contender
Yeah,
for
that-
top 5
okay.
saddest things about this episode. He says they can use his nickname, Curly, a nickname for his hair, just not the ones on his head. A customer arrives. It's Mr. Drummond. He tries to pay for the bike, but can't take the hint to scram from Horton's horny ass. Arnold sees his daddy talking to the guy he lives with and books it out the back with Dudley and a fistful of gum. Arnold gets busted
so
by
fucked
Kimberly and Willis with a mouthful of minty chew. They ask why he smells like Kiefer Sutherland's pool house. He says it's just wine. Dudley's dad gave it to him. And what's the
Ew,
big deal?
Jesus
Everyone drinks
Christ.
wine in France. But he's not in France or Michael Jackson's house. And if Dad finds out, he's going to whoop his ass. Arnold feels bad about all the sneaking. Mr. Horton has some cartoons that might change his mind. Arnold's not convinced.
Is there ever a
that's
scene
all
where
right,
we
Dudley.
watch the dad beat the children? Because that's also kind of disturbing.
It just means that there's more Boston cream pie for you and me.
Boston cream
Jay
pie.
Let's pray to God he's talking about dessert and not a road trip. Mr. Horton puts
This is so fucked up. I believe it, Lurking Stone, but this is really goddamn disturbing. I can't believe. I mean, it's so bizarre.
on the tunes.
That mouse just lost his pants.
Outer Signal, it's so funny. Your message kind of sounds like you're not sure if it's true. Outer Signal's message: welcome to a fun left-wing stream. Are you trying to convince yourself or him? Okay, I'm just kidding. Anyway.
Not wearing any undershorts.
I know, Captain.
Look at that girl mouse. She's wearing a
This is really fucked up.
bikini.
And why is there a this is why, guys, this is why I do not like sitcoms. I do not like sitcoms, okay? It's fucked up.
Not anymore!
Very, very, very weird laugh track. This vintage hentai finally exceeds Arnold's capacity for bullshit. He's taking his cream pie to go. Mr. Horton says now they can play Neptune. It's a water game in the shower. Dudley's gonna love it. Dudley's dad swings by the Drummond residence. He politely requests they stop sending Dudley home sauced. Yesterday, he came home smelling like Nick Nolte's Golden Globes tuxedo. Mr. Drummond denies the allegations. Willis and Kimberly...
Wait a minute, what the fuck? Who are you? Outer Signal is my daddy? Who is that? Who is that? I would bet $10 that it is Matt Saigai. Okay? I'm guessing that only Outer Signal is my daddy is Matt Saigai because Matt Saigai does that little thing, okay? Does that little facial expression. $10 says that it is or it's Alpha. It could also be Alpha. It could be Alpha. Unless is Matt Saigai still here? It could also be Alpha. All right? But I am the one who originally... Anyway, okay.
Phil Beans. They say Arnold came home schmambammed, but claimed he got loose at Dudley's house. Dadley is going to talk with his son. Mr. Drummond is going to go whoop Arnold's ass. Time to tackle the serious topic of preteen alcoholics.
He came to discuss something that I found quite informative.
Oh, what's that?
You and Dudley hitting the bottle.
What you talking about, Dad?
Nailed it. Mr. Drummond wants a name. Arnold fingers Horton, which is not the way Horton hoped things would go.
He gave us some pizza and wine.
What else went on there?
He showed us some pictures. Everybody was naked.
Oh my God.
Naked?
That is like what groomers do. They show pornographic pictures.
And he showed us some
You're
kinky
right, Alyssa?
cartoons.
Ha ha.
What do you mean by kinky?
Well, you told me about the birds and the bees, but that's nothing compared to what those mice were doing.
Ha ha ha. Mr. Drummond calls 5-0 and brings them to Horton's den of Schwinn. Busted, you sweatered sicko. Dudley says Horton gave him a pill to feel good, but he does not feel good. At first it was fun, then Mr. Horton tried to touch him. His dad says it's not his fault, and he loves him, then makes a face that says, "Goddamn you white people." Arnold doesn't know who to trust anymore. Mr. Drummond says you can still trust most people, even like 3 of the white ones. But watch out for adults who tell you to keep secrets from your parents or lavish you with gifts and wine, even if they made Thriller. So what did we learn today? Stay the hell away from bike shops. Because the nice old man running them might try to feed your kid ice cream and wine, then show him pictures of his saggy old balls and photograph his best friend without a shirt on. And if someone offers you a free radio, you're better off just buying the damn thing and saving yourself a lot of stress and therapy.
But it's not funny, Doug. This isn't like, okay, listen. The comedy aspect of it, this is not an episode for a comedy thing, okay? Like, I don't know. This is serious. It makes, honestly, the laugh track makes it dangerous. I'm not exaggerating because if kids watch it, they're going to associate that situation with something fun and silly. Okay, ha 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 ha. All right. Look, Matt Saigai is back in the Twitch chat, and I bet you again, I bet you $20 that Matt Saigai was the one who was doing I'm almost 100% certain that's correct.
It doesn't matter what people do in France, because we are not in France or Michael Jackson's house. See you next time on a very special episode.
That was fucked up. Okay, it's not yeah. What are we watching? I don't know. Okay. Who knows anymore? I don't know anymore. All right, that was fucked up. Thank you. That was really fucked up. Okay. All right. All right. So let's see here. Let me find. Oh, so we can watch this one that Matt Saigai sent.
It's on a knife edge.
Yeah. This is 34 minutes, Matt Saigai. There's no way I can get through this in today's stream. We can watch some of it. We'll watch some of it. Bye-bye. Have fun, a bright love. Be safe. Use protection. I mean, that sounds dark. I mean, like, be safe. Okay, I'm not suggesting. Whatever, you know what I mean. I was trying to be nice, but it came out badly. Okay, I'm disgusting. All right, so I'm so disgusting. I hate myself. I hate myself. Anyway. Okay, so this is Will Andy Burnham lose? Owen Jones goes to Makerfield. We'll find out.
51-49.
I've already voted. Can I ask who? No. Who are you voting for? Not f***ing Labour.
We're
not fan. Andy Burnham is standing in this by-election to get rid of Keir Starmer. Let's just say it as it is.
Interesting, guys. Look, I have some training in forensic anthropology. And the person in the chat says the streamer doesn't seem to care and is kind of rude, which is funny because Matt Saigai always uses the word rude. Sam, you're rude. CR, you're rude. You're rude. You're rude. Sometimes it'll just be rude, okay? That sounds very much like Matt Saigai, okay?
This by-election is so he can stage a coup to replace the
percent contraction, but on the grand scheme of things, 0.1%, given there's a war going on and our fuel prices have absolutely rocketed, that's outside of the government's control. Yeah, are we really heading in that bad? There's skips on people's drives, which is always a sign of economic recovery. A lot of people are having DIY work done. People have got money to spend.
Life's very hard for a lot of people.
Life is hard for a lot of people, but life has always been hard for a lot of people. And
but they don't, when they
we
say
are there,
yeah.
Labour are there to
So
try
this is
and
people
provide
in,
the right environment for people to do better for themselves.
Now, if you think Reform and Pinko Liberals, and apparently there is a market for that now, Restore Britain has been set up by the former Reform MP Rupert Lowe. They want the mass deportation of millions of people, that's what they say. They're a very, very right-wing party, let's put it that way. Now, I'm going to speak to someone called Young Bob, who's a social influencer.
Fascinating. Guys, I'm just going to point out how brilliant I am. Everyone praise me. Lather me up with your praise. Lather me up. Get it into a nice lather and put it all over my body. Okay? Oh, sis, my daddy says, hi, Jay Williams. Do you write for The Wire? I saw a few articles with that name. Is Matt Saigai? Was I not right from the beginning? Was I not right from the beginning? Anyway, moving on.
Activist who's in Restore Britain. And he was out in
from the first fucking message. From the first fucking message, all right?
Southampton, when protests turned into riots. This was after the hideous murder of Henry Novak, when various far-right agitators, rioted, essentially.
He Mayflower kids being judgmental.
Wasn't a rioter, but he was part of the protest. He called them all patriots. I'm interested in that. What's the relationship between Restore Britain and
okay, well, the second message, whatever it
violent
was,
racists,
whatever it was the second message.
What's his own view about what Restore is all about, where it's heading?
Drusilla, get your head out of the gutter. You disgust me. Drusilla's a degenerate.
And how much of a threat should people like
there's Matt Saigai using the word rude again.
Me take it to be?
We're focusing. So this is him
why
interviewing
Restore
people
not
that are
Reform?
So I believe that Reform are obviously part of the establishment. They've taken in Tories like Nadeem Zahawi, which instituted some of the draconian lockdown measures and asked for amnesty for migrants who've come here via asylum seekers schemes. So I would say that...
Dolly Boy, I'm surprised. Aren't these people Scottish? Aren't we in Scotland right now? I can't tell the difference. They sound Scottish. They look Scottish. They have Scottish sensibilities and beliefs. I bet this guy is Scottish.
If the right wing is supposed to be anti-establishment...
Sorry, I'm joking. I love you, Dolly Boy. You know I'm joking. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Don't hate me. Don't hate me. Forgive me. I know, Dolly Boy. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Dolly Boy. I felt like bullying you. Forgive me.
And we have failed Tories going into Reform. Obviously, then that's a symptom of the problem that ideologically they're not in line with my system of beliefs.
Steve Laws is a prominent Restore activist who says he would have been straight behind Adolf Hitler. He says he was a misunderstood politician. He said a lot of the stuff Hitler advocated.
Yes, Hitler was so misunderstood. Oh my God, they sound like Republicans.
The German people do wonders for our people now. He advocates the deportation of anyone who's not defined as ethnically English. So that means, well, literally everyone. It means black people, it means Asians, it means people from European countries, it means Jews. He says Jewish people must go. Are you uncomfortable with him being in Restore?
No, I'd actually say it's probably better that he's in Restore and not actually forming his own party with those visions you're talking about. Well, would you prefer, people who follow Steve Laws to make their own party based on those ideas, or would you prefer them just paying 20 quid to the party and have no say in the direction of the party?
I think a lot of people would say if this party...
What the fuck? That's his... I'm sorry. Wait a minute. That's his whole thing? That's his whole thing, is that it's better... Reform is... Okay, I'm sorry. That logic makes zero sense to me. I'm very confused.
Party is becoming very popular and there are prominent Nazis backing it. That's very alarming. Do you not feel that?
No, because like I said, if someone is paying...
No, it's fine. The Nazis are backing him, so who cares?
20 quid into the political party, and they have no say in the direction of the political party itself. And there's
You think they have no say in the direction of the political party? What a fucking naive piece of shit.
no evidence to suggest they are in line with the Nazi Party in 1930.
Well, he thinks he's influential. A lot of us.
He literally said he loved. Well, I'm sorry. I don't understand how people are so like. Do we really think he's a stupid, or do we think he's just a Nazi? Right? Like seriously, is he? I'm on. Sometimes I have trouble telling if these folks are literally this dumb, or they're just hiding. They're hiding that they really do love Nazis and like love. Okay, it could be both. That's true. It could be both. They could be stupid Nazis.
All members support him. Are you comfortable being in the same party as someone who supports Adolf Hitler?
I'm comfortable in the fact that Steve Laws will not build his own political party.
You sound like a politician. Can't you answer the? This is I
don't agree with Steve Laws. If that's the question.
No. It's not that. It's do you feel comfortable being in the same political party as a neo-Nazi?
Well, I feel comfortable, and he's in the party. I mean, there could be could you ask a Green Party member the same question on the council who got done for human trafficking? Would you say, for example, are you comfortable with the Green Party who had a human trafficker?
Well, I think people would say they wouldn't. They wouldn't feel comfortable with that person. They must be immediately expelled and arrested.
Yeah, of course.
But but that's the question I'm asking. I mean,
you can disagree with
do you feel the Restore should be a broad church party in which Nazis are involved?
Not in the say of the party itself, but I'm not going to police the membership of the party itself.
I mean, he's got a huge following. I know a lot of Restore members support him.
And as soon as you show me evidence to suggest that in any way Restore Britain are being influenced by Steve Laws paying £20, the answer may change.
But you do think Restore should be a broad church in which there are people. You can say they're not influential.
No, when we talk about a broad church, we're talking about in the sense of, for example,
Golly boy, that was rude. That was rude. You're not an American. You can't just fire a bullet across the room like that. That was rude. Okay? I mean, come on. It's the UK. You have to use a knife or something. Okay, I'm not actually saying that. I don't support violence against anyone. I'm just saying, okay? Anyway.
Trump got elected in being a broad church of people supporting him and also being part of his administration. Steve Laws is not part of the Restore Britain administration. He's just a guy. He's a member.
Is he a patriot?
I would have to speak to him personally. I mean, if he wants.
Oh, come on! You're a politician. You know Steve Laws. You've corresponded with him. You know his online presence. I know more than enough about his own.
I'm happy to say, in the same way that I'm assuming you want the best for your country, Steve also wants that. So I'd call him a patriot.
Look at these patriots, guys. Look at these patriots. Look at this patriots. Right, genuinely. Yeah, oh my God.
This is what I mean. When it comes to taking exploitation of us vulnerable in society, you have to expect this sort of reaction. Civil unrest is the inevitability of mass migration. As soon as an area is demographically replaced, this is what happens, because people no longer recognize the Britain that they previously knew from their generation, from their family, from their ancestors.
With the people.
What do you think Lizzie would think about this? What do you think Lizzie would think about this if she was still kicking around the corpse that she was before she died? What do you think, Lizzie? Do you think I can imagine Lizzie? By Lizzie, I'm talking about Elizabeth. I can see her coming down there and like throwing a brick or two. I think she'd get into this. I think she'd get into this.
At Southampton, regardless of what they did, were they patriots?
Yeah.
Can I just give you two examples?
Go on.
29-year-old Dylan Crawford. He's just been jailed for 3 years for violent disorder. He threw a bin in a metal items. He's got 19 previous convictions for 33 offences, including multiple domestic abuse offences.
Yep.
In one incident, he punched a partner unconscious, knocked out her teeth, and told her he'd put bleach in her drink when she regained consciousness.
He should receive the death penalty.
Convictions for burglary, robbery,
Yeah,
theft.
you're right. She is looking up and smiling. I'm being serious. I bet she would throw a brick or two. Okay, maybe not. She'd be too old to do that, but still.
Drug offences. Another one.
She wouldn't want to, honestly, she'd be racist. She'd probably want to do it, but she wouldn't want to mingle with the pores.
4-year-old Daniel Frost, Southampton, jailed for 2 years, 4 months for violent
She'd be
disorder.
like, oh, butler, throw a brick for me.
25 previous convictions, including.
I'm an asshole, outer signal. I know I'm an asshole. I'm exaggerating. I'm exaggerating Liz's politics. I know I'm being an asshole. But guys, according to British conservatives, for my UK friends out there, for my Brit friends out there, you know what the conservatives they say. oh, but the monarch is a symbol of the British, and they need to be there to give meaning and power and, you know, and to show where the power of government comes from. So I'm doing what they do. I'm literally using the conservative argument. She represents the Britain, right? She's representative. So obviously, she also is representative of what these people are doing. So really, she ought to be down there too. Because everything they do is her, technically, because she embodies the British state. Okay, whatever.
For GBH and robbing an 80-year-old woman. But those were the people you were protesting alongside.
If she were alive.
I mean,
but
as
she's
I said
not.
to you before, I gave the example of the Green Party councillor who got done for human trafficking. We only know that they're criminals before we find out.
There's a difference between a political party with 240,000 people and a few hundred people involved in violent disorder.
I would actually say it's probably helps me, because if you have a structured political party, you know people, you can do background checks. If I'm at a protest, I don't know who these people are.
No, but you celebrated them as patriots. I looked at your content. You said they were patriots.
It's an exhaustive statement. Now, I also said in the same video, if you actually look, or rather live
so
streams of the people who were
skeezy.
interviewing me on that day, that I guarantee you the police will prosecute first the people who have priors, to then the media to portray us all out as people with priors for domestic abuse.
I think most people in the country would look at that kind of
That's fair,
disorder
Outer Signal. That's fine.
and be
That's
fairly
fair.
confident.
Okay. Outer Signal, why the fuck are you nicer to her than I am, for God's sake? Okay. But you're right. I'm just being overly much. I'm overly being an asshole, Outer Signal. I'm overly being an asshole, okay? Whatever. Dolly Boy says, I fucking hate Anglos like this. Well, yeah, I get that, Dolly Boy. I get that. Yeah. This is kind of dumb shit, okay? This is very dolt kind of shit, okay?
That many of the people involved had multiple convictions for unsavoury actions. Did you not think that?
Well, I would say that logistically, of course, when having an operation after a riot, you're going to prosecute the people with priors first, because that's the easiest convictable cases.
Did you not think when that was taking place? Because I would have predicted that. I would have said these are people who
This is fascinating.
Undoubtedly a large number of those people have in multiple convictions for very unpleasant actions. That's what I guess, and it was correct. Did you not think, looking around, it's a march about, against immigration, it turns violent. Did you not suspect those are the sorts of people who are going to be?
Listen, Outer Signal. Okay. I'm just saying, Outer Signal, there's a stereotype here that is not being met, that the white guy in America. Anyway, never mind. But that's fair, Outer Signal. Okay. Anyway. All right. So let's see here. Okay. I love Charlie Sierra. Oh my goodness, this is hilarious. Charlie Sierra, the streamer, is a neo-commie, whatever. So I don't even know. That might be Matt Saigai too. Matt Saigai might be multiple people in here. The Matt Saigai might be multiple people in here. Okay. I don't know. That also might not be. That might not be Alpha Sierra. I don't know. It could be Matt Saigai. Whatever.
You always have opportunists during riots, people who aren't related to your movement, who just come in and want to punch someone in the face.
But do you see when people are demonising migrants because of this is what happens. Entire communities are demonised because of the actions of isolated individuals. And then they see you taking part in violent. You didn't take part in it, but you were surrounded by people, who've mugged 8-year-old women and who've knocked out the front teeth of their former partners.
And we've called for the death penalty of these sort of individuals.
You're going to have to end up calling the death penalty for a lot of people you call patriots.
I mean, didn't I just call you a patriot even though you want the best for your country but you have faulty ideas?
Well, I think then, the term patriot does become meaningless because you said this is a crowd of patriots, which does sound like you were distinguishing them from other people. Because, you said these are the patriots.
No, literally, Outer Signal. I literally think that Charlie Sierra might also be Matt Saigai, okay? Because Charlie Sierra never used terms like neo-commie. And how dare you? Dolly Boy, great hit, by the way. Great hit. So it might be that is also Matt Saigai playing Charlie Sierra.
No, because there are people genuinely, especially...
How do I know that, Matt Saigai? Right now, it's like the boy who cried wolf. I don't know.
...left that don't see nations, who don't see us distinct from any other country or people. So, of course, there is a distinguishing factor between someone who'd recognise that Britain is a nation and that we have to lobby within the best...
There we go. There's the rude thing again. How rude. How fascinating.
...interest of our country.
How very Matt Saigai-ian to say rude.
compared to someone who doesn't do that. Now, look, I'm going to make a generalized statement. That people
Thank you, Outer Signal. Thank you. Okay, I'm sorry. I know I'm distracted. I'm going to get off here, guys. But Outer Signal, thank you, Outer Signal. Outer Signal says, okay, CR, you're right. You're welcome. You're welcome. Of course I'm right. Of course I'm right. Okay. So, guys, I'm going to go now. Okay, I know I have a lot of tabs open. Whatever, Sir Bart, I hate you. Okay. I don't know. I mean, sorry. You mean he has a lot of tabs open. I don't know. That's Matt Saga for you, okay? So there we go. I'm going to put up my face. I got to go eat. No problem, guys. If you notice I'm tired, I'm like becoming a bad streamer. I'm being a bad streamer. I'm like barely saying anything. Okay. So, and since I barely got sleep last night. So guys, guys, why am I wearing the keffiyeh like a cute little scarf? Oh well, I like it. I kind of like it. I'll do that. I'm going to wear it as a scarf more often. Look at that. Ooh, it's so cute. Okay. Anyway, so guys, I'm going to find someone to send you to. I will, it's very rude of you, Lacroix, very rude of you. All right. Screw you, Lacroix. Okay. I love you, Lacroix. I'm sorry. I don't mean to be mean to you. Let's see here. Bye, guy. I thought we were friends. Okay. Thanks, Outer. So I'll find someone to send you guys to. Tomorrow is Wednesday, which means it's my day off. Oh, thank you. Weird Amorphous Blob. That's such a compliment. Thank you. I don't stream on Wednesdays, so it's unlikely that I will stream tomorrow. I might, though. If I do, I might end up streaming tomorrow just for fun. So keep an eye out. Probably won't, but I might. So I'll be back on Thursday. So I'll see you all then. Please join the Discord if you haven't already. And again, I actually might stream tomorrow. It's more likely than normal, I guess. So let me find, okay, Twitch. We'll finish the rest of that Matt Sai guy soon. It's just too late now for me to do it. And I'm hungry. I need to go eat food. And I might even stream later tonight. Just keep an eye out. Just keep an eye out. Just keep an eye out. All right. All right. Let me see who I should send you all to. Oh, Vitingale is back. Vitingale's back. Though I did send you guys to Vitingale yesterday, I will send you to... That'd be weird to do it 2 days in a row. That'd be weird to do it 2 days in a row, wouldn't it? Wouldn't it be weird to do it 2 days in a row? Or should I do it 2 days in a row? I don't know. Let's do, okay, fine, I'll do Vitingale. All right, I'll do it. Just because Couch Bertado and Elevator Lady asked, and I love them to death, okay? All right, so you know what I'm about to say, guys. First of all, free Palestine. Free Palestine. Free Sudan. Free Ukraine. Free the Congo. Free Cuba. Free Ireland, I guess. I don't know. Free everywhere. Free Iran. Free Ukraine. Whatever. Sudan. Free everywhere. Free. Second of all, never stop resisting. The easiest way to resist is to think for yourselves. The easiest way to resist is to think for yourselves, and that includes when you watch me. I'm not perfect. I make mistakes. See what other people are saying. Don't get caught in an information silo. Don't blindly believe me, folks. I make mistakes. I'm human. Everyone online makes mistakes and is human. So don't blindly believe anyone. Do not get caught in an information silo. The best way to serve this community is to get up to look outside of this community and bring new ideas to it, okay? We're living in a fascist moment in this country. Fascism thrives in an environment where people have lost faith in their democratic institutions, so they turn to more radical ends of the political spectrum. We need major reforms in this country or revolutionary change. You cannot stand in the center against fascism. If you do, the fascists will walk all over you. You are not slugs. Do not let the fascists walk all over you. On the wall behind me is a sword. The name of that sword is Chainbreaker. It's been passed on in my family since the Civil War, and it is thought to have been responsible for the death of 7 slave owners. Why do I have it back there? I have it back there to remind everyone. That our ancestors made some major sacrifices for some of the things we have today, some of the rights we have, and some of the freedoms. We cannot let our ancestors' sacrifice go to waste. We learned today about the Vietnamese resistance movement. We cannot let the resistance of the Viet Minh go to waste, okay, and their efforts for liberation. That goes for our ancestors everywhere, okay? And on that note, folks, always fight for a better future. And here we go. Everyone ready for the raid? I'll see you all on either tonight, tomorrow, or Thursday, okay? Here we go. The raid is beginning. Please join the raid on Twitch. All right. I think she'll be happy. I want her to like me. I like her. I like how she's a musician. I think she's super creative. Guys, go do my propaganda for her. Go do propaganda for me to her, okay? Go tell her how great she is. Go tell her how great she is. All right? She's rating out. Oh my God, who is she rating? Who is she rating? Is she rating me? Oh my God, I'd be so honored. Is she really about to rate out? Should we find someone else to go to? Okay, fine. We'll find someone else to go to. We'll find out someone else to go to her. Really, elevator lady? Wait, are you betraying me? Elevator lady? Okay, I'm gonna find someone else to send you if she's about to leave. If she's about to leave, we'll go somewhere else. Okay. Then let's go to we'll go to Very Nice TV. We'll go to Very Nice TV. One last song before the raid. Yeah, but she's about to end her stream. We'll just go to someone else for now. We'll do her again some other time, okay? Forgive me. Raid channel. Paste. There we go. Let's try it again. We'll raid Very Nice TV. She's showing a plant. We like plants. Plants are cute. Okay. All right. Bye-bye, folks. Love you very much. Elevator lady, do my propaganda for me, okay? How dare you? You're a traitor, but bye-bye. Okay? All right, bye-bye. You go to another Discord elevator later? Oh, my God. I ought to. I didn't have anything I was going to say, folks. I just wanted to leave. I wanted to leave elevator lady hanging with a possible threat. All right, bye-bye, guys. Love you very much. Join the Discord.